Greetings, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me loud and well. I'm tucked away in my commentary box. It's great to have you here along with us, and we're still setting the final few bits and pieces up. Qualifying is still underway. Hello to everybody, saying hello to everyone and all around the world on YouTube, on Facebook. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Chris Dawes, or as you can see there, it's Dawsey. For those of you who've been watching Combe TV up until now, then you'll know that anyway. Great to see so many of you piling in. I know that the theory is we should be on the lunch break right now. We had a long delay. Some of you may have seen on TSL that we had a red flag. It was a long delay, and it was not as bad as that probably seemed. It's a very weird one. Is one of the cars was exiting the pits at the start of the GT qualifying, and you may know that you got the pit wall, and then the barrier carries on before it then ends, separating the pit exit from the circuit. Well, the car went up, suddenly went right. So obviously put the right foot down a bit too hard, up the mound, because it's actually got a bit of a rise there, then took out the barrier. 4 posts had to be replaced. So the team have been flat out already. So wowzers. And Robbo, a.k.a. Pirate Captain Dawsey, the eye is still in a lot of pain today, but I've got no eye patch. I decided not to do that to you guys today. Hopefully, you've all got a great setup where you've got TSL on, so tsl-timing.com, and you'll be able to see all the timing that's going on, and it is the qualifying at the moment. I'm hoping that my compadre over the other side will be ready shortly as well. Oh, I can see him there. I'm going to bring him in. Hello, Ian.
Hello, can you hear me now, Chris? We were struggling a little bit earlier on. Yes,
perfect.
The thumb
That's
is
the one. When we...
good. You can hear me loud and clear. Yeah, it's all a bit of a venture into the unknown, isn't it? With this different setup, new technology for us all to get to used to, and Kev is here busy trying to get me a timing screen up as well. So hopefully before much longer we'll be absolutely ready to go. We've just got this one final qualifying session to get out of the way first of all. We
do, and look at the facts for everybody. This is what you're going to be able to see during the course of this presentation from us all. You can still hear me and Ian, so Ian, don't go swearing in the background because we can still hear you at the moment, no matter what you do. And just so that everybody is aware, you might be able to see some of the text at the bottom. If you've got it on a big enough screen, you should be able to see it. The top left is you've got to see them coming across the start-finish line, although I think Kev might need to have a look at that. I don't know whether that's dropped down a little bit because we should be able to see camp corner as well, but that's lost camp as it stands at the minute, so hopefully we'll be able to have a little look at it. Next one along is, as well as the pit lane, we've got Folly heading up Avon Rise, and in fact I've just noticed that on the multi-screen it doesn't really show you that, does it? Let me drop back. Kind of want to, if I double click that, you can see that it takes us up Avon Rise in towards Quarry. Unfortunately, at the minute, we've not managed to get a mouse working for us. Then we've got heading round Quarry Corner. And I know plenty of you were asking for that, so I know that you'll be pleased that we can see that one there. Next one is that we've got exit from Quarry down towards Esses and through Old Paddock. Tower, which at the moment is not the greatest looking picture, but if it's because we've put extra cable in, and if we go further back, that marshal's post is in the way. So we're going to have a look at it, see if there's anything we can do as the day goes on, but that's what we've got. And then we've got Bobbies heading back towards Tower. And then, as we've already established, is that we have this, which is the start-finish straight. That looks very different when we go big. So I'm not quite sure what's happened now. I think we're going to have a look to see if we can maybe move that down a bit. I'm not sure whether we're losing the top part of the cameras because we've got it on multi-way and what have you. But that is, in essence, what we're looking forward here. Please bear with us. Obviously, it's trying to make sure that we're bringing you something, because I know that so many of you are gutted that you're not able to be here. And fingers crossed, who knows? We might even find that this is the last one that we have to do that. But we'll wait and see. I've also got, during the course of this day as well, we've got a roving camera. Thank you very much, by the way. I noticed that, sorry, I was just reading the comment there, is that Jed Dawes says, not perfect, but still the most awesome setup we could all enjoy. From huge thanks to everyone for bringing this to us. Thank you very much indeed. And in the background, I won't bring him in on camera because he doesn't like to, is that we did have the main man, Kevin, that has been really sort of all about bringing this to us, and he's done a sterling job. So thank you to him. I'm going to now add into the stream. It's Clive Woodward. Hello, Clive.
Hi, Chris.
I can't hear you very well.
It sounds very low, but it's great to be back in Castle Combe, and it's a slightly strange environment. I think everyone's finding it slightly peculiar, but everyone's delighted to be back. And really looking forward to 8 hopefully great races today. Some really good entries, as you've probably already mentioned. And as always, during lockdown, did a bit of research, and on this day, which is always a thing I get into, in 2003, Perry McCarthy, who a lot of you may remember, eventually did a very brief spell, got to Formula One, but in his book mentioned that he was a Stig, and as a result, the producers gave him the sack straight away. And also on this day, Bernie Eccleston got mugged, and a Rolex watch and a diamond ring got stolen to the value of $750,000. So that's how the other half lives. But coming back today, I think it should be good. I've got a few drivers hopefully lined up to interview later. We'll try and get the winners if we can. Having access to them may be difficult. We're not quite sure where they'll go afterwards and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, very much look forward to today. How's lockdown been for you?
Well, what a question that is. Thank you very much to Clive down there, and Tom Davis is with him as well. And they're sort of going around. As you can tell, is that they can't hear us brilliantly down there, but hopefully everybody can appreciate that this does enable us to bring something to you from the pits as well. So thank you in advance, Clive, that you're going to be sort of ferreting around as the checkered flag goes out for the qualifying. For the, let me just put that back up again. So checkered flag is out for the GTs qualifying. Lucky Carer just about manages to put his brand new to him Ferrari 488, absolute beaut of a car, and he's put it on pole position right at the end there with a, what was the time that he got? A 107.247. Ollie Bull with all sorts of mods on his car in that Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette number 41 in second place. Great to see Tony Bennett's back as well. And he's put it on the second row alongside the Audi R8 LMS Ultra of Mr. Butcher, number 36. Lee Frost here in his BMW M3 with the Noble of Kevin Jones alongside him. Last year's champion, 99. Jamie Sturgis in the Seat Leon Euro Cup car this time, and he's got Alan Hamilton, Team Hamilton, I'm sure are tuned in, watching that. He's put that in 8th place, the second of the Class B cars. And we also had Everall in his Ginetta that was next, but he came into the pits, but hopefully that's going to be okay for him a little bit later. So that is basically what we've got to look forward to through the day. All of you coming in and saying, you know, gutted you can't be here. Totally agree. And I've got to tell you, it's very weird for us being here. It's not what we're used to by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, you know, sorry that we can't bring you exactly what we all want to see. But we will do our best. If there's cameras that suddenly go down, please know that Kevin, the mighty Kevin, is ferreting around like mad, trying to make everything work perfect. And as we say, Ian Salmon over in the other commentary box. And Clive, I'm just going to bring him back in again for a second. Actually, let's bring all the cameras back in. So we've got Clive there. It is a fantastic array of cars we've got down there, Clive. The ones that have just been out in particular, the GTs. I mean, we just couldn't have wished for not just the size of grid, but the cars that are making it up. The hot hatches that are now queuing up as well. Massive grid.
A really excellent grid for the hot hatch. And as you say, the GT cars, unfortunately, the Lamborghini had an incident going out of the pit lane this morning. So I don't think, unfortunately, that will be going. That's Billington in his Lamborghini. So that's a shame. Lucky Kira's Ferrari looks and sounds fabulous. And we've got, of course, a whole array of very special cars in the different classes there. So I think it'll be a very quick race. Hopefully it's going to dry out. The clouds look a bit better at the moment. So if it's dry, we should see some really quick lap times. I think all the drivers, I've spoken to quite a few, just finding the atmosphere, sort of no spectators, is quite strange. And I always sort of thought that when you watch football or rugby or sort of football at this time, without crowds, must be really strange to the players. And I sort of thought before today the drivers maybe wouldn't find it too different, but actually they are. They are finding it quite a different environment, but obviously they're all delighted to be back. And the other good news is, talking to the Formula Fords, they actually think next meeting there'll be even more drivers competing and could get up to sort of 30 cars potentially. We'll have to wait and see, and that's the next meeting on the 1st of August, of course. I'm in the number 2 commentary box for that and look forward to that very much. But as you said, the Hot Hatch, I think the 30 plus cars. And somebody I want to talk to later, if we get a chance, is somebody having his very first race. So we'll try and get an interview there later on today as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty, and I've certainly been informed is that Clive can't hear me very well, so I'll try to bear with that, Clive, and bear that in mind. But he's going to be ferreting around trying to get some various interviews. I will leave you to go and wander, Clive. You go and find out whoever you can find. Jump back into our screen as and when you've got anybody, but up until then, we'll wait for your return.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
So that's him gone. I'm just going to quickly grab my my cam, and just so you can see the fantastic grid of hot hatches. I mean, you can hopefully see that as well, Ian. I mean, how good is that grid of hot hatches?
No, it's a really good entry, isn't it, that we've got for Hot Hatch for this opening race of the season. No doubt everyone's been champing at the bit to get back out there. Different class structure in Hot Hatch as well this year, isn't there? So there's a few more different cars that are eligible as well, which is really good. So it should be a great occasion. Some very interesting colour schemes as well. I think launched yesterday. People might have seen Stephen Jensen's black and white zebra-like Mini. That he's going to be racing, I think, throughout the Hot Hatch season, from what he was telling me, rather than showing it in the Hot Hatch races with Erling. But I had a chat with Stephen earlier on, ex-Formula Ford 1600 race here as well, of course. So, actually, I did think I should possibly carry Stephen Jensen around with me wherever I go, because at about 6 feet 6 tall, it'd be ideal to measure our social distancing. So, Stephen Jensen, he'll be out in this coming session in the Hot Hatches. Very strange over here, Chris, because I'm pretty much, apart from a handful of marshals, the only person in about a half-mile radius. I can see you there about probably 3/4 of a mile away in the commentary box on the other side of the circuit. But it's very eerie around here.
I can imagine. I mean, it certainly is different here. Looking up at Camp and Quarry, and obviously at Folly, there we'd have it just filled with people on the spectator banks, and not having you there, we're missing you here as well as you guys all missing being here. It goes without saying. I'm not going to rub it in any more of that, because I know that you're the ones that are hurting more than us. To be fair, I get that. I'm just quickly noting down some of these as we go, because there's a lot of new names to us out here as well, isn't there, in these hot hatches?
Yeah, it's interesting to see some, including one name that we know very well, of course, from Castle Combe. Adam Higgins is out in the hot hatches, isn't he? He's got an interesting new Ford KA in the Riadro Racing banner. And
he drove that here today, by the way. He drove it here because it is road going.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Excellent. 2-litre Ford K. Be very interesting to see how that goes. That goes out in Class A.
He's not going to go well in his class, sadly, because he reckons he's probably about 90 horsepower down on the rest of that particular class.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll be mixing it with some of the lower capacity, lower class cars. But yes, some names also that we've seen perhaps out in saloons in the past. out in the hot hatches this year, and some completely new drivers as well. We've got a Class F this year as well, which caters for the likes of Renault Clios and Honda Civics, and there's a late model Ford Fiesta ST out in that one as well. So some interesting cars out in Class F of the hot hatches, and they're the ones that are going to be out qualifying very shortly.
They are, and apologies, I'm trying to multitask at the minute, getting noting down all the different colours, and I keep forgetting I'm a man, I can't multitask, so so I dragged you down with me there, didn't I?
Yeah, speak for yourself. No, fortunately, I did manage to get a few of these while I was in the paddock earlier on, but yeah, relatively few pieces of paper around today, of course, because nothing's being printed out during the course of the day, so we've got some different things to get used to. I've got my tablet here, so I can get all the grids and times on that, so I'll be able to look at that rather than getting the printouts that we normally do. We can see from the cameras there, Chris, that cars going out.
They are
out onto the circuit.
There's no hanging.
I can actually see that out of the window as well.
Yeah, hey, the luxuries we bring you, hey, windows as well, Ian.
Deep joy. Well, actually, of course, we're quite lucky to be commentating from the circuit, because I know that the likes of Jack Nicholls, the BBC Formula One commentator, he'll be, I think, probably commentating from his spare room or something on the Formula One in Austria this weekend. So we're lucky to be at a circuit.
Apologies, I know plenty of people have said about the banner that was in the way. It's out of the way now there. I hope that sorts everything out for everybody. And again, Kevin's been ferreting away like mad to try and bring it that we can see it a little bit better for you now, that we can see coming around camp onto the start-finish straight. We can see heading up Avon Rise.
It's worth saying that the track around here, at least at this part of the circuit, Old Paddock, is pretty much dry now. It was certainly a bit damp and drizzly first thing this morning. It was damp but drying for the Formula Ford qualifying session earlier on. But around here, there's still one or two wet patches, but it's basically pretty much dry, both online and offline as well, which will be important as the day goes on.
And just apologies there, Ian. I was actually talking away, but I'd had my mic turned off there. I was...
Oh, we've lost you again, Chris. So
right, I've worked out what it is. So you may have heard some of what I was saying is I keep catching the thing on the desk. So I've got to keep that out of the way of the desk there, because it's got a little button that turns me off, which we don't want to do. Yeah, I was saying that Nathan Nicholls has not managed to get going in his lovely new livery. Hopefully they'll get that car going. We've now got 27 cars out on the field. What an incredible lineup. And hopefully people can see it better now. I've moved the Castle Combe logo so you can see Quarry better, and you'll see that's looking across Quarry, but to the left of that you'll be able to see that we got Avon Rise up in towards Quarry as well. The only one that looks a little bit unusual is Tower. It's a bit white. We may well be shortening the cable on that, but we might not, because then that marshal's post to be in the way. But great to see that everybody's diving in with all sorts of comment. Great to see Combe again. Very quiet here, marshalling on Tower Corner too, according to Thomas Parker. So he's out there. But it's let's be honest, Ian, this is more than we were expecting to be able to have, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. I think possibly when the worst of the lockdown set in, we perhaps thought it might not be even July before we got motorsport. It might be a bit later than that. So to be here on the first weekend in July, racing, albeit under very different circumstances to what we're used to, is brilliant. And the fact that we've got such good entries as well, just for the 4 local championships and series here this weekend. No guest categories, no guest championships, but good grids in pretty much across the board, really. And it shows that the enthusiasm is pretty much undimmed from the Castle Combe regulars. I'm sure there are a few drivers who've opted not to take part for whatever reason, be that financial or health reasons or whatever, which we quite understand. And hopefully in due course we'll be able to welcome them back again. But for the moment, yeah, really good to have almost 30 cars on track in Hot Hatch.
Well, I've just got to say, Steve Foster, for example, just been on site. I think this is superb. Live racing on TV. Also just been on other circuit sites, and it appears that Cadwell, Donington, and other circuits in that clan will be open to the public from July 15th. But advanced ticket only, as spectator numbers will be limited. Great news. Let's hope that Castle Combe will follow suit. With a lot of exclamation marks, that makes me think that he's having a go at Combe, which I'm going to say from outside, it's nothing. It's not Combe's fault. They're doing what they're told they're allowed to do. So hopefully we'll eventually get notification that we can do a little bit more, but it's out of our control at the minute, sadly.
Just to note, we've had a spinner down here in this qualifying session. That was the number 71 car, Simon Hughes, in his white Honda Civic. He had a spin just on the exit of the Esses. It was probably actually hidden away there on the screen as that happened, but he's got going again. Didn't hit anyone or anything, and he's got going once again. Number 71, Simon Hughes, who is outside the top 23 at the moment, I think, based on what I can see on my screen.
I was trying to get it up. My mouse was playing up there. Andy DeBecker, greetings from Belgium, Ian. So we've got them watching from all over the shop here. Fantastic.
Absolutely. We can have a truly international audience. Shall we see how many countries of the world we can chalk up during the course of the day watching the Castle Combe live stream? If you are watching from overseas, put a comment on, and we'll see how many countries we can get by the end of the day. That's at least one overseas country at the moment. Belgium, right? Remember that one.
Oh, and the good news is, I've just looked at the back, is that we've managed to source some headphones for Clive Woodward, so he will be able to hear us when he's wandering around. I know a couple of you were making comments about that, so that's great to see that, again, Master of the Ceremonies, Kev, has just done a brilliant job to bring us that as well, so thank you for that. What do we got left? We've still got 8 minutes 26 left to go in this session, and at the moment we've got at the top of the times, it's Chris Southcott in the 211 car. Probably not that surprising, because he's invariably up the pointy end. Sponsored by Imperial Homes in his Peugeot 205. He's not eating an ice cream at the moment. That's what we normally see with Chris Southcott. He's either in the car racing or he's eating an ice cream. He loves his frozen foods, his frozen snacks, but at the moment he's out front by a country mile, Ian, isn't he? That's quite staggering that he's nearly a second and a half clear of the 45 car of Dan Brown. Yeah,
I suspect, though, as I say, the circuit pretty much dry now, but it might still be getting a bit quicker every lap as well, so it could be the case that the times do come down and someone is able to challenge him. It's Brown, Sam Stride there in third at the moment. Then the 34 car of Will Self, the Peugeot 205, fourth, and Sean Govard, first of the Class C cars. He's fifth, actually, ahead of Tony Cooper, the Class B leader on the times at the moment.
And I've now been handed a mouse that actually enables me to zoom in on these cameras as well. I'm just going to quickly tell.
Sam Stride has gone up to second fastest, by the way, now. He's got the gap down to less than a second to Chris Southcott. It's done a 1:15.983. Southcott's done a 1:15.002 as things stand. And to remind myself what the lap record is for these cars, well, it's a 1:13.125 set by Josh Harvey last July. And as I say, probably still a little bit more time to come in the circuit today, given that it is still drying out.
Yes, and we're still just trying to make sure we've got the absolute optimum setup, because I know we've got sort of a bit of grey shown at the top of the three cameras at the bottom, but that's where everything is compacted up together, and I think that's about the best that we can get as it stands at the moment. But they're all keeping up well. You briefly saw Kevin over by you. He's like a whirling dervish today at the moment, and he's not getting round at all to get it sorted.
Yeah, he's been busy down here trying to sort my timing screen and so on and so forth as well. We've got the mic working now. It's an impressive setup down here. We've got multiple laptops. We've got cameras, batteries, cables going everywhere. It's like branch of Maplin's before that disappeared from the high streets a couple of years ago with so much technical equipment. That's probably why they went out of business. It's we bought all the stock.
You're probably right. Well, you're absolutely right, by the way, in terms of people getting used to the track conditions, because all of a sudden, Southcott, who's come into the pits, by the way, and he's not in the pit lane, so he's presumably gone straight into the paddock, is just under a quarter of a second clear of Dan Brown now in that 45. I'm assuming that's not the author, Dan Brown. That would be good. One of my favourite authors. It would be very good if it was him, but I'm pretty certain it's not. But mighty close, and he is still out, pounding around the circuit. He's just gone across the line now as it happens, and he didn't improve on his time there, but I think he was caught in the middle of some traffic that he's now cleared, heading up Avon Rise. He's about to head round or into Quarry at the moment. Oh, big lock up there actually from him as he went into Quarry, but as we see him make it round there, no problem. He's clearly on the case, but he's then a big gap before we get to Sam Stride in the 881 car, and then we've got the first Class C car, the Peugeot 106 of Sean Gover. That's another new livery on that one, isn't it? The white and blue car of Gover, run by Was Racing.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's looking a bit different. One car going a bit slowly with its indicators on is number 55. That's the blue Clio, and I'll note that down because I didn't get that earlier, of Graham Cox. So he's got his left-hand indicator on as if he's possibly got a problem going to head back to the pit lane. He is 19th fastest as things stand. Yeah, the other driver that's going well is Stephen Jensen. He's actually just got back to 9th now because a few drivers from other classes have gone ahead of him, but he is comfortably the fastest of the Class E cars. That's the Mini Coopers. So Stephen Jensen, who will be doing all of the driving in the Hot Hatch Series this season in that particular car, he is comfortably fastest in that class and 9th overall at the moment with 3 3/4 minutes to go.
We've now managed to source Clive. Apologies when I go quiet, Ian. It means I'm sort of chatting to the guys behind me, making sure we've got everything running. So I do apologise about that. But
that's quite all right.
We've got Clive, and I'm just going to... In fact, we'll wait. I've just told them that we're going to catch the rest of this qualifying before we go in. But... as 3 minutes 10, we're going to have Clive is working with headphones, so he will hear us as well now. So we'll get even better with the interviews we're going to have then. And Tom's his cameraman. Hey, that's different, Ian. Is that Clive's actually got a cameraman?
Absolutely. We're sort of coping by ourselves up with the webcam, but he's actually got someone pointing a camera at him. That's
exactly.
Well, that's a cut above the rest of us, isn't it?
I know, yeah. We understand. We get it. Mind you, it's only Tom, so it's an ugly cameraman.
I can see yellow flag, by the way, at Bobbies. So can we see on the screen? There's a car pulled off there, isn't there, on the old circuit? So it doesn't look like a major incident, just a car pulled off.
Yeah, it is.
And it's a Clio, isn't it?
Silver Clio by the looks of it, but I don't have a silver Clio, so I've obviously missed that.
I was just wondering if it's
Matthew. No, sorry. Go on.
I was just wondering if it's the trick of the light on the camera. It could be the blue Graham Cox car.
Adam Perrott is the silver Renault Clio 172. So I'd imagine the number 4 car's just pulled off on Bobbies there. So good news is that is no great issue. And we're getting close. Nick Mizzen's coming back into the pits as well in the 68 Ford Fiesta. There was a great piece on Nick Mizzen. Great to see him out there racing again. But his car's into the pits. His Fiesta out in the hot hatches. Of course, he did well in a different Fiesta in the saloons last year.
Could be an exciting conclusion to this qualifying session, Chris, because Dan Brown has got to within 2/10 of Chris Southcott now. And of course, Southcott's in the pits, we think, or the paddock, so he isn't going to improve his time.
Well, Dan Brown's actually coming down here towards us. A good pickup. He's been at that for a little while now, though, in all honesty. But Dan Brown's coming across the line now. Is he going to improve on that time? No, it was a slow one, actually, that, wasn't it? And I think that's the nature of such a big grid, isn't it? That they're kind of just getting caught up with each other.
Lots of traffic, and Luke Cooper said to me the same thing in the Formula Ford 1600 session.
Oh, really?
That's Formula Ford grid for a few years, 22 cars, I think, something like that. And he was saying towards the end of the session, when the track was at his best, he got caught up in traffic, but it didn't matter because Luke had already done enough to qualify in pole position for both races today.
Okay, that's interesting stuff. We're down to the last 45 seconds to go in this qualifying session as it stands at the moment. Jumping up into, what has he gone up to? To 10th position goes Blake in the 39 car. So James Blake in the MGZR jumps up into the top 10. That's 3 places he's just managed to gain. Ahead of Nicholson, Wyatt and Higgins. So fair play. He's done great there. Good to see, by the way, I mentioned that Nathan Nichols had a problem getting going. He did get it going, and he's up into 5th place so far, Ian. So was that potential, a bit of pokery there going on?
Possibly so, but yeah, he's done all right, hasn't he? He's second in Class B at the moment behind Tony Cooper, isn't he? With the time, it's now 0 on my clock, so a checkered flag should be out. It is. Yeah, I can see that over the other side of the circuit.
And Dan Brown should get across the line then, by the way. And that was a very slow time again, a 1:21. So an incredibly slow compared to his 1:15. So I don't know whether the track was actually slowing at the end there. Well, the only one that really improved was Blake. So I'm not sure whether someone's dumped something down on the circuit, which of course could be the number 4 car that we saw stopped over at Bobbies.
Yeah, no sign of any oil on the circuit or any slippery surface flags down here. So I'm not sure that's what it is. It might just be the traffic as the cars got all spread out towards the end of the session.
It could well be. We've still got a few more just trying to come through. Here comes Blake again, but that looked quite sedate as he came through there. Yes, it was. That was like 10 seconds off his time. So I'd suggest he knew that he'd got the best out of it, and he was just cooling everything down round for that. And that looks like probably the last cars on a flyer. So that is the end of the qualifying. And just the one car that I'm aware of just to be recovered, which is good news. Actually, across the line does still go the 119 car of Darren Duffield. That's great to see Darren out here racing. He did drop me a line. He's been working on that car for some time, and he's just done a couple of hill climbs in it to get his eye in. And I shouldn't say eye with my eye, should I? But he's just getting out there for the first time, and I know he was looking forward to it. So the cars are slowing down. Now you've seen everything that you're going to see. And just looking at the loads of you commenting in, and that's interesting. Mike Cotton said that briefly 6 screens with no grey bits just now. Did we really? I didn't notice that. It's not going to be. We're projecting from another screen that's got these cameras on, so I can't see how that is going to be doable. But hopefully it's good enough for everybody, especially on a big screen, is that you're able to see it an awful lot clearer. Right, let me now see. I think Clive has... you're listening to yourself, Ian. I can hear you in the background there. And just for those of you who didn't know, is that he was there laughing, and he laughing at his faux pas. We caught you, Ian. You weren't listening to yourself. I know it was... that wasn't your choice, was it?
Well, it wasn't intentional, but it was good while it lasted before I got the mute on.
Right. So I think that Clive and his cameraman are just about ready. So let me bring in. Hang on, I'm going to bring that in. Right, Clive, can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can now, which is a lot better. And it was good to speak earlier, but I couldn't really hear what you were saying, which made it quite difficult. We've now got a couple of phones to make this work. And I think, as everyone knows, this is the first time we're doing this with this technology. So we will have a few teething issues. But obviously, as a professional actor, I always need a professional photographer and cameraman. So Tom's doing a grand job. I'd also like to just give my thanks to everyone at Castle Combe, who've done an absolutely fantastic job in getting the race meeting going. I know there's been a huge amount of work, and also the broadcasts that are going on that Chris and Tom have been doing have been really first class. So I'd like to give my thanks and appreciation to them as well, keeping us informed during the quiet season. So we'll be making our way to try and see if we can talk to a few people before racing begins. So back to you, Chris.
Fantastic. Thanks for that, Clive. Yeah, that works well. It was a little bit weird for me because there was a slight delay, so I could hear you for real behind me first. But don't panic. It works fine for the screen. That's the main thing. So thank you, Clive, for that. So he'll go off roaming and bring us whatever you're able to bring. Please do, my friend. So happy hunting. So let's... bless him, is that he's not he says that he's not a big on the technology. I feel really silly that I over trimmed on the goatee, so it looks like I haven't got it, but I do. I'm going to bring this back up. Okay, so this is what it's done now. That's worse, I would suggest. Kev, we're now trying to just fill it. If you see what it's done, oh, you're lucky you're able to see it there, aren't you? We're trying to sort of cut out the grey, but then, of course, you see that for you people watching is that it's then kind of gone across. It's sort of stretched them upwards a little bit. Actually saying that, no, it is just seeing that's a very high ambulance that just went through there. So that's not awesome, quite what we wanted. So we're now into our lunch break, which I'm going to check. Are you shortening lunch? I'm just asking next. 12:15. Okay, so that was hot off the press. By the way, let me bring you that. Obviously, I'm in my commentary box, but there is race control. And look, there's Steve Weston giving us a wave. Bob Honeysett's over the far side. We've got quite a few of the people. They're absolutely busy, socially distanced. And very busy. 12:15 the race is going to start. So it was due to start at 12. Hopefully Ian's here in that as well. We are going to... Let me bring us back in again. Yeah, so 12:15, Ian, is going to be the race start.
I was wondering about that. Meanwhile, just a bit of an update. 25, the Nathan Nichols car, which we were talking about having qualified 5th, that is being towed back to the paddock at the moment. So he's clearly had some dramas during the course of that session. But
that started before he even got out, didn't it? Because he couldn't get it going. Then he got going, and then he put it on 5th position, which looked, great. He got it sorted, but sadly it stopped again. They've been really, really busy with that car, and as is so often the case, is that they were busy with other cars, and theirs came last, basically, to actually look at. Which so often we hear that, don't we?
Well, if you're busy running other cars as part of a team, then your customers have got to come first, effectively, haven't they? So yeah, it's a shame, but hopefully Nathan and the crew will get that fixed, ready for the first race in about 3 hours or so for the hot hatches.
Yeah, and I love the fact. I thought I'd got away with that. Is that Chris? Who was it that noticed it? Chris Pearson noticed spillage. Your round doors. Yeah, it was. I opened my my bottle here, and where it had obviously been suctioned, I opened it up, and it just went absolutely everywhere. That's the problem here. We don't get away with anything now. We're on camera.
I know. I've got to be very, very careful about this. I don't know if anyone saw my Facebook post the other day. I was doing a business meeting, and I've got my top half, my jacket and my tie on and my shirt on, first time in 4 months. But yeah, just my jeans and my slippers on the bottom half. And my client was none the wiser, were they? But we've got to be careful. We've got to be careful.
Yeah, exactly. And I was relieved when it was jeans that you had. We can live with that, mate, don't you, Pat? So I'm just trying to keep an eye on all of the social medials, and it looks to me actually like Clive. Let me bring him back in again. Clive's down there in front of the Wayne Paul garage.
We can get him.
Oh, you've moved away too far from the mic. Just be mindful of that. Is he run away from you, has he, Clive?
He has, actually. But we'll see if we can have a chat with Steve Bristol.
Rounding him up, keeping him socially distant as well. That's what I like.
We have Steve Bristol, a long-time competitor here, Castle Combe in both the Formula Ford and the Saloon cars. Steve, welcome back to Castle Combe this year. How are you finding things?
Great to be back. We came up on Thursday, did a bit of testing, and I tore the corner off the Formula Ford. I hit the tyres on Thursday. So
oh dear.
bit of a slow start this morning, so a bit of confidence building. Then in the Mini we had problems with the brakes.
Right.
So as anybody who knows, when you're in a race going over towards Quarry and you need the brakes, you need the brakes.
Certainly do.
So that was a bit of a trial session for the race, and they were good. I could smell
So
them.
where was your incident in the Formula 4?
Esses.
At the Esses.
Yeah, there was a tyre barrier and I just clipped it going in.
Right.
And it tore the corner kicking off. So I was very nervous this morning, particularly in the rain. So it's good fun though.
Well, you've been racing here many years. How many years actually have you been competing at Castle Combe now?
It's 10 years now. This is my 11th season. And today is my 225th race.
Wow.
And if I finish it, it will be the 200th finish.
Very
so I'm planning to finish it. Hopefully in a decent position as well. Have a bit of fun.
And how did qualifying go for you?
Formula Ford, I went faster than I've ever done in the rain. I hate the rain in the Formula Ford, whereas in the Mini, I love the rain in the Mini. It's wonderful to drive the Mini in the rain. The Formula Ford, it's just a nightmare. It slides all over the place. Whereas with the Mini, you can control the slides. With the Formula Ford, it tends to point the wrong way really quickly.
I know many years ago, in the fairly early days of Formula Ford, I drove one down at Goodwood. And it was, as you say, the damp conditions, extremely skittish.
It is.
But great fun to drive.
Yeah. I find, particularly in the wet, I find that getting the confidence into the car and the balance right on the car is everything. This morning I was 7 seconds off the fastest C-Class car, a lap, which is colossal. I saw them going past, particularly for Bobbies. He was flying this morning. And Mark de Rosarius in the Class C car, so we've got plenty to chase. My teammate was beat me by 2 seconds as well, so we need a dry afternoon and we need inspiration.
So plenty of work to do.
Yeah.
And it's good to see so many Formula 4 cars here today, over 20, and talking to some of the other competitors, expecting a few more perhaps next time as well, which will be fantastic.
I think so. I think there's a great race to be had right the way through the field with the Formula Fords. The guys at the front are just in class of their own. I mean, when you're on track and the field whistling past you, you think, how did they do that? How do they do that? But of course, youth.
Yes.
Youth and immortality.
I think as we all get older, we get a bit more cautious, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
For sure. But when it's dry, people will tend to push really hard, and then the differentials come down as well. Whereas in the wet, the youth, the experience counts for a little bit. But you've got to be brave in one of these.
Sure. Of course, you've got 2 races today as well, so if you don't get as far up as you want to the first race, there's always a chance for the second.
Yeah, I'd like to be in the mix. I mean, I obviously everybody wants to win, but to have a good race and get out and the camaraderie around, everybody, particularly in the older Class C cars, there's a hell of a camaraderie between the people who race. Huge competition, but it's a friendly competition as well, which is great.
Yeah. How do you find it without any spectators?
Well, the marshals have been brilliant actually, because I just coming back, I was looking around in the Mini and they're waving away. I think that's really nice. It makes such a difference. Whereas when you're doing the qualifying, the track's so busy, and you're looking out for faster cars, and particularly in the wet. The Formula Ford, you can't see that much. In fact, you can't even see the car in front of you when it's booster tail spray. So all of a sudden, your nose is going to actually be on the gearbox before you see them. It's quite scary.
Of course, a huge thank you to all our marshals who are doing a fantastic job. And in fact, there's oversubscription of marshals for the meeting, which shows how keen and a great group of men and women they are. Of course, Castle Combe Formula 4 Championship, over 50 years old now, and Howard Strawford was the first person to actually form a regional Formula 4 Championship. So a lot to thank for him.
It was Howard actually, after I did a test day with the Formula 4, just an ordinary day, and Howard said, "You're pretty good at this, why don't you come and have a go?" It cost me a fortune since. He was a hell of a salesman.
No racing is cheap, is it? Okay, I wish you all the best this afternoon, and thanks very much for your time. Thank you. Cheers. Well, very interesting there. Chat with Steve, and we'll go off and see if we can find someone else. Cheers.
Thank you very much for that, Clive. So let's exit out of solo feed there. So Clive's going to go wandering around. Apologies, I know that was a bit quiet. I probably just deafened you because you've all turned your volume up to be able to hear that, and then I come booming in. So apologies about that. But it is a little bit quieter down on that one, but at least we're managing to do it to bring you. And he's going to go wandering and see who else is going to be there. Morning, Bob Honeysett. He's just gone back into his cubby hole now and having a quick lunch before the action gets started. But I don't know why he's saying that they've lost the feed. Kevin will be probably around at some point, but as far as I'm aware, we still get the feed of the cameras. We need to make sure that it's all okay, because obviously where a lot of you were saying about the fact there was the grey around the cameras is he's changed the setup of them. And it just comes out a little bit small now, I think, doesn't it? So that's, I would imagine that's where he's gone running off to, and probably why it's disappeared from race control. I think race control are going to want that to stay once. Now they're getting used to having the feeds from around the circuit. They've not been used to it. We go to some other, the more modern circuits, very well funded circuits. That have that in race control. Well, fingers crossed, we may have that here as well going forward. We'll wait and see. It's an amazing start, and what a fantastic job that, despite the impact that everybody here has had at the circuit, is that they have still sort of put this effort in to try to bring as much possible, get the action underway first and foremost. I know that for whatever reason, Ian Moore and Andy Bailey have put angry faces in reaction to this. Hopefully that was by accident, because the circuit, bless them, they've worked so hard to get this racing underway, to get some footage for you. It's a pleasure that I've been sort of helping out to get this done and driving it forward. You did catch the tail end of qualifying. Obviously, once we get going, it'll just be the proper commentary, as you'd expect, because we've got 8 races to bring you. We start off with the Saloons 15-lap race. Then we've got 10-lap race for the Castle Combe Racing Club Formula 4 Championship. The GTs are out. What an incredible field, not just in numbers, but the type of cars that we've got in it are just incredible. You wait till you see that one. Then we've got the bumper grid you've just seen of the hot hatches. That's a 20-minute race, and then it's just repeats. Saloons for 15 laps, Formula Fords for 10 laps, GT Championship for 15 laps, and the hot hatches out for their 20-minute race at the end. You may have heard earlier that we will also be starting a little bit later, because we had a red flag from the GTs with some barrier repair that was required. Everybody's fine as far as I'm aware, but we just needed to repair four of the wooden stakes behind, I think it was, that needs to be replaced. And the maintenance crew, flat out, Les said that he thought it was going to be 45 minutes to do it. I don't know actually what it was precisely, but it was certainly less than that. So did an incredible job. Good to see Chris Pearson saying all still live on at home, so it is just race control that have lost it. We've got Brian S.T. Rogers. Shout out to my brother Dave Rogers. Dave Rogers, I saw him down there earlier today doing what he normally does down at the assembly area. One of the Quarry Hardcore, Mark Goose Bryant. That would be great to have the cameras full time. Let's wait and see. Let's get through this one, and then we'll see what's possible. It may well not be, because this is a bit Blue Peter. Here's one I did earlier. And the reality is we want to get everyone back through the gates, and we want Family Combe back here all together. Matt Parr, sadly not racing this year. I think he's focusing ready for 2021. Hi, guys. Good luck to all racing today. We definitely mean that. And another one that's not making it this year, sadly, youngster Jake Olden. What time is it all kicking off? 12:15, my friend, will be the first race. Bobby Enduro says, any minis racing? Well, yes. is the answer. Lots of them. Not a mini race, but there's lots of minis in. I mean, we've got a whole class of minis, obviously, in the hot hatches, Class E, which is for the Mini Cooper S's, and we've got an R53 in there as well. I think we had some in the GTs as well. So, yes, we've got plenty of minis racing. Roger Noble says, good luck, guys. Got a show to prepare, and you're distracting me, but well done. Sorry, mate. We'll keep distracting as much as we can. Another driver I'm hoping we'll see back, if not this year, next year, but hopefully it'll be this year, Kieran Simmons. Well done, guys. Keep up the good work. That's someone who I also know that we're putting off from his work, because he set up the garage in his garage, working a big screen, and he's watching us there as well. So great to see. And oh, crikey, a whole load of comments just suddenly come in. Where did I go? Andrew de Havilland -Fox. Morning all. Gutted I can't be there. I would normally be serving coffee at Funky Coffee at Quarry Corner. Cheers, Andy. Yes, Andy, we love your donuts as well. You must have had some of those, Ian. The oven cooked donuts rather than deep fat fried. They are absolutely glorious, and we look forward to having those back again at some point. Gemma Russell Woodman, loving watching this online. Thanks, guys. Watching from Australia. There you go, Ian. You asked the question. Australia, that's the furthest so far. Hopefully you can still hear me, Ian. Yes, there was a smile. He can. That's all right.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, we've got Australia. So we can add that to Belgium there. That's 2. We're not going to get much further away from Australia than Australia, are we, unfortunately? So we hit the limit pretty early, which is... that gets them in planetary cities, maybe. That's the extra one. Maybe they'll listen to us from the space station or something like that.
Oh, sorry.
But good to have listeners all over the world. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying that sounds like we've got the internet's gone on a lunch break as well at your end, because that was breaking up a little bit there. Hopefully that will be okay a little bit later. Again, This is the risk that we're taking, isn't it, today?
I must have been all breaking up a little bit as well. I think it must be the internet connection at my end. So I'm not sure there's a great can do about that. But hopefully it will stay strong. If Kev can do anything to help that, then so much the better. But fingers crossed on that.
Right, sorry about that. I did just unplug myself so that Kevin could hear basically what we were hearing. Actually, I've just realised I'm on. That'll be why I need to do that.
Interestingly now, Chris, you're coming through loud and clear without any breaking up. So hopefully I am as well now. Fingers crossed.
You are, yeah. That's so. Kevin was already flat out with a few bits and pieces, just taking the cameras down and what have you. So we knew this was going to be fun, didn't we? It's going to be fun. And listen, we're all in this together. We're all having fun. We're going to enjoy as much as we possibly can. Jamie Peters Ennis, good luck to Jamie Sturgis and the Leon. New livery is stunning. Miss putting 3 tons of polish on it. Absolutely. Jake Cox, gutted I'm not there in breakdown, but glad I can watch it from home. My day sorted. Good luck all. I was expecting you to be here, Jake, actually. I'm surprised you're not, mate. That's a shame. That's okay. Emma's just dropped us a message to say about the logo. That's already gone once we... it's back up now, but that's because we're on the lunch break. But we'll remove it once the feeds are in. That's no problem. Joshua Harrison, are you going to be having this stream all day, or will it be full screen for the races? It will be the 6 screens that you've seen every time there's action out on track. There's nothing on track, Joshua. That's the reason you're back to us. You can stay there in an empty track if you really want, but we're going to be bringing various conversations coming in, including Clive wandering. I can understand. I wouldn't want to look at us, Ian, to be fair.
No, I guess we're going to see inside the commentary box for the first time as well, and it's not the luxurious setting that everyone was probably imagining it was in here. It's a bit breeze block, and Well, there's a door which shuts, which is good, but it's not luxury in here. I can, if anyone was thinking that that's what me and Chris had, we don't.
Yeah, but you're hiding the hot tub in the far corner, though. I see.
Yeah, you can't see that. If you hear the bubbles in the background, apologies.
Absolutely. Roger Good, another guy that should be out here racing, and his son Mike Good. Great coverage, guys. Sorry not to be racing, but hopefully soon. I hope so, mate. Really do. Vince Mann says, good luck, Formula Ford guys. Missed the racing. Cheers, Vince. I just mentioned about the donuts at the Funky Coffee. Someone else knows all about what I'm talking about. They know that they're lovely. Let's have a look. Oh, crikey, there's a whole load of comments have now come in. Vicky Metcalf, great watching online. Kids are loving it. Hi, kids. Hope you are enjoying this one. And we got 20 minutes till we go racing. Enjoying the lunchtime show, but got to behave as we are on camera at Quarry. So that's Gary Elson, so presumably one of the mighty Orange Army. Great to see Tom Davis and team putting on this show. Here's to a great day of racing from Charlie Oakman. Thank you for that. And again, still further afield, Lee Barterby just dropping in on Facebook while working at Porsche Bournemouth. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Porsche Bournemouth. Fantastic to see. Big shout out to all the marshals on the bank. Have a good day from Bill Collins. And Jed Doyle is missing the frappes from the Mighty Coffee stall as well. When does the hatchback race start? Well, in theory, and again, you can see this if you go onto tsl-timing.com. It will give you the information there. It would be 2 o'clock. And therefore, I would venture it's possibly going to be 2:15 because we've got 15-minute delay at the moment. We might be able to make up little bits, but if you go for 2 o'clock, it should be around about then. And Matt Parr confirming, yep, he'll be back out in 21, doing a great job, guys. Thank you very much. Great job by everyone involved to bring this to us. Hopefully, we'll get the 33 TT back out soon. That's Rich Marashat. That would be good to see that back out again as well. Haley Deacon, good luck, hubby. Hot hatch number 113. Actually, that means that's Sean Deacon in the yellow and black Peugeot 106 GTI. Me and the kids are so excited to see you race for the first time. So glad we can watch you on Castle Combe Live. That's the thing to remember, everybody, is we got family members of the racers that can't be here either, and they're glued to this. So it's we're all in this together. Carl Alden, Jake's dad, he's also said, morning all, well done to all at Combe. Let's have a safe and enjoyable day. Christopher Britton says, wish I could be there marshalling, but looking forward to being there in August. And that was the great thing, is that we had more marshals than we could actually have here. And that is just a testimony to the mighty Orange Army here at Castle Combe. My dad's commented as well. Look at this. I'm loving this. My dad. Having been attending race days at Combe for over 35 years, I'm proud to be associated with the whole team there, making this happen and making it available to all of us from home. Well done, son. You sound great, Dad. I'm over here, Dad. Love it. That is so cool. Tanya Mizzen also saying, good luck to our dad, Nick Mizzen. We are all watching. Hello to Nick Mizzen's family and still best wishes for Nick's ongoing recovery from the Big C. So it's great to see. Oh, and we've got another crowd favourite here, Ray Ferrari, Nut Ferguson. Shame I can't be there. Good luck, everybody. And let's have a look. Good grief. There's almost too many coming in now, isn't there? I've got to put this one up as well. My wife as well. Well, it's actually from my daughter, but it says it's from my wife. Hi, Daddy. Good luck. And I love you. From Lauren. Hello, Lauren. Hello, wife. Or current Mrs. Dawes. That's what I say on the show, isn't it? The current Mrs. Dawes. But I can't have her bringing me gin in here. I don't know. It's terrible, isn't it? We've lost Ian completely. Is that what you'd expect? He's gone completely now. Kev's now legging it out of the box to sort that one out. Ludek Suhaj, greetings from Rawtenstall. I wish everyone a nice race and let's enjoy the beginning of the new season together, at least a distance from the television. I don't think you have to socially distance from your TV, mate. I think you're okay there. But well done on being sensible. Good luck to the guys who also race in the Welsh sports, Mark Nicholson, Keith Butcher and Chris Everall. That's from Colin Dunn. Oh, by the way, I also had another message to read out. Nearly missed it. Clive Baker, wishing you a speedy recovery from your hip replacement from your brother, Wayne Baker. Been coming to Castle Combe for the last 40 plus years and marshalling for 30 plus years. Just messaging Ian because he's just messaged me to say that the Tinternet's gone. Oh, by the way, just updates is that Rock Valley Automotive, Big John has said, FYI, Nathan's new drive shaft let go, replacing it now, and we're back out for race 1. So Nathan Nichols from the Hot Hatches, he will be back out again. Sadly, it's the drive shaft, so real shame, but fingers good that should be okay. Swamp Thing, Tony Dixon, he's got us on YouTube on the big telly for a change as well. Hi, Swamp Thing, great to have you with us. Chris Pearson saying, all looking good. Thank you for all those comments. I've got comments almost in from too many places, as well as just coming in so quick. We're up to 550 viewers at this precise moment. So it's going to be loads of you dipping in and out, I have no doubt, during the course of the day. Remember, you can watch it back as well after the event. And we might be able to do some cut downs for each of the championships or the audios. It depends, because that will be done in my own time. So it's like whether I get the opportunity to do it, we can put that online. Thank you so much for all the comments coming in. Good luck, Adam and Gary Preble, it says from Tracy Plumridge. And I think that is a great opportunity to start taking you through the grid for the saloons. They're not in the assembly area yet. That's because we've still got 15 minutes. But it's an interesting grid, I've got to tell you. Again, if you go to tsl-timing.com, and if you then select the Castle Combe event, and you then go to event results, and what it'll do is it'll give you each of the championships, and you can click on, and you're going to be able to then see the grids and everything. Just realised my eye looks terrible again, doesn't it? I do apologise for scaring you all if you've put us on big screens, especially now I'm taking up the full one. I do apologise for that. It's there's trying to treat it. Right, so the grid for the first saloon car race, which is race 1 of 2020. Can you believe that? What are we on now? We're on the 4th of July, and the first race at Castle Combe of 2020 is only just going to be coming up soon. The Castle Combe Racing Club Saloons. Pole position, it is Gary Preble. He did a 120.496. Now, the interesting thing is that the second race, the grid, is based on their second fastest lap times, and it's all changed. Apart from this man, this is belting from this guy. Alongside him is the number 6 Sirocco of Rob Ballard. He's spent last year desperately, him and the team Race Tech, trying desperately to get this car sorted. They've been flat out with it, and he's put it on the front row. For both races, he starts in second place. He's a very dear friend of mine, a lovely, lovely guy, and it's so good to see it coming true. We're going to have him on the show soon as well, because he's had his health challenges, to say the least, and still does, and yet he's still out there racing. Want to show all you people that if you've got challenges, keep fighting, because you can, against the odds, still race. Second row, last year's champion, car number 1, Simon Thornton Norris, in that ridiculously quick Mitsubishi Colt. And alongside him, we know this car is ridiculously quick. It is Adam Preble in the number 66, the Vauxhall Astra. Slight tweak to his colour scheme this year. He's got rid of the yellow. It is just all white with black stripes. All white at the back, or white at the front, actually, for Adam Preble. Third row, another new colour scheme, number 86. It's Kevin Bird in his Nissan. He says, just trying to grab that. It is the Nissan 200 SX. However, it's not just all white now. It is with red and blue. It looks like the Skyline, the old Skyline colour scheme on that, and it looks brilliant. Alongside him, hopefully, is going to be there, because I saw he had an issue in qualifying, is British touring car ace Josh Cook, car 166, and his Renault Megane. I'm just going to bring. Just put that there so that Ian is now he can hear me, but he's in the green room at the minute. I'm going to bring it in back in a second. But Josh Cook, British touring car driver, he's here, but that car did stop in qualifying, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on that to make sure that he is with us. If he is, apparently, John Barnard, who sadly isn't here either at the moment, he was saying that Josh was going to be driving that car here as well, so because it is race legal. Be interesting to see what he can do, mixing it with the usuals. Row 4, 25 John Lannon. So the Class C car there, the Citroen Saxo VTS, incredible job putting that car on the 4th row. Alongside him, car number 30, Tony Dolly, the bright orange Seat Leon. 5th row, the white Volkswagen Sirocco of Dave Scaramanga. Alongside him, car number 26, which is the MG-ZR of Mark Sutton. Again, you'll recognise that one, lime green and yellow. Row 6, it's the 282 car of Dave Spiller. I was about to say not in his usual car, but unfortunately that Mini got destroyed heading up Avon Rise tail end of last year. They got a new car and it was all replaced and ready to go. But that car's not making it out this year. But they bought another car for Pete Spiller, Dave's dad. But Dave's taking Pete's car out. Did you follow that? Have you got it? They haven't either, to be honest. I think Pete's still a bit bitter with that. But Dave Spiller has taken, what do they call that? Nooper, I think they call that car, onto the 6th row in 11th place. And alongside him, car number 41, Anthony Weeks, the first of the Class D cars, is Citroen Saxo. Good to see he's back out again as well. Row 7 is number 67, Terry Thorne, the Class B car, the Ford Fiesta. And alongside him, the other Class D car, number 28, of Chris Hignall, out in his Team Blast Motorsport Peugeot 106. And then in 15th place on the 8th row, it's Stuart Hignall in the other Team Blast Motorsport car, the white Citroen Saxo. That one, I think, possibly had a few issues because he kind of crept into the pits at the end there. So we'll wait and see how that one's going to play out. But front row, Gary Preble, Rob Ballard, Simon Thornton Morris, Adam Preble, Kevin Bird, Josh Cook. Wow. I mean, this is just going to be incredible. 15 laps of racing. They are starting to come in. Actually, let me see if you can see that well enough. Down there is the Nissan 200SX of Kevin Bird, and hopefully you can see the red and blue colouring on that just about. Kevin by the side of it with Chab there as well. Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird, was tempted to come out in his Megane, and I think especially with the drizzle we had in qualifying, I think he was a bit disappointed that he didn't get out there, because he would have been absolutely brilliant in the Renault Megane in those conditions. Right. Let me have a look, because Ian's actually gone on to his mobile. All the bad news is I can hear me in the background.
Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes, but I can hear me too.
Okay, this is the problem we're going to have using this. So we'll hopefully get Kev round here quite shortly. I can see his van.
He ran.
I can show you his van. There it is, over in the distance, heading towards us to get that sorted. This is the problem I've got. No broadband. So hopefully he'll be here shortly. We'll get going on the laptop again rather than on the mobile.
Okay, well, thank you for that, mate. We'll hang fire and leave you to relax for a little bit now, and hopefully we'll have you back in again very shortly. So we'll put him back into the green room, and the cars are, well, very slowly getting towards the assembly area. And apologies, I know lots of you are bringing in the comments to, and I've not managed to get to very many of them, but that's because literally there's so many. Chris Mason, thanks, mate. Dorsey, can you put some powder on the old dome? We're getting a lot of glare. Yeah, sorry about that. It's going to be a lot there. Equally is that Castle Combe Racing Club have put up that if you go to tsl-timing.com/results/CCRC Castle Combe Racing Club. Another driver, and I agree, I've been commentating on Lewis Bird on the sim racing during this winter period. Gutted I couldn't be here today. I'm hoping to be there for the second round. It would be great to see Lewis out there. Just got his ARDS license this year, his racing license, and it would be good if we can see him go in. We got people all around the country watching. Chris Savage, the Caterham racer, and I do like that. He's got an Open Doors training sticker on his wheel arch there as well. Look, if you can make out on the picture there. Hi, Chris. Let's go racing. Out for the first time tomorrow at Silverstone. Well, best of luck tomorrow there as well, mate. Someone else from Australia as well. Tim Salmon streaming for Australia. Looking forward to race one. All the best. Tim in the orange rocket. Go number 20. So that is... I've got to try and find a number 20. Should we just make up a number 20? If you're watching from there, Tim, then yeah, we got to just sort of make up a number 20. It'll be in one of the other ones as well. Great to see. Celeste, that's Adam Preble's better half. I think we're going to say that about you, Celeste. You're his better half. I think that's fair. Waiting for Adam Preble to race, especially after he did the picture of the parrot and the pirates flag after our show on Thursday, where I had an eye patch over my eye. I got to put some cream back in my eye at some point. Thank you to the Med Centre. They've been helping me out this morning to try and make it as manageable as possible. But there may be a point that I have to hand you over to the other guys, and I just will be then putting in cream in my eye, and you don't want to see that, I can assure you. That's okay. Celeste agreed with me. Yes, the better half. I knew you would. But the Preble boys are going to be here. Those two, I tell you what, we talk about caged animals. They've been desperate to get out here as soon as they possibly can. Testing whenever they could. Didn't matter on the weather, even if they made for a little while. Oh, no. I've just seen this come from Sharon Ballard, Rob's other half. Rob's chain snapped on the engine. Josh is out as well. So Rob put it on the front row for both races, and he's not going to be there. And it sounds like Josh Cook has not made it out. Oh, that is devastating. That is a real shame. I'm still going to try and keep everything crossed that we may see them back out, but I'm so gutted for Rob Ballard, one of the nicest guys going, and clearly was getting some incredible speed out of that as well. But what a shame. Stuart Tinker-Taylor, one of the camp softcore, as I think you guys call yourself. Hi, Chris. Sat in my living room watching on my TV, but wish I was at camp watching. Mate, agreed. I know. We all feel that way as well. So many people supporting. Is David Vivian racing in a Formula Ford? Yes, he is, and he's pleased. He qualified in 7th, I think he did. If so, best of luck. Let's have fingers crossed for a podium. Also, let's not forget Castle Combe, I would imagine, is the best circuit in the UK. Good man. Nicely said there. No, before someone has also said, Stephen Dibden has said, any chance, I'd imagine that meant, of switching a couple of cameras over, Bobbies and Esses, bottom left and bottom right. No, I'm afraid. I think we've got, and we daren't. If there's things that are working, they're going to stay that way, I'm afraid. And the idea is that it actually follows left to right. So it doesn't sort of rotate round that way. It goes from left to right on both rows. Now, I see that Ian has possibly come back in again as well. Let me bring that in. Ian, I can hear you already, I think.
Excellent. Right, you can hear me then. That's good. You can see me now. So hopefully all is well. Kev has worked his magic, and we seem to be back, and not via my mobile this time as well. So that's good. Just in time for the race. Indeed.
Now, I don't know whether you'll have heard it while you were busy doing everything. Rob Ballard may be qualified on the front row, but his chain has gone in his engine. And
I was listening away intently.
Yeah, Josh Cook.
That's a shame. That's a real shame that Josh Cook, I'm sure he'd been keen to get some track time in ahead of the opening touring car round in, what's that, a month away? Something like that, isn't it? 4 weeks until then. So that's a shame that he's not going to be on the grid, but hopefully should still have a pretty good race. Actually, looking at the qualifying times, they were all fairly close, weren't they? The first sort of 4 cars all within about 0.4 of a second. Although since then, conditions have somewhat improved, haven't they? It's basically dried out completely now.
And it was very, very wet when they were out, wasn't it? Although probably that annoying sort of in-between... no, I think it probably was wet, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was wet, but not like big standing water streaming up type of wet, but wet enough.
As Peter Kay said, it's that prime rain that soaks you through.
That's exactly what it was, first thing. Yeah. Exactly what it was.
Got a message in from Gary Cann as well. I think he's one of the mechanics for the Swift Cooper team. Hi, Chris. Hope to be out with Alan Slater soon. Good to see that beautiful, I presume it's going to be the Nike, that glorious Nike Formula 4 car that will be out soon. Right, let me change what you're all looking at. You'll be pleased to know. We're now going to, he says, add to stream. Why am I not? There we go. Patience, Dorsey, patience. Right, I've clicked and clicked again, so that means I've unclicked it. Right, now let's put that up to there. Let's get rid of the Combe TV. Oh no, I can actually put that up there and it'll stay there, because as it stands at the moment, this is what we're going to be looking at, and I will zoom in if we need to.
Just so you know, Chris, you're breaking up a bit for me. I think that probably again is the internet at my end rather than anything else. So hopefully things will settle down as the day goes on. But yeah, it might just be a little bit on the weak side on the internet signal. Hopefully that won't cause too much disruption.
Right, let's get ready to rumble. That's kind of how excited I feel now. Sadly, that front row is not fully occupied, is it? We've got Gary Preble sat there all on his own, but chomping behind the beat. I mean, it's like he's about to be hunted down by his brother, Adam Preble, who's got that big bit of daylight in front of him, hasn't he? With last year's champion, number 1, Simon Thornton Norris, is directly behind Preble. Then we've got all on his own is Kevin Bird in the 86 car, the Nissan 200. Just beautiful with that livery. You'll see it as it comes through shortly. Actually, another one is that we've got Tony Dolly on his own, so no John Lannon. The 25 car's missing as well. So that is a shame. So no 25. No 166 and no 6. That is a shame. Then we've got Dave Scaramanga and Mark Sutton. Dave Spiller, Anthony Weeks. So Anthony Weeks is in his white Citroen Saxo. Then we've got the Fiesta of Terry Thorne, number 67. That I would like to think will come through the field as well, with Chris Hignell alongside him and Stuart Hignell at the back. That, as I say, I think had some issues. Not what we're used to seeing for the saloons. Not entirely sure. We're going off on the first of our warm-up laps. What a fantastic sight this is. And I'm just so delighted that we're now getting the action back underway as we see them on the cameras round Folly, heading up to Avon Rise. I'm not going to be doing this for the whole event, but let's have a look now. And we pop out of there because we're going to now see them coming round Quarry Corner. Many of you will be loving this site. What a fantastic vision this is. That something that we've all been looking forward to seeing, and hopefully we'll all be seeing in person very soon. And a little bit staccato there as they come round, but just a brilliant job that Kevin has done here, and you just see that field making its way round. Then coming down towards us through the S's, Gary Preble trying to give the hurry up already to the safety car, and a big gap there before Simon Thornton Norris and Adam Preble together. Then we've got the gap before the Kevin Bird in his Nissan with Tony Dolly just behind him. Then that's Dave Scaramanga in his white Sirocco, Mark Sutton in that lime green and yellow MGZR. Then we've got Dave Spiller in the orange and black Mini. Let's pop back out of that. And I'm going to go forward. Yet another camera coming down out of tower towards Bobbies that we have here. Obviously, when we've gone large on them, the quality does just dip down a little bit. So don't panic that it's like that. It will be... all of the cameras that we're going to see as they're coming down towards us. Remember, this is going to be a 15-lap race. I feel like it's my first day at school, but very familiar. I'm looking around and it's like all the officials, they're literally like kids in sweet shops, and Chris Mason's down there absolutely glued to it. He's got the headphones on as well, and they're just making their way round towards us for the start. You see on the top left camera is that the marshals stood at the front of the grid. Keith Rain sat there with the yellow flag, making sure that Gary Preble knows exactly where to go. Simon Thornton Norris making his way we go. Castle Combe Racing 2020 is about to get underway. We're watching for the lights. 1 light, 2 lights. On goes the 3rd, the 4th light, and the engine notes. 5 lights are on. Off they go, and away go the field. And both Prebles get a great start, but Thornton Norris just bogged down ever so slightly. So Kevin Bird muscles his way through there, up the inside, and Adam Preble has taken the lead past his brother. Gary seems to be slowing down. Is that a problem for Gary Preble? He's going steady all the way up Avon Rise. Sadly, I think he's got an issue as well. You're going to see coming towards you, Ian. Adam Preble has the lead.
Yeah, he does indeed. Apologies for breaking it. We'll try and get the internet sorted down here. But it is Preble leading. That's Adam Preble leading. Gary Preble going very slowly indeed. You can probably see at the back of one of the shots there. So it's these two cars breaking away. But a big moment there for the racing. Adam Preble gets the car very much out of shape as he comes through the Esses and towards Old Paddock. He's held on to the lead, though, from Kevin Bird in second. Simon Thornton Norris, the 3-time champion, is there in 3rd position. 4th is Dave Scaramanga. In 5th place is Tony Dolly. And up in 6th place at the moment, a very good start for the number 26 car of Mark Sutton. But Gary Preble has come past me just now, Chris, right at the back of the field. He's going to be heading towards the pits.
That is a shame. I mean, he got a good start, and it was really the second phase you saw it. But what an incredible start from Kevin Bird. This new colour scheme seems to have really worked for him. He's not only got a good start away from the others, but he is right on the tail as they come across to complete their first lap. Adam Preble knows he's in for a race, just not with the cars he was expecting. Those two pulling away. Simon Thornton Norris just struggled to get away and has kept himself back. But I would suspect he's now going to start pedaling that thing considerably quicker. And Gary Preble, to confirm what you suspected, Ian, is into the pits.
As the leaders, though, head out of Quarry Corner for the second time in this 15-lap race, Adam Preble in the lead, stretching away now from the second place car, which is that of Kevin Bird, the Nissan. 3rd, the Mitsubishi of First Class B car, Simon Thornton Norris and Dave Scaramanga in 5th, Tony Dolly on his own a little bit. So he's in 5th place. And then it's Mark Sutton 6th. He has got right behind him. That's the number 67 car. I believe it's 67. That is the Fiesta going through. That's, Terry Thorne. It was on our registered 168. It's the 67 car of Terry Thorne. He is giving Mark Sutton a very hard time for 6th position. Lead us back towards you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So down they come towards us to complete the second lap. Many of you getting excited. Sadly, Joshua Harrison saying this isn't racing. You can't hear the engines and can barely see the action. Very disappointing. Well, hopefully everyone else that's watching will think, well, that's a bit harsh considering we've really tried to bring as much as we can here. And already Adam Preble is now stretching his leg. The lead is now over a second. In fact, over a second and 3/4. So Kevin Bird's early onslaught just seems to have paused at the moment, Ian.
Yeah, certainly does. So it's Adam Preble leading then. He was 1.7, 1.8 seconds clear at the beginning of the lap. From in 2nd place, Kevin Bird. 3rd, Simon Thornton Norris. Gap back then to Dave Scaramanga. And 4th, Tony Dolly. 5th in the Seat. Then what's happening for 6th? Well, it's still Mark Sutton as they head through Quarry Corner now. You can just about see those on your cameras, I think, on the top right. He has got Terry Thorne right behind him in the Fiesta, and then it's the number 282 Mini of Dave Spiller that's there in 8th. Mark Sutton there, but yes, he has a big spin, and he's facing in the wrong direction, and he's almost collected by the Mini of Dave Spiller there, and it's the Saxo of Anthony Weeks that has to go to the other side, the right-hand side of the Spud Mark Sutton car, so he was in 6th, now back down to the 9th place.
Wow, I just saw that on the screen, that spin. That was a very heart-in-mouth moment there. We've got information from downstairs, thanks Nick Ramsden, that it's the boost pipe for Gary Preble, and they are still sat there with the bonnet up. Hopefully they can get that sorted for race number 2. But Adam Preble stretching his legs nicely at the top, and already, though, he's the only car in the 112s, Ian. That's mighty impressive.
It's a very good lap time, isn't it? We will remind ourselves what the lap records are for these cars. 1:12.158 is the lap record, so we're only about a tenth of a second off that, and that is held by Adam Preble, of course. He set that just over 12 months ago, last May. Adam set the Class A overall saloon car lap record, so he's relatively little traffic today, of course, with a smaller grid, and that should mean more clear track, more clear laps for the driver. So, and it's fairly cool, good conditions, I would say, for perhaps a new lap record, Chris.
And remind me, what is the lap record again?
It's 1:12.158 is that record. Adam Preble last May.
Okay, so 1:12.158. Yeah, he's just crossing the line now. That one's back into the 1:13s there. So I wonder whether he's maybe just being a little bit sensible here, and he's just keeping it at a decent pace. He doesn't need to push this any harder because he's got a comfortable lead now, 3 1/4 second lead over the second place Kevin Bird. He'll be pleased to be sat there in the second. Remember, third place Thornton Norris, third on the road, but of course that's still a Class B victory, something he's getting very comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that's been Simon's secret, really, hasn't it, over 3 of the last 4 seasons, just regularly picking up the Class B wins, whereas Class A has had more different winners, and therefore the Class A champion hasn't been able to collect as many points as Simon has in Class B. And he's leading again, although I think, obviously, because some of the grids in the class are a bit smaller than normal, I think maybe there'll be a limit on how many points they can all pick up for their various class successes today, because if there are fewer than a certain number of starts, I think the number of points you can get is a bit more limited.
Yes, true. I don't imagine that, to be honest, they're so relieved to be back out there racing. I think that's the least of their concerns. They're just loving getting out there. Adam pushing that new livery. You see there's no yellow on that car anymore. And Kevin Bird pushing in second. Third place, Simon Thornton Norris. Dave Scaramanga seems to have dropped away at the moment. He's coming down towards camp now, but seems to be a lot more steady as it stands at the minute. And let me just see, crossing the line, I'm just going to report, no lap time, about the same. Sorry, Ian.
That's all right. A battle that I think we're about to have on track is for 8th and 9th position. This is Mark Sutton for his spin. This is 3 laps ago. He's now caught the Saxo of Anthony Weeks, and he's been lapping about a second faster than Weeks, and they're pretty much together. They're at Bobbies now, so the bottom right camera, I think that is, if you're following it on screen. Yeah, you can see how close the green and yellow MG is now to the back of the white Weeks Saxo. Meanwhile, Lee's already gone past me again and turning their way through Bobbies, really. So they'll be shortly lapping that battle for 8th and 9th position.
And a suggestion for you, Ian, as well, actually, if you turn your camera off, say stop cam, so that you're only doing your audio. Let's see if we can, that'll improve things for you, mate, because you're in the background anyway. But Adam Preble's now doing the lappery. The first of those is the Anthony Weeks, the fight that I think you were talking about. Yeah, Anthony Weeks. Although, is that? No, it's the two Hignalls, sorry, are together as well. That was the other interesting one, Ian, is that the two Hignalls, sorry, in Team Blast cars glued together.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I've stopped my cam now. Hopefully that might improve things a little bit. So that battle has come through. Mark now into 8th place ahead of Anthony Weeks, as we thought might happen. Just up the road from them, there's a decent sort of for 10th and 11th, final 2 position. Is just about to be lapped by Kevin Bird. That's very intense, and that's between the two Hignalls in the Peugeot. Oh, and Simon Thornton was almost squeezed onto the grass there by one of them as he was going to lap. I think that's Kevin Bird come through, but possibly not. Simon Thornton Norris behind. No harm done to anybody, fortunately. The Saxo and the Peugeot 106 continue there, but Bird and Thornton Norris now, with all of that, are right together. So the fight for second place is on, and that's heading back towards you, Chris.
It is, and we just managed to zoom in on that, and the two Hignall cars are going side by side. But yeah, look at this. Simon Thornton Norris closed in on that second place now. Kevin Bird is under massive pressure. The lappery did not go to plan at all there as they crossed the line, glued together, and all of a sudden that we're looking at a gap. Well, it says 0.364. Well, at times it's less than that. In fact, up Avon Rise, you can see that Simon Thornton Norris looking one way, looking the next, over the rise. Is he looking towards the inside at Quarry? No, but he's certainly putting pressure on him, Ian.
Yeah, certainly is. Apologies for breaking up. We'll try and get that sorted, but they are heading towards me. And actually, there's all of us a bit more of a gap between Simon Thornton Norris in third place in the car ahead of him. Kevin Bird. They're catching the back markers, Anthony Weeks and Mark Sutton, and get them probably the next lap or so. I would think we're on lap 8 and around about halfway through this race. And it is still Bird ahead of Thornton Norris, with more traffic about to come into play. Who knows, we could have a change for second before too much longer. Well, Gary Preble back out there as well. Gary Preble has run the circuit. He's just by Dave Scaramanga, so he's not at full hour though. So I think Gary Preble, that is still problems.
Yeah, and apologies, as Ian says there, yeah, he's a bit like a Dalek over there. And look at this, through Cam Corner, Thornton Norris is trying to have a little sneaky snifter up the inside. He's still going there, not quite got there. The power of that Nissan kicks in, round the right-hander of Folly, trying desperately to defend onto that position, up Avon Rise, but they're going to be encountering Mark Sutton soon, who I think possibly held up Adam Preble slightly. Yeah, he was 114s last time, so he's not as far away. But wow, those two are going at it. They're coming towards you now, Ian.
Yeah, they certainly are, Chris. Hopefully you can still hear me. And they are pretty much nose to tail as they make their way through the S's towards Old Paddock now. Simon Thornton Norris trying to go around the outside of the Nissan. The Nissan goes to the left-hand side of the circuit on the exit of the corner. Thornton Norris goes to the right now. He feints to the left as the Nissan, the big Nissan, covers the line in towards Tower. They now go. Thornton Norris on the inside, but no, not quite close enough to make that work. So heading up towards Bobbies, it is still Kevin Bird ahead.
Yeah, we've got good audio from you now, mate. So well done. It's thanks to Kevin again, doing a great job there. Here comes Adam Preble round to cross the line. He's got past this great fight that you were talking about earlier between the 67 Fiesta of Thorn with Spiller number 282 just behind him. But look at this. This is for second and third across the line. Kevin Bird just about has the nod. But again, Thornton Norris goes very tight round the right-hander of Folly. He's got the inside line. They now need to be wary of not just back markers, but battling back markers ahead of them. The worst you can ever come across, and the Nissan just stamped across the nose of the Mitsubishi Colt. It's a stubby nose anyway in that car, but he made it stubbier.
Certainly is. Right, Adam Preble leads by nearly 8 seconds. He comes past me for the 10th time, so this is 2/3 race distance, but then the next two come behind are the next two in the race. Now that is Bird in the down lift. It's looking very smart indeed, and you've got that unlikely. It was an unlikely guys with 3 championships the last 4 years. Simon Thornton is this into the outside of Tower Corner to try and get past Kevin Bird. He can't make it through there, so it's still Bird in the second, Thornton Norris third, and then just behind here that there is a good battle going on for the minor places, a lap down. Lead us back with you.
Yep, he's coming across, and I'm just getting information that this could be a birthday victory for Adam. I've missed that fact that it's his birthday today, so I'm going to trust that blindly for now. But there we go. We've got the change for the lead, and up goes Thornton Norris. He's been threatening this for a good while, but patiently. There's smoke coming now from the rear of the Thornton Norris. I think you're going to have a look in when they get up there to see whether that's dangerous smoke or whether it's bodywork damage from where he made a move. Oh, and he's gone straight on. He's gone straight on at Quarry. And I think he's managed to.
Yeah, he's lost the position to Bird again, but he seems to be back up to speed now. Yes, there is smoke coming off something on that car, and he has gone straight on at the S's. So, and he's going to park up. So Simon Thornton Norris is out of the race, is hitting the tyre barrier of just a few yards away from him is the Fiesta of Terry Thorne. He was doing battle with Dave Spiller's Mini, and now I've got 2 cars stopped on the exit of the S. It's Simon Thornton Norris, who's had a breakdown, and Terry Thorne's Fiesta, which clobbered the tyres on the apex, the first apex of the S's, or second apex, I should say, of the S's, and that has ruled him out of the race, I'm afraid, Chris. So, double waved yellow flags at the S, single waved yellow flags at Quarry Corner.
Leader's already gone around Quarry. That was a very unusual impact, wasn't it, for the Fiesta? I think he forgot that they put those tyres in there on the apex.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Terry Thorne has as well, by the looks of it. Certainly there's new curbs at the S's and Bobbies this year. He missed those, which is something because they're quite vicious, and he hit the tyre stack instead. Adam Preble is coming past me now on lap 12, so 3 laps to go at the end of this one. He's about to lap Tony Dolly by the looks of it, who is there in 5th place, 4th within Class A. And, Kevin Bird's going slowly now. Kevin Bird is getting back up to speed.
I thought he looked like he was possibly a bit slower last time.
I think there's some problem there. It's not quite at full power, that car. I think he's got some kind of a problem with it, Chris.
Well, either that or Ian, that there's potential oil on the circuit from Simon Thornton Norris, because I think we're about to see that all of them are now off the pace, and I saw a couple of them just getting a bit twitchy through camp, and I know that Nathan Blake said I wondered if there'd been oil drop down there. By the way, it's his birthday tomorrow for Adam Preble.
Okay, so Simon Thornton Norris, I guess, might be the guilty party there if there is oil down on the circuit, because we saw smoke emerging from that car. He pulled off down at the S's, so it's a possibility, I guess. Meanwhile, a blue flag being shown to one of the back markers as Adam Preble goes past him, and that was, I think, one of the Hignalls that had a bit of a moment in front of the leader. Yeah, the 23 car there of Stuart Hignall. He's about to be lapped by Tony Dolly as well. Kevin Bird is still there in second place, and he is 26 seconds ahead of Dave Scaramanga, so looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, it's by the way, just so you know, Gary Preble did go back out, but then came straight back in and into the paddock. So they're going to try and get that one sorted permanently, and hopefully make it back out again for a little bit later. But here comes Adam Preble. His next target is to put another lap on Chris Hignall, and he's going to get that done. I was going to say before Folly. Yes, he has. Before he's gone through Folly. Up goes the white Vauxhall Astra, heading up Avon Rise. And this is their penultimate lap now. So they've done 13 laps already. And he just is in control. Now, I'm just going to check to see what sort of lap time we're getting out of Kevin Bird, because it was about 12 seconds slower last time. He's kind of back up to speed, Ian. So I don't know, whatever it was a temporary issue.
Yeah, well, 1:16, also at 9:27 last time through. His best lap is a 1:13.283. So about 3.5 seconds off the pace as Kevin reappears to do some more running repairs. Preble just goes past me with a lap and a half to go then. And he is well out in front at the moment. Bird is just making his way up into the S's in second place, and he's got a good lead over Dave Scaramanga in the VW in third place. Class B is being led by Anthony Weeks, Class C by Mark Sutton as things stand.
And I noticed that Dan Blake's actually said that Kevin Bird had a spin at the S's a couple of laps ago, so we missed that, and that was probably what it was. And I wonder whether he, and in fact Ian Carville said probably Norris's oil that he span on, and I think what then becomes an issue, Ian, is that it feels all wrong, doesn't it? That's the easiest way of saying it. The car feels like it's not handling, and that could be it.
Yeah, and you lose confidence, don't you? Because you're frightened it's going to spit you off into the barriers at any moment. So you do lose that confidence. Meanwhile, Preble is heading down towards me for the final time. He's not going to get the lap record, I don't think, so it will stay at the 1:12.158. His best lap in this race was 1:12.242. As he comes past me now for the final time in the Interceptor Racing, the black and white Astra, very smartly turned out car indeed. And then a long way back in second place is Kevin Bird. But Adam just making his way through. Bobbies had 3 Class A wins last year, of course, and he's going to have one in the first round of this season as well, Chris.
Yeah, here he comes down towards us. He's going to be the first winner here at Castle Combe in 2020, even though we're July 4th already. But round the final corner he comes to see that checkered flag, and he punches the air, delighted with his new car this year, new livery and everything. And across the line he goes to take a dominant victory in the end. Not quite the racing that he'd have enjoyed, because he does enjoy getting involved in any kind of skirmish. The next car that's going to come across the line is the bright orange at number 30 of Tony Dolly, the Seat Leon, who's actually finishing in 4th place. So he got lapped by Preble as well. Here is the second place car, number 86, Kevin Bird. That Nissan 200 SX was looking belted and was having a great race with last year's champion. Awesome work. We've already had Chris Hignall cross the line in 8th, and there goes Stuart Hignall a while back from his brother in the end then. 8th and 9th for the 2 Hignalls. Here comes Dave Spiller in his Mini. Great to see that he's back out there racing again. He's going to come home in 5th place. And it is all the top 5 positions are Class A this time because of Thornton Norris's demise. But there goes the 3rd place car of Dave Scaramanga. So he gets a pot as well for this race. The earlier spinning number 26 car of Mark Sutton, he comes home in 6th place, which gives him the Class C victory. And here comes Anthony Weeks, 7th on the road, and gives him Class D victory. Second in Class D was Chris Hignall, and second in Class C was Stuart Hignall. So they've both got silver medals for their troubles. So there we go. That was the opening race of 2021. Again, apologies that we had the issue with Ian's sound. Hopefully Kevin's running around trying to see what he can do as the Formula Fords are getting ready. But I can see that we're going to go down and we're going to bring in Clive Woodward. He's down there. Let me bring you in, take you up to full screen. The cars are going to be making their way towards you, Clive, but we have no idea what you're going to be able to see or do yet, do we?
Yep. That was certainly a race of attrition, a start of attrition to start with. A shame the two couldn't start. That was a great shame. But and Gary Preble retiring led a very easy victory for Adam Preble. But it was happening, as you say, very quickly, 1:12, so a very quick time. So I'll go and see if we can grab a word with him. He's just getting out of his car now.
And I've got to correct myself. Dave Paul Taylor, thank you. I've made a mistake. It's 2020. I don't know what I'm saying. So.
Thank you.
Right, with Adam Preble, who's just dropped his helmet. Adam, very well done.
Thank you very much.
That looked pretty easy
Yes,
with all the race of attrition, really, wasn't it?
I don't know what happened.
No, well, Gary dropped out.
Okay.
The other front runners didn't start, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
But nonetheless, you lapped very quickly. One lap was in the 12s, I believe.
Yes, yeah, I've done a quicker lap than that on the old side, so happy with it. The handle is on rails, but at the end of it, the back end kept stepping out. I couldn't get second or 37 gears, so really struggling. I thought, and there was really bad weather, so I thought they had to pull over. I couldn't believe I saw the checkered flag. I was like, thank God. I was like,
and your birthday tomorrow, so
yes,
yeah,
thank you very much.
And so do you think you'll get it sorted
I'm
for the
not
next
sure.
race?
I'm not sure if we're able to get out for the next one. Because if Gary was there, they would have just gone in the back of you. Sometimes they're trying to get third. And it might damage the engine. You're trying to get third, you get third for first. Third is where first is.
Yeah.
So, and you can catch first at the same time. So we'll have a look.
Anyway, very well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank
you. Cheers.
Kevin, nice to see you. How are you?
Very old thanks.
Yeah. Surviving the lockdown?
Yes, very good.
Good. And you did really well there, especially early on.
Yeah, it's going well. Trying to catch up with Adam, couldn't keep with him. The other guys looked like they fell off, so kept pushing as hard as I could, but I was falling off the back of him, so I backed off then. And then I managed to have a spin of the S's, I think on Simon Norris's oil.
Right,
I think
oil,
it was. I think so. Or my bad driving. One or the other.
No, Ian did say he thought it was oil,
I think
so
it was,
I expect it was.
But delighted, second fantastic car's finished. Yeah, very happy with that.
Nice new colour scheme as well.
Thank you very much. Everyone's commented on that more than anything else. So yeah, we're pleased with that. Thank you.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Okay. And just coming over to Dave Scaramanga. Dave, third place. Looked a little bit lonely race, but no doubt you enjoyed it after the long spell of not racing.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hollow victory really, because I was with everybody to the first corner, then a misfire or something. Usual excuse I've checked my book, but that's the one for today. So yeah. Anyway, nice to bring it home.
Seem to having problems today. Lots of retirements, a couple not starting.
Maybe we've not done enough work over the winter season, but hopefully sort it for the second race.
Excellent. Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, we just got to go and recharge our phones and batteries, etc. So back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Clive. Much appreciated, and that was good. We didn't know what we were going to be able to bring you, and hopefully you all saw that we were getting so many comments in saying, well done, Adam, for everything there, including Linda herself. Well done, Adam. Over in Spain, I think, Linda, from memory you are. But a great victory. Very, very odd. Usual case is that these drivers have the whole of winter to work on their car. Longer than usual this time as well, obviously. But they never get it ready in time. And I agree is that over on YouTube watching Ashmeister 559, that Nissan looks amazing. It really does. It genuinely looks incredible. Well done, Adam Preble from Julian Pierce. And just so many good comments coming in. Thank you very much. And I know a couple of you have now said about the fact that obviously it's static cameras and engine noise. Sometimes you'll be able to hear it from Ian's. I wonder whether we get Ian to open his door. Actually, that might be a good one, so that it might improve his internet over there. Who knows? Who knows? But we've just got the recovery going on now. Again, this is another one of those ones that has to be a little bit different with everything we're doing at the moment. Is that we have to make sure that there's a little bit more downtime in between the races, to not just get everything sorted, but to make sure that then if they need to change any of the PPE, that they'll have time to do that. Tracy Plumridge, well done, son. Well done, Adam Preble. So Adam's mum there saying that. Well done. Great to see it. And Stuart Tinker-Taylor says, great first race. Shame about the retirements. Bring on the Fuffers. By that, he means the Formula 4s. I like that, the Fuffers. We should call them that. That's a great name, Stuart. I'm loving that one. And that is our next action. It is going to be a 10-lap race for the Formula 4s with a bumper grid, which is amazing. Hence, Daniel Ritchie says, come on, David Vivian. The little Vivians are excited to watch you on T. Hi, little Vivians. Great that you are watching it. Jed Dorr, great race. Thank you for the feed. Almost put the... I just clicked to the wrong one. Thanks, Jed Dorr. Great first race. Thank you for the live feed. Almost put the oranges on just to get trackside. I don't blame you, mate. And I know a few of you have been saying that. Tasha Hyde, ready for the Formula Fords. We absolutely are. Now, let me bring up the grid for that. I've got monitors everywhere. If any of you saw my social feed, you'll have seen it. I've just got all sorts going on everywhere to try and keep abreast of the whole kit and caboodle. And hopefully it's coming along loud and clear as well as it can be. And Kev, I know, is off sort of trying desperately to sort a few bits and pieces. Ian is off at the moment by the looks of it. He's there, but no camera, no mic. So feel free to jump in when you're ready. But I should imagine you're busy getting everything sorted. Right. The grid for your Formula Fords is as follows. So weird. We can't even have programs at the moment because everything's got to be paperless, you see. So I don't get printed grids or anything. But the grid is as follows. On pole position, car number 46, Luke Cooper. So that is your champion from 2 years ago. And he's put it on pole position, even though he said he got held up on his fastest lap. Tricky conditions, largely dry. We could have some oil out there. We'll have to wait and see about that. But he put it on pole anyway with a 120.573. 120.579 is the second place car. Alongside him, number 26, Felix Fisher. Row 2, number 30, Grant Palmer. That's good to see. One of the Low Dempsey Racing. So that's a new name because the Dempsey Racing has been sold, although Mr. Dempsey's still going to be working with them this year, giving them the handover. And they bought a couple of cars here with them, and great to see. So Grant Palmer does a good job there, puts it on the second row in third place. Alongside him, car number 5, Paul Barnes, the first of the Class B cars, and he's put that up on row 2. What an incredible job there. Third row, 22, James Tucker, which is another Class B car, actually. The superseal.co.uk and CBCS Cleaning Siren Sister, a Swift SC92. Loads of Swifts out here today, which is just brilliant to see. Alongside him, car number 123, Bryce Aaron. That's another Low Dempsey Class A car, a Ray. Fourth row, number 44, David Vivian. Brilliant to see David Vivian back. And alongside him, another driver that's so good to see back, number 23, Nathan Ward. I dare say that Mary is there watching away at home as well. Carl, I think I saw he's managed to make it here as his mechanic or whatever title it is. But Mary, hello and happy birthday for the other week. Happy 60th for the other week. Fifth row, 28, Tom Hawkins. 62, multiple champion, Bob Higgins on row 5. Row 6, 25, Mark De Rosario. 59, Chris Acton. 7th row, 42, Richard Higgins. Another name that's so good to see back again. Out in a Class A car, but it's not the car he was expecting to be in. He's had to jump into the other firm, and because the engine let go at testing on Thursday, they've not been able to sort it, so he's out in, as he jokingly called it, the T car. So he is out there on the 7th row, still getting used to it. Equally getting used to it, number 40, Matt Hallam. Remember, he won the Castle Combe Young Driver program and was out with Wiltshire College last year. He's out in a Kevin Mills racing car this time. But would you believe, and I didn't know until I was chatting to his dad earlier, the whole of last year, he never made it out in the rain. He never raced in the rain. So this morning's session in the rain was the first time competitively he's been on the circuit. So it was just keeping it sensible this morning, and hopefully he'll just sort of keep that going as the season goes on. 8th row, 43 Kieran Atwood and 9 Lloyd Hopes. Row 9, 83 James Colburn and 91 Bob Hawkins. Row 10, 84 Steve Bracegirdle, 7 Michael Phillips. 11th row, 78 James Rose and at number 60 Paul Morecambe. And on the 12th and final row, car number 33, Chris Warden. 23 cars. Absolutely beautiful sight to see. And again, let's have a little look, and you can see them all down there in the assembly area, getting ready to be released onto the circuit on the grid. As I say, there's always going to be this gap, extra gap to what we're used to. But they are getting ready. I was just quietly listening to the announcement that was just being broadcast for a second there. And I can see that Ian is now trying to come back in again. Fingers crossed they've managed to get that sorted. Open my bottle a bit more carefully this time. No, it's not gin before anyone says it. I wish it was. Let's have a look. Ian. Let me...
Hello.
Hello, sir.
I don't know if you can hear me at the moment.
We can.
Right, we'll try this. So we've tried a few different things. We're now connecting via the 4G on my phone, which seems to be better than the 4G that we tried first time round. So fingers crossed and all that. We'll see how this works for the next little while at least, and hopefully it will hold up okay. There has been a lot of activity in the box, but also a lot of clearing up to be done down at the Esses as well over the last 10 minutes or so, with those 2 cars, the Terry Thorne Fiesta and the Simon Thornton Norris Mitsubishi, needing to be recovered, but that's all been done, and the circuit vehicle and the course car have just left the scene. So all of the things being equal, hopefully we'll get the Formula Ford race ready to go quite soon.
Yeah, fingers crossed. They're not being released just yet, but we've just got a couple of the cars making their way back in again. Love this one. Andy Smith has actually said, get Combe on. He's got Combe on the big screen, F1 on the laptop. I know my priorities. Great work, guys, to bring racing back to us in any shape or form. So grateful. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that. And that goes obviously to Kevin and all the team that have enabled this to happen. So thank you for that. So many of you getting ready for these Formula Fords, and I am. I mean, Ian, I've always said that with Formula Fords, they're the epitome of it only takes 2 cars to make a race. We've got 23 of them. How good is that?
Yeah, it's the best grid we've had at Combe, it seems like, for a good few years, doesn't it? Which is great to see. Fantastic to have all of these cars here, really. A couple of sort of extra runners, if you like, from the Low Dempsey racing team, as it's now known. So that's the former Cliff Dempsey racing team. Cliff sold the team, although he's still involved. Saw him this morning. But Andy Lowe has bought the team off him, and he is running the American drivers. Bryce Aaron, who we've seen over racing in the UK before, raced at the Formula Ford Festival last year, I think, with Oldfield Motorsport on that occasion. And Grant Palmer as well. And they'll be doing a campaign in the National Formula Ford Championship. That'll be their main focus. But that starts in, I think, a couple of weeks at Alton Park. So getting some early track time, early preparation in for that as well. But some, lots of the regular Combe names too, like Luke Cooper, of course, who's on pole.
Yeah, it's and you can see that so many names being supported. Braden Hill looking at that cart, I'd imagine he's been involved in them on the carts. Let's now bring in the all-important one, because the cars are now making their way out onto the circuit. Awesome job by the car number 5, the black number 5 Class B car of Paul Barnes, that he's put that up onto the second row. Fantastic work there from him, to say the least. I don't know about you, Ian, but it's a real struggle not having actual paperwork to write notes on, isn't it?
I have realised I've got the PDF on my tablet, I can write on that, so that's quite exciting. So with my stylus pen, I can write on that. Paul Barnes, just worth mentioning how that qualifying unfolded, really, because it was damp drying during the qualifying session for the Formula Fords this morning. And for this year, the older cars, the non-classic cars, effectively, can, based on a different specification of Pyre, and a type that is pretty good in the wet. And so Paul Barnes was able to get perhaps a little bit further up the grid than he otherwise might have done. Some other quick on.
Sadly, Ian, we're losing you, basically. You're breaking up massively, I'm afraid to say.
Okay.
We can only hear every other word. Whatever it was that you've done, it's now with your iPad, I would imagine, has just suddenly changed it, that it's not possible. Oh, by the way, bad news. Gary Preble's car turbo problems won't make race 2. He's a very frustrated boy. I get that. That is a real struggle. Nick Bennett, I've just seen your comment. Don't be cheeky. Don't be cheeky, Nick Bennett. I know that. We got no fear there, mate. Hopefully you and I will be working together again later this year. But yes, I can. Here's that Kevin's in the background again, trying to see if we can get the sound better from Ian's side of it. I'm just sort of making a note because we don't have the paperwork. I normally sort of have a whole host of notes for everybody, and make even down to simple things like the colours, so that I can refer to them as quickly as possible as they come through. But of course, we're not allowed that. Just great seeing Bob Higgins in the white number 62 car, which is an old RF88. Brilliant to see that one out there. So here we go. They're off on the green flag lap. And safety car leads them away. And a few of them just screeching those tyres, making sure they can get a little bit of heat into the tyres. Come on, Solely Motorsport crew. Come on, Nathan Ward. Hi, Michelle Dempsey. Go Team Low Dempsey. Just loads of you coming in, supporting your favourite drivers, your favourite teams. And that's the beauty with Formula Fords, is that we've all got our favourite cars, favourite teams, favourite drivers. And it just is going to be fabulous to be able to see this sight of these going charging up Avon Rise again. And I think I'll chase them for the first lap with the cameras just so we can see a little bit better on these. And come on, Bob and Richard, says Tasha Hyde. So that's obviously Bob and Richard Higgins that's been cheered for there. And it was Chris Hodgen that actually said, come on, Solely Motorsport crew. And a good friend of mine who normally races in single-seaters. I nearly said Formula Fords. He's done loads in Formula Fords, but he had a wicked Formula 3 out in the monopostos as well. And hopefully we'll see you back out racing again soon, Chris. It'd be great fun to see you back out there behind the wheel of something. Cheering on KMR, Kevin Mills Racing. Come on, Solely Motorsport. And Emma Brown, good to see Emma as well. I saw her briefly earlier. She was running back to the paddock to help the team get everything sorted. But already they're making their way back into my sight any second now, because they've made their way out of the of Bobbies chicane, coming down towards us now. And the safety car will now peel off to the left and disappear. You'd have to take my word for that, because that's basically after they've disappeared underneath the camera from the bottom right-hand corner, which, of course, is Bobbies. The safety car has indeed pulled out of the way. Actually, not into the pit lane, sorry. It's into the infield that they use for the motorbikes, the additional chicane. So on to the grid they go. We may have a situation where I may be taking you around the whole lap for the commentary in a second, because I see that they're still sorting out Ian's. Oh, Chris Hodgson has just said, I'm racing at Combe on the 1st of August. Now, there's an exclusive, and one that I'm incredibly chuffed to hear. Did you hear that, Ian? I can hear you've come back in again, that Chris Hodgson is here on the 1st of August.
Yeah, so that's interesting news. I'm not here for that one, but I'll be back at the end of August. Apologies, I probably still am breaking up, and it is a bit intermittent. It comes and goes. It sometimes gets a bit better. We're continuing to work on it. We'll see where we get to.
Fabulous. Thank you guys for that. So here we go, the last few cars just getting into their places. No gaps on the grid as it stands here, as the last car just comes in right at the back of the field. And that, of course, being Chris Warden in the white and red number 33 car. Green flag wave, 5-second board has been given. Engine notes are already rising, even though we haven't even seen the first red light on yet. There it goes. Now the second, the third light, on goes the fourth, up to the fifth we go. And off they go. And it's a great initial start from the number 30 car there. of Grant Palmer, but he then snatched for the gears and he's gone tumbling back down through this order. At the top, it looks like it's the white car of Felix Fisher, possibly just about. Oh, Nathan Ward's car is still just creeping onto the infield. So sadly, Nathan's car has not managed to take this start, but up in towards Quarry Corner, it looks like it is the white car of Felix Fisher in the lead. Oh, there was Ian. I'll just jump in and say that if we suddenly hear Ian, then we know he's back again. But heading through, looking at the camera, that we've now got the whole field. Luke Cooper desperately trying to get back onto terms with Felix Fisher. Then it looks like it's the black, white and red. So that's James Tucker sat there in third place. As round Tower they come already. Look at the lead two have pulled away as they exit Tower, making their way down towards Bobbies. It's still the white car of Felix Fisher that is in the lead. So well done to Felix. A great start there. Muscled out Luke Cooper just about. But look at this massive gaggle of cars from third backwards. It is an absolute snake of them. Down towards camp they come for the first time. There goes the lead two glued together. Then it's a small gap. And we've got, diving up the inside now, comes the number 22 car. It was Paul Barnes that was in third. I thought it was earlier, but he's down to fourth because up goes number 22, James Tucker. Someone's on the grass on the inside of Folly, but they somehow just about get away with it as they make their way up Avon Rise in towards Quarry. And I look at the back, everybody's making it through there. This is what we remember, Ian, of the single-seaters Formula Fords. Oh, no, we can't hear Ian, sadly. I can see him trying to, let me add back to the stream. Try again, Ian. That was me. That was
hear me now?
Back. Yeah.
If you can, we'll go for it because it's neck and neck for the lead pretty much. Luke Cooper to the outside of Felix Fisher as they go down towards Tower Corner. I think Fisher just about going to hold on. There's a very smoky number 9 car a little bit further back. That's Lloyd Hopes in the Swift. But the leaders unchanged. They go through Bobbies now. It is still Felix Fisher ahead of Luke Cooper. Chris.
Wow. I mean, this is just incredible. We've got these two. Somehow we're going to have to drug test these cars. They've pulled away from the field. Such is the hard racing behind, but it is still Felix Fisher just holding off Luke Cooper. Luke Cooper's got a good exit out of camp onto the start-finish straight, and Felix knew, so he closed that shut door. Number 44, David Vivian, up into third place. Wow, what a great move. In fourth, just behind him, is Aaron, number 123, with Hawkins, 28, up into fifth place. It really is do-si-do your partners with this one, isn't it?
Great race. I sort of missed what happened on the first lap, really, because I was actually plugging in a second laptop, which seems to be working much better, hopefully. So we'll stick with this one. Down towards the S's come the two leads then. Felix Fisher, it is that's leading. Luke Cooper in second, a long gap back to third. There's 3 cars disputing third position. David Vivian, Bryce Aaron, the low-density racing driver, and Tom Hawkins as well. And there's a bit of a gap back to Chris Acton, number 59, the pilot in 6th position. Paul Barnes is 7th. And I was saying when I was breaking up a bit earlier on, Paul Barnes qualified well because he was on the tyres that are much better in the wet. The likes of Nathan Ward and James Tucker, also in that class, they were on the same tyres as the Class A cars producing, which aren't quite as effective.
Interesting stuff. The meatball flag is going out for that number 9 car you talked about. Lloyd Hopes with smoke coming off of his car. You see it really bad exiting Tower there, and will come towards us soon. So he's going to have to pull into the pits. Lead 2 across the line in the same order. Then it's David Vivian holding off the 1-2-3 car of Bryce Aaron. Bryce Aaron desperately trying to get onto terms with him. Very small gap before we then get the 28 car, which of course is Tom Hawkins, the Springbridge Direct Limited Ray GR11. He's kind of got a watching brief at the moment, but the lead 2, goodness me, they're going to be exhausted by the end of this.
Certainly are, and it's almost side by side as they come back down towards me. And it is Cooper that is ahead this time, but only by a fraction over Felix Fisher. Of course, Fisher, who started alongside him on the grid, is going to have another go for the lead now. They're side by side through Hammer Down. Felix Fisher on the left-hand side of the circuit, Luke Cooper on the right, but I think Felix has just about got his car in front. No, he's not. It is Cooper in the Swift that just about holds on from the TM Racing Ray of Felix Fisher as they head to Bobby. So all eyes on this battle for the front between the two leaders, but there's still good scraps going on all the way down this field. I think Lloyd Hopes is probably finally going to call it a day. His smoky Swift looks like it's destined for the pit lane.
Yeah, well, he has to. He's been given the black and orange flag, which tells him to. So through comes the new leader, number 46, Luke Cooper, your champion from 2 years ago. Felix Fisher closing down. David Vivian in that third place has put some daylight between himself and Bryce Aaron. The 1-2-3 car dropped away. Luke Cooper putting a new fastest lap of the race, but it's side by side up over Avon Rise again. Felix Fisher's going to have the outside line. Surely not. Or is he going to do, as I'm told I say too much, the switcheroo and try to come back at him?
Everyone's got to have a catchphrase, Chris.
Absolutely.
Down towards the S's. It's Cooper and Fisher in the lead of the race. Then there's a gap back to third now, which is David Vivian. Fourth is Bryce Aaron. And Tom Hawkins has dropped back a little bit now in fifth place. Possibly he's being caught by Chris Acton. Just looking at Class B, that's still being led by Paul Barnes. James Tucker in his first race in the Formula Ford 1600 for 10 years. He did Formula Ford racing in the Duratec era, but these days he's focused on running a Mazda team. He's second in that class and in 10th place overall. The leaders, though, are through Bobbies, I think, and heading back up towards you.
They are. They're coming down towards us, and already they're catching Chris Warden, the number 33 car. So they're going to have to hope that he just gets out of the way. They're still glued together through. Goodness me, what a fantastic race this is. Luke Cooper still just about holding off Felix Fisher. Noah's Ark 2x2, because we've then got the third and fourth cars of David Vivian and Bryce Aaron 1-2-3 glued together as they cross the line. And I noticed that David Vivian a couple of laps ago had gone fastest lap of the race, but not quite this time. And we're being told there's a little bit of rain as well. Goodness me. Did we need that, Ian? This is exciting enough without it.
It is, isn't it? It can't be very much, though. I've not seen too much evidence of it so far. What are we on? We're on lap 6, so into the second half of the race now. Luke Cooper leading. There's blue flags for a back marker, which has been fallen over by David Vivian and by Bryce Aaron there. That's the number 33 car of Chris Warden in the Swift FB91. So he has delayed things. Oh, and someone's gone on straight on through the S's, and that was the number 42 car. And that's Richard Higgins, of course. So Richard Higgins in the number 42 Furman has straight lined the S's that time.
And he just made up a place up into 10th last time round, getting ahead of the 22 car of Tucker, who's going to be disappointed having started in 5th place. He got sort of muscled backwards during the edge. A little bit of daylight between the top two, relatively speaking. Nothing between the second two, though. David Vivian still sat there in his 44 car in 3rd place with Bryce Aaron just behind him. In fact, Bryce Aaron's got a good run there out through Folly, heading up Avon Rise. He's trying to get towards what will be the inside line. But David Vivian, he knows this circuit too well to allow that to happen, and he's kept his nose in front.
Yeah, he's there in the Kevin Mills Racing Dent Mania Ray GR07, but it's the Swift of Luke Cooper out front from the Ray of Felix Fisher with the bright orange helmet. Number 26, the TM Racing car, right in the wheel tracks of Cooper, who was keen to make sure he could get out in front. Well, he didn't manage that initially, but he's got ahead of Felix Fisher as the course of this race has gone on. A bit further back, still David Vivian, as you say, ahead of Bryce Aaron. 5th is still Tom Hawkins. 6th, Chris Acton, Matt Hallam 7th, and so on and so forth. Class C being led by Bob Higgins, isn't it? Number 62 in the RF88 Van Diemen for Riadro Racing.
Or the lead two coming down towards camp again, and this is just far from over. Round they go. Kevin's just informed me that sadly the long delay we had this morning at Folly actually took out some of the cabling. That's why we're having issues here today. So I don't know whether that's something we can get sorted today or not, but it certainly explains why it went different to everything we tested. But leaders up round Quarry again for what's that? They've done for their 8th time. Glued together, as are Vivian and Aaron. It really is Noah's Ark 2x2.
Yeah, worth mentioning, Bob Higgins leading Class C. I mentioned in that RF88. He has got a misfire, definitely, as he went past me last time. Bob Higgins with a fairly serious misfire by the sounds of it. Now, the race leaders are about to lap the number 60 Paul Morecambe Sawley Motorsport Swift's SC93, and he is running in 20th position. And now we've got Bryce Aaron trying to get alongside David Vivian for 3rd place through Hammerdown as well. He looks right, he looks left, he looks to the right again as they go in towards Tower Corner. And they come through now, and there's no change in the order between those two. So it's still Vivian ahead of Aaron for 3rd and 4th position. Meanwhile, leads us back towards you.
Yeah, a little bit of daylight this time for a change, and it is getting a bit misty and murky up here. now, and the David Vivian going very defensive for that third place. Leaders already crossed the line to start their penultimate lap, but David Vivian had to go from one side of the track to the other to try to keep the 1, 2, 3 Bryce Aaron car behind him. The red and white car still sat there in fourth, but trying desperately to do something. We've got somebody now suddenly going very slow into and through camp. It's the number 28 car that's suddenly going very slow. That's Hawkins, who was up there in what, 5th position, I think, at one point.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And it is definitely raining now. There's bigger spots of rain on our commentary box window here, and a bit skittish there through the exit of the Esses was Luke Cooper, but he's got about 4 or 5 car lengths over Felix Fisher now. Oh, and off goes the David Vivian car. He spins. He got a wheel on the grass coming out of the Esses. He's recovered it. He will only lose the 1 position. Bryce Aaron goes through to 3rd. Did well to miss David Vivian in that Dent Mania liveried car. Well, he's not going to need Dent Mania services to repair any damage to that car at the moment because he kept it out of the wall, but only just.
Yeah, it suddenly is very messy, and I saw that spin. He did a great job to keep it away from the wall. You could see it was just onto the wet grass, put the power down, and it spun him round.
We do have a spinner, though, at the S's, and it is the 84 car, which is Steve Bracegirdle, the Wayne Paul Racing Van Diemen R89, yeah.
Oh, and I thought he was about to get drive into one of the cars coming past him then on the screen, but he managed to keep it going. Very, very murky, and already the track looks a lot darker. There goes David Vivian. He's recovered. You're absolutely right. He's only lost the 1 place, but Acton, the blue car, dark blue number 59, is only just behind him, so he needs to make sure he doesn't lose another one.
Yeah, we are on the last lap as well now, aren't we, as well, I think. Yep. Yeah. So Tom Hawkins, you're right, going very slowly. They've given him the white flag because he's going so slowly. The drivers need to be made aware of that. There's a couple of other back markers that Luke Cooper needs to thread his way through, literally going very slowly indeed. Michael Phillips and the number 91 car of Bob Hawkins going very slowly indeed, like the race has been stopped, but it's still very much on. Those 2 leaders have picked their way through, so it's still Luke Cooper ahead of Felix Fisher. He's got a decent gap now as they head up towards Bobbies and then on towards camp for the final time in this Formula Ford race.
Yeah, they do. And again, another big shout out to the mighty Orange Army out there, no matter what the weather. And it's suddenly gone a bit murky and wet and horrible. And it's got very wet very quickly out there. But here comes our leader. And he's just going to take this very steadily now. And he can do because Felix Fisher has dropped away. But Luke Cooper, number 46, takes the win, takes the checkered flag. Felix Fisher, what a great performance there. So close to the win, comes home in 2nd. Bit of a gap before we got a couple of back markers going through. And the 3rd place car is going to be number 1, 2, 3.
Just to say, 62, Bob Higgins has had a spin. He'd already lost the Class C lead to Mark De Rosario, though. So it looks like Mark De Rosario is going to win Class C. Possibly no surprise, given that Bob has been suffering a misfire for a good part of this race.
Yeah, he went tumbling down the order. And Dave Vivian is coming across the line, and he's actually lost out. No, he didn't quite lose out. He just managed to stay ahead to the 59 car of Acton. Great job by Matt Hallam in 6th place. What a fantastic performance there from him. 7th place goes to the 22 car of Tucker. That is James Tucker, which gives him the Class B victory just ahead of Paul Barnes, number 5. He'll be gutted in a way because he probably wanted that rain to come down sooner based on how he did. Very horrible sounding Bob Higgins car then goes across the line. In 9th place is the number 30 car of Grant Palmer. So he tripped down the order, which is a real shame. Richard Higgins, number 42, came home in 10th place. Mark De Rosario in 11th, and the Class C victory. Well done to Mark there for the Class C honours. 12th is Kieran Atwood, number 43. 13th is number 83, which is James Colburn, which gives him 2nd in Class C. Bob Higgins, number 62, 14th overall, and still gets a pot because he's 3rd in Class C. In 15th position, car number 78, which is James Rose, the Goodrich emblazoned car, gives him 3rd in Class B. 16th is number 84, Steve Bracegirdle. 91, Tom Hawkins, the Class B car. Bob Hawkins, sorry, that one is, knew it one or the other, but that's Bob Hawkins in 17th place. 18th, car number 7, which is Michael Phillips in 19th place, and the final finisher by the looks of it, is the number 60 Class B car of Paul Morecambe. So still we managed to get 19 cars through, and that was just absolutely brilliant to see. Now we're getting 2 cameras from you now over that side, Ian. That's getting a bit greedy, isn't it? He's muted his mic there, but I'm going to stop those for now because I'm going to bring in Clive Woodward, and I'm going to put Clive up to full screen. Let me do that. There we go, up to full screen. So, Clive, you're now welcoming the winners down towards you and getting wet, I believe. Oh, can you hear us, Clive?
We've got a slight problem with the phone, unfortunately, but I can just about hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. You've got the winners coming down towards you, and you're getting wet.
Well, that looked a very interesting race, very close between Luke Cooper and Felix Fisher. Did Felix Fisher finish second in the end?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. I will just see if we can get Luke Cooper to give an interview. Can we go across the road? Yeah. We just go across the road and have a chat with Luke.
Can you hear him? Is that working? Flo, can you hear?
Yep, I can still hear you.
No.
Luke, very well done. That was quite a race.
Yeah, it was very difficult. Didn't get the best of starts, but me and Felix put out a big gap. Got back into it, and then the rain came down here to a spanner in the works, made it a lot more difficult with the back markers as well.
It must be very tricky to judge how fast to go when the rain started coming down.
I think there was one lap into the S's when we both went through it completely sideways, and we thought, right, we need to back it off a little bit here. And, yeah, no, it was brilliant.
Yeah, and you two really got away, didn't you, for the rest of the field?
Yeah, pretty much the end of the first lap, we had a big gap.
Yeah. So a great way to, of course, champion 2 years ago. No doubt you're very keen to get it back again for this year.
Yeah, perfect way to start the year.
Absolutely, absolutely. Excellent. So think you can do the same in the second race?
Hopefully. We'll see what the weather throws at us. But,
yes, indeed.
Great start.
Very well done. Well driven.
Step out of the way.
Right, we'll just make our way down to have a chat with Felix. Felix, hello. Well done. A very tight race there.
Yeah, as always.
How was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. Like you say, a good start. First few laps with Luke were obviously very, very close. And it was close to the end. Obviously, it started to rain, so it's tricky because it looks like it's a lot worse on the visor than it may have been. But it certainly got slippery out there.
Yeah. A typical Castle Combe Formula Ford race, really, wasn't it? After the rather sedate saloon car race, it was nice to see.
It's a good sized grid, and like you say, good to be back. My first race in sort of 10 months, so yeah, hopefully I can get him next time.
Yeah, there's not long to go.
No, that's it.
So what would your main thoughts be to try and keep him behind? If you get the lead again, what would anything you do differently?
Unless I got any toys like Mario, I'm not so sure really. I just have to go faster.
You need a James Bond.
Yeah, I need a James Bond sort of device. But yeah, no, like you say, I'm sure it'll be close again. So we'll give it another shot.
Well done, and thanks for a good race.
No worries. Thank you.
Hope to see you later.
Cheers.
And in third place was David Vivian. David,
I spun it.
Oh, did you? Sorry. Bryce, you were third. Well, many congratulations. So it was quite a close race you were having as well, wasn't it? Yeah. So tell us about it.
It was a lot of fun. We had a little bit of issue in the qualifying, so I had to start in P6. But it was my first standing start in a long time because I'm coming from the States. So it was a fun race. Me and Vivian, had a really good battle, and just battling the whole race. He ended up being a little hung up on one of the curbs when it started getting rainy towards the end there, and ended up I think spinning it a little. So we ended up finishing P3rd. Can't be happy.
Presumably your first race at Castle Combe.
Yeah, first race here.
Yes, that's a pretty good result, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what were you doing in the States? Were you racing over there?
Yeah, 1600s in America. So that was last year I was 15, and I was doing the 1600 program in America.
Right.
These cars are a lot different, a lot more fun, in my opinion.
Are they quicker or slower? Or?
I think the cars in the US, they have a dedicated wet and a dedicated slick tire, so it's like cars don't move quite as much, whereas these, you're got a lot of slip angle, you're able to move around a lot, so it's a lot of fun. Completely enjoying it. Love
particularly in the damp.
Yeah, especially in the damp too. It's really fun.
And is your plan to do the whole Castle Combe Championship?
At the moment, I don't believe so, because I think there's a little bit of overlap with the national championship, so that's the main focus for now.
Yeah. And you're doing the water haze and things that
I believe so. We'll be doing the festival.
Brilliant. Yeah. Well, it's great that you come down to Castle Combe.
Thank you.
Good luck in the second race.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cheers. Well, really good to see some new talent here, and actually the American drivers have been bringing over some great talent over the last few years, typically entering at the Walter Hayes Trophy at the end of the year. So that no doubt is a name to be to look out for. And we've had Newgarden, for example, who's won the IndyCar Champ. He won the Walter Hayes Trophy a few years back. So a lot of these youngsters can go very far in motorsport. So with that, Chris, it's back to you.
I don't know if anyone else can hear you, Chris, but I can't at the moment.
Sorry, yeah, there we go. Try again. So well done. Thank you to that to Clive for that one. It's great to hear. We've been getting loads of comments. Well done, Luke. Well done, Dave Vivian. Well done, James Tucker. Good to see the international interest there as well. And interestingly to point out, by the way, is that, and we may get some footage somewhere, is that some of you may kind of go, well, why aren't you going racing yet? Why can't you get going? And I know that the delay between the two last time, by the way, Ian, was that because one of the drivers got brought back in the medical unit, because, of course, I would imagine it'll be the Fiesta made contact, and so they always get put in there, brought back and checked for concussion and things, and it'll be absolutely fine, but it's the protocol. Well, because someone had been in it, they literally were mopping out the whole recovery unit again. And so we had to wait until that was finished. And that is the challenges that we're facing, Ian, isn't it, in this situation?
Yeah, lots more to think about in these times to keep everyone as safe as possible and avoid the spread of the virus, of course. And I know that a week or so ago on Combe TV, you were discussing with Sue Smith, the Chief Medical Officer for the race meeting. She was explaining all of those protocols, wasn't she? And in quite clear and quite plain detail. And it was it's encouraging, though, isn't it? Because it does show that all of this has been very properly thought about.
Without question, thought about the rethinking of it, and then you think of the rethinking of the rethinking. I think I covered it all then. I'm not sure, but it's
you might miss one out. Probably,
knowing me. But you know, it has to be keeping everybody safe. Absolutely, awesome job by everybody. So yeah, that was them, mopping everything out. Right, we turn our attention now to the Castle Combe Racing Club GT Championship, sponsored by Reese Insurance. I'm not going to bring it. Yes, I will. I'm going to bring this camera around just so you can see the amazing array of cars that we've got coming out for the GTs, and they just look incredible. And I'm going to try and sort of give you an idea as we go down through this field, so that you know what we've got to look forward to. On the front row, in pole position, is Lucky Carer. Not in the McLaren that we've seen him and loved him being out in. He's got a Ferrari 488 this time, and it is incredible. 107.247, an average speed of 99.03 miles an hour in wet conditions this morning, I can assure you. Alongside him, 0.364 behind, is Ollie Ball, past champion, the Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette, and Jeremy informed me they've been doing all sorts of things. They found extra horsepower, extra torque. They're going now over 150 miles an hour up over Avon Rise in towards Quarry. And they think that this year they are hopeful that they can be challenging for the outright lap record. Second row is number 24, Tony Bennett, in his Caterham R300. Great to see him back. So close to winning the championship 2 years ago. And alongside him is the amazing Audi R8 LMS Ultra of Keith Butcher, car number 36. Row 3, 98, Lee Frost in a BMW M3 here. Him and Lucky Carer take part in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, and I think they'll probably be commentating on next week at Snetterton when I'm up there covering GT Cup and the like. Alongside him is the beautiful Noble of Kevin Jones, car number 112. On the fourth row is number 99, Jamie Sturgis, last year's champion, but he's out in the Seat Leon Euro Cup and a completely new livery on it. It looks beautiful as well, I must be honest. And alongside him is the Westfield Race Aero supercar, that one is, car number 56, Alan Hamilton. Fifth row, number 69, Chris Everall in the red Ginetta G55. It is out there. I saw he came into the pits early in qualifying, but he is back out there. And the bright orange, number 20, Tim Woodman in the Caterham. Sixth row, number 40, Jazz Sapra. Very nervous when he was going out into qualifying was Jazz, because he hasn't been out in the car just yet. And of course, at all this year, at any point, and they were going out in really wet conditions. So he's very nervous. So he was very, very gentle with it later. And of course, typical is that it's kind of probably stopped. Looking at the hood's gone down again, but it's still going to be damp out there. Alongside him, number 49, Ruben Taylor in the Peugeot 206, but not as you know it. It is a silhouette car that looks incredible. In 13th place on the 7th row, number 21, Dominic Shepherd. You wait till you see this thing. This thing just looks beautiful. It is incredible. Audi Super Tourer GT 3.5 litre beast with not a lot of weight to it by the looks of it, because it looks like a silhouette style thing. Alongside him, a name we do know, number 81, Neil Greenland in his bright luminous green Mitsubishi Colt. He's in the GTs this year because he's had it souped up this time. The Pro Alloys owner doing things like time attack and what have you, so he's able to take part in this GTs. And on the 8th row, number 23, Sonny Gill in his BMW M3, and Del Brett of Futurin's fame, number 59 in his Porsche Boxster. 9th row, number 33, Paul Arbour in his AB Typhoon. I don't know whether that's supposed to be Typhoon, but it's on here as Typhoon as well. And alongside him, number 57, Simon Kerr in his BMW M3. And finally, on the 10th row, car number 3, Janjit Singh Verdi in his BMW M3. And I suspect we won't see it by the looks of it. Jordan Billington should have been out there in the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3, but sadly that was the car that had the moment coming out of the pits, which is a real shame. It doesn't look like we're going to get him, which is probably no surprise, as sad as it is, Ian.
No, I didn't see the incident. I didn't see the car afterwards, but I imagine it must have been fairly heavily damaged, given the damage it did to the barriers as well.
Yeah, quite. And the fact that it went up the mound. I mean, it's a very unusual instance. You come out of the pits and you've got the circuit here and the barrier carries on a bit, and there's like quite a mound there. And he came up over that and into it. So something, I would suggest it wasn't just a case of boot it. As I flippantly said earlier, I would imagine that something broke as he booted it, and it just suddenly hooked him right straight into the barrier. It didn't look excessive, Ian, was the good news, that damage. But you can't really tell on things like that how superficial or serious it actually might be. No,
and bit of the comment is it's not going to be cheap, is it? Whatever's required to put that right. So a shame that he's not there. As you can see on the screen now, the cars are heading out onto the grid. They're heading sort of wrong way down the pit lane and then going out of the pit lane exit, or pit lane entrance, I should say, onto the circuit just before Camp Corner and forming upon the grid. Of course, this one's a rolling start as well, Chris, behind the safety car, whereas the previous races have been standing starts. This has been usual for quite a few seasons now in the Castle Combe GTs. Reminder that there are for 5 different classes, including the invitation class, but you've got the 2 special classes, Class A and B, and then the 2 modified classes, Class C and D. And they are then split on capacity, 2.5 litre brake in Class A and B, and a 3.5 litre brake in Class C and D. And there's good representation actually from all of the classes today. At least I think 3 or 4 cars in each of them, which is good to see. So the head on the grid. Yep.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was saying it was good that you carried on talking. I appreciate that, Ian, because at that point I was putting stuff in my eye. So
yes, you're struggling, aren't you?
It's just suddenly gone bad again, hasn't it? It's I do apologise, but I've just put some cream on it that hopefully will get that sorted. Dr. Sue Smith, who many of you will have seen if you watched the show, that was sort of giving you an insight from all the powers of everything they're doing. She took care of me this morning and has given me some stuff that hopefully will work. Or if it doesn't, apparently tomorrow I'm off to A&E by all accounts. So fingers crossed this will work and we'll get it sorted. But it's suddenly flared up again. Andrew de Havilland Fox, some stunning GTs lining up. You're not wrong. Cody Garrett says, go number 56. Let's have a look. Who's 56? Alan Hamilton. So that's Team Hamilton that are back there. That's quite a team. I think he was having a barbecue without you all. I'm not one to stir or out, but that's all I'm saying. As look at, I'm just keeping this camera on itself. Look at that amazing field of cars. I still love that Noble. It's a car that I wish we saw more of out there, but just beautiful as they pull away. As I said, Ian, it's both a healthy grid and a phenomenal grid. Yeah, and it's varied, isn't it, as well? Quite a few BMWs on the grid, but up front, of course, we've got the Lucky Carer Ferrari, as you say, and we've seen about in a number of different cars over the past few seasons here. Just starting to rain a little bit more heavily. It's relative, not heavily, but more noticeably. The rain spots on the window over here now, so that will be interesting because of the tyres that these cars will be on, I should think. So that could make life interesting if there's much more rain that falls. Of course, you've got the Oliver Bull Tigra, and he's been a stalwart of the championship. He was 5th in the points last season, won his class on 4 occasions. He's a Class A runner. Lucky Carer in Class C. And then you've got the 24 car, which is Tony Bennett. Which is so good to see him back, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. I don't think I spotted him at any point last year, so I think he may have taken a year out last year. I'm not sure. I'm just looking down the points table that Josh Barrett has kindly collated for me with all the details on it, and no, it doesn't appear on that, so I don't think we did see him at all. But no, I don't just see him here, anywhere. Anywhere, yeah. You know, traveling the country commentating, I don't believe I came across him, so I might be wrong, and we just passed like ships in the night, but which is very possible, isn't it, Ian, when we sort of drag pillar to post. But, yeah, I wonder whether he took a year out. I mean, he was so close. And I remember the lovely relationship between our beloved Ilse Cox, who is so sad not seeing her out here. If you are watching, Ilse and Brian, we love you and miss you and hopefully see you back soon in some way or another. But those two were just so lovely. And Ilse felt bad that she just won it by like something daft, like 2 points or something crazy like that. It was so close, wasn't it? Anyway, they're heading back towards you for the rolling start, which is going to be quite a sight and sound. It most definitely is. They're down towards us, and the first time you'll see them is in the top left camera. Safety car is in now. Ollie Bull's gone a little bit too early, but they're going to turn right. Now Lucky Carer on that Ferrari is going to get the noise pedal down. Ollie Bull's gone a little bit too early, but just drops it back again. I think Lucky Carer was understandably very cautious as he pulled away there. Alan Hamilton in the blue incredible beast of a machine. Looks like I'm sure he's got himself up into 3rd place already. But we'll wait to see. I might have just got it wrong that it was more white than blue, and it was Tony Bennett. It would make more sense to be Bennett, actually. And it is Bennett, yeah. It is Bennett there in 3rd place, but it's a big lead already for the Ferrari of Lucky Carer then, the 488, ahead of Oliver Bull in the Vauxhall Tigra space frame car in 2nd place. Tony Bennett 3rd in the catering. So that's as it was off the grid. Then 4th is the number 98 car. That's Lee Frost, so he's made up 1 place. And also having made up a place is 112. That's Kevin Jones in the Noble. The car that's gone backwards a couple of positions, therefore, is the Audi of Keith Budger. He's back down to 6th position now, but it's been a very good opening lap this for Lucky Carer because he's been able to put, I was going to say daylight, but it's a bit too grim for that between him and the 2nd place car. Meanwhile, I'm afraid to say the Dominic Shepherd car, which is running without its front bodywork, is heading very slowly back towards you. Oh, and I see someone spun at Bobbies, and I've got a feeling that is one of the BMWs that may well be spun. And in fact, I can see some circuit furniture on the track as though he's hit the barriers on the inside. So we'll wait and see exactly who that is. But I'm pretty certain it's one of the BMWs as the rest of the field make their way down towards us. No, it's not the car I thought it was because that's coming round here. I can't quite make out who that is, Ian. Ah, it's the Audi R8. There we go. As it's got moving, the Audi R8 is the one that's had a moment by the looks of it of Butcher. Okay, yes, we'll try and pick up on that. My timing screen kicks into life, so it's Lucky Carer leading by already 4.5 seconds at the end of lap 1. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th right together. And I think Kevin Jones is going to be on red flags, races being stopped. And I think that probably is going to be because of the incident you spotted down at Bobbies, I would think. Chris, I can't see anything else. The car got going again, and incidentally, that Audi's coming into the pits now, as is, well, both Audis, but that looks like quite some significant damage to Dominic Shepherd's car. Did you see what happened to the Super Talk?
Well, that bodywork had disappeared by the time it got to me. I didn't really caught it out of the front of my eye, so that must have been something in the first half of the lap, or possibly, I presume was the bodywork was on at the start. I hadn't noticed it on the green flag lap, but so that would already happen by the time they came past me on the opening lap. So it looks like there's a little bit of clearing up to be done before we can get this race back underway. Race being stopped, and again, this is something that we heard perhaps would be happening a little bit more often in the current situation, Chris.
Absolutely. I mean, in normal guys, we would have been more expecting a safety car to be out for this one, but that is not a viable option with the limitations that are in place, as everybody can imagine, especially as you'd need 2 people in the safety car, etc. So no safety cars as it stands at the minute. Red flag is out. The field has stopped. I don't think it'll just be off camera for you all at the minute, but they're just literally stopped at the sort of like the extra chicane that they use for the bikes. It's stopped by that piece of tarmac partway down the straight, and then we brought round, and because it was so early, that would I would expect that these guys will just be gridded up the same way, which is a good point, because Jamie Peters-Ennis messaged me saying that Jamie Sturgis in the Ram-Air Filter Seat Leon Euro Cup car got badly held up by the Audi R8. That I didn't actually see it happen, but judging from the camera that I've just exposed now, is that it's another person, Ian, that's made contact with the tyres on the apex of the chicane, the first apex of the chicane, and or the middle apex, should I say. That's both of them have now sort of taken somebody as victim. Bybrook, yep. By the way. Thanks, Dave Hardiman, for saying that it's Bybrook, I mean, for the extra chicane. Thank you.
Yeah, looking at it, just had a message from Josh Barrett, who's watching at home. He's looked back at the stream. He says it looks like Chris Everell's Ginetta tagged the Butch Audi into Bobbies, and they clattered into the tyre stack. So it looks like the Ginetta and the Audi had a bit of a coming together there, and that's what's gone on.
That makes
Thanks,
sense.
Josh.
Oh, yeah. Whereas, and Stephen Sylvester says the R8 spun and went across the track at Bobbies, then was collected. So somebody collected the Audi as well. So, okay, they've just been released, by the way, to come back to the grid, and we'll get them lined back up again, and it'll be another rolling start. Chris Mason's also confirmed it's Bybrook. Thank you, mate. The extra bit of chicane, I couldn't remember what they call that bit, but that's where they were keeping them. Jake Olden says, been there with those tyres. So there we go. Now the truth comes out, Ian. There's a few of them that have clobbered those ones already.
I'm not completely surprised by that.
No, exactly. So the field's coming back in, and it does look to me as though it's going to be in the same order again, which means we're going to have a gap on the second row, because, of course, Keith Butcher should have been alongside Tony Bennett, but he's not going to be. So certainly the windscreen wipers are going. It's rather wet here. I love it that Lee Frost was kind of cheekily hoping he was going to be lining up alongside Tony Bennett there on the second row. It's worth a go, Ian, isn't it?
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, and all that. You've got to have a go. But yeah, we'd only had, well, just over a lap, hadn't we, when the red flags went out? So back to the original grid we go.
It is indeed. So that again means Lucky Kira on pole position in the Ferrari 488 with the Tigra silhouette of volleyball alongside him, number 41. Tony Bennett, number 24, on his own in the Caterham R300 with the gap alongside him with no Keith Butcher, who went into the paddock. Just behind Tony Bennett is then the dark red BMW M3 E36 of Lee Frost, number 98, with Kevin Jones in the Noble M12, number 112, alongside him. Jamie Sturgis, he'll be pleased with that if he got held up, because he then starts on the fourth row in seventh place, number 99, last year's champion. Alongside him, number 56, Alan Hamilton, with all of his fans cheering on Team Hamilton. Great to see you all with your comments coming in. That is brilliant to see. Then we've got another gap, because we don't have Chris Everell. So actually the 69 car of Chris Everell, who we heard about tagging, so that may have been the one that tagged and got tagged and everything else, but I didn't see him come in, so I'm not sure where that car is. I must have just missed him. because I can't see him on any of the cameras. So that's the gap, which means that the 20 orange Caterham of Tim Woodman is on his own on the 5th row. 6th row, number 40, Jazz Sapra, 49, Ruben Taylor. The 21 car is missing as well, sadly, the Audi Super Tourer GT of Dominic Shepherd, but Neil Greenland therefore on his own on the 7th row in the number 81 Mitsubishi Colt. Sonny Gill, number 23, and Del Brett, number 59 on the 8th row. 9th row, number 33, Port Arbor, and Simon Kera in the 57 BMW, the orange, white, grey, and purple that we've seen Lucky pilot quite a lot. Beautiful livery on that one. He's going to be starting there alongside Paul Arbor. Then you've got Janjit Singh in the yellow number 3, Jordan Billington. And by the way, I missed it. Another car that is there, didn't take part in qualifying, is the Mini R53 of Paul Dickinson, number 95, just starting at the back of this grid. So 1, 2, 3, 4 cars missing, 3 since the first attempt at the start. It's a shame that we've lost those guys, but I'm hopeful the fact that they managed to drive back in, that we should, with a bit of luck, see them back again.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be a few hours before the second race, certainly. So hopefully later on this afternoon, we'll have a few more cars back out on the grid. Hopefully a lot of that damage is relatively superficial and we'll be able to be repaired before the end of the afternoon. Certainly be good to see a full complement of cars, close to full complement of cars back out on circuit again. As I say, everything down here is all quiet, as you'd expect, with only a few distant marshals for company down here, but there's no clearing up or anything to be done here. I think probably Bobbies is looking clear now. There's 1 or 2 marshals on track still, isn't there? But it's getting there. So we should be able to go back racing again fairly shortly, all being well. Just perhaps quickly worth mentioning about the various track day opportunities that there are here at Castle Combe as well. We've got a moment. Car track days, they will be continuing in August. There are dates on the 7th and 28th of August, the 4th of September, as well as the 18th, and then the 9th and 23rd of October, and it's £175. Additional drivers, £25. So those are the car track days. And bike track days, if you've got a motorcycle, the next available date, because there's a few days that are fully booked, 26th of August, 9th of September, 24th of September, and 7th of October. And they're £135 as well, with highly experienced instructors on hand to give advice as well. All the details on that on castlecombecircuit.co.uk. And you can also buy gift vouchers as well, which are valid for 18 months as well. So if you're looking for a gift for someone, that's something that's well worth considering.
Well, and I think that the T-shirt that some of you may have seen, the Combe TV T-shirt, Dorsey and Davis dilly-dillying on the back, it says, "Let Combe TV begin," instead of begin. And that is because, well, I tend to drink gin while I'm on Combe TV normally, but they are available as well. And I think that they were posted up. You can see them on my media page on Facebook, which is facebook.com/CDoorsComms. But a link was put into the T-shirt studio to be able to buy them or mugs and all sorts, because it's been a bit of fun that we've all been a family together. Ian, something to let you know that's very odd is that you may be getting excited seeing these cars pull away. Don't. They're basically going to be led round, brought in to the paddock, and we're going to be running the hot hatches. The reason being, would you believe it, that they're all out there on slicks?
Well, I did think that might be a problem, but well, obviously it is wet enough. I'm inside with the roof over my head, but it doesn't seem that wet. But I guess the drivers have just said, we don't really fancy this. Because if it is slippery and you're on slicks, then it's not much fun. So,
no, and I think that, I mean, I guess it looked, I mean, it doesn't look too much wetter now, but I suppose looking down at the circuit, it probably is. They're not happy. There's a lot of power in these things, isn't it? And on the slicks. So they're going to be brought in. They're going to run the hot hatches, giving these guys the opportunity to put some wets on, and then we'll go again after this. So it's just changing the order slightly. That's all we're doing.
Well, and I guess that might mean that 1 or 2 of the cars that went back to the paddock after that first lap might have a bit more time. And maybe that's what they were doing. They were going to change tyres and, in fact, join the race a bit later or something. But they might be able to take the restart now, because that'll be another half an hour or so away, I would think.
Could be. Incidentally, by the way, thanks, Jamie Peters Ennis. The Mini that's at the back, the Paul Dickinson Mini, had an alternator change. Kev at Sussex Road and raced to the rescue. So that's why he's starting at the back. That's good to hear. Going to put a big shout out, because I'm going to put this one up on the screen as well from YouTube. Please give Matthew a shout out. He loves Castle Combe. That's Matt's dad, 27. So I'm assuming that's Matt's dad that's 27, not Matt that's 27, and his dad's giving him a shout out. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Dave Spiller says, "What's the weather doing, Mr. Dawes? It's that fine rain soaks you through."
It certainly is, because it's definitely appearing on my window now as well. So it's just one of those grey, slightly dismal days that typify the British summer, really, don't they?
It is, and it's such a shame. And we kind of the guys next door in race control bought up an actual radar, and they saw the rain coming in. And I know somebody, I forget who it was, somebody earlier made a message saying, "I hope you're not going to get this rain that we've got here in Cardiff." Well, they obviously opened their window and blew the clouds towards them, which I think, not necessary, is it?
That's not fair, is it? Keep it to you. The Welsh could keep it to themselves. I thought they weren't, supposed to travel more than 5 miles at the moment, but the rain appears to have disobeyed that.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not right. Not right. Right. I tell you what. I'm down. I'm going to go through this grid, and I'm going to quickly run to the loo. But let me take you through this grid for the hot hatches that is going to be next. But it's going to be a little while, because the bad news, Ian, is the hot hatches weren't even, as you would expect, they weren't quite cooled through to assembly area here just yet. So it's going to be a few moments, but certainly the rain seems to be coming down more, as you can probably see on your cameras as well. And he says just check on the phone, because various images coming through. Right, so for the hot hatches, that will be the jumping ahead, sponsored by Samco Sport. Thanks to Samco Sport. On pole position, car number 211, Chris Southcott, alongside him, really hunting him down in the latter parts of the qualifying. Number 45, Dan Brown. Row 2, 881, Sam Stride, and 47, Tony Cooper. Third row, 25, Nathan Nichols. Hopefully they've managed to get the drive shaft, I think it was from memory, that had an issue, sorted. Alongside him, the Was Racing run, Sean Govard, number 15. Row 4, 34, Will Self, and 21, Joe Dorrington. Row 5, 69, Stephen Jensen. Great to see him out there in the new Zebra liveried Mini this time. Alongside him, 39, James Blake, the iTech Racing MGZR. 6th row, 56, Mark Nicholson, and 9, Mike Wyatt. Row 7, number 62, Adam Higgins in his 2-litre Ford KA. And number 12, Lee Waterman. 8th row, 119, Darren Duffield, and 117, Lewis Clark. 9th row, 153, Martin Hathaway. 68, Nick Mizzen. Row 10, number 4, Adam Perrott. Hopefully he's going to be out, because that car stopped in qualifying. And 55, Graham Cox, who from memory also had an issue, I think. But I possibly can see that car down there, I'm not sure. 11th row, 74, Michael Bland. 84, Steve Bracegirdle. Row 12, 79, James Camphor. 113, Sean Deacon. 13th row, 23, Matthew Barrington. They worked hard to get that car back out again. And that glorious-looking Renault Clio is indeed down there, ready to go. Alongside him will be number 71, Simon Hughes. Row 14, 265, Gary Franks, and 78, Simon Fisher. So that will be the grid coming up for these guys. Peter Douglas says, can you give a shout out to my daughter Pippa? We are loving the coverage so far. Thank you, Peter. And a massive shout out to Pippa. I hope you're having a great time. Martin Bond, I'm confused. What happened to the GTs? They were on slicks, Martin, and they didn't want to be on slicks. So what's happened is that we've shuffled them to behind the hot hatches, give them time to change to wets, by which point they probably won't need it. And they'll hopefully be back out racing. So don't panic. We haven't lost it. We've just changed it. I love it. RC Crossfire Studios. Hey, don't blame us Welsh. We didn't. Someone else told us that it was raining over there, so that you brought it upon yourselves. I like this. Gary Bircher says, hello to Grandad George, who is flag marshal on post 13. Bobby's out. We see you, Louise and Emma. So they actually got to see on Bobby's out. So that will be on that bit there. Just on the left-hand side, presumably, is where Grandad George will be, understandably tucked out of the rain for now. Peter Molum, who of course runs the shop downstairs, enjoying seeing Combe on TV from home. Sorry, no Combe shop today, is a shame. We'll get that back up and running, I have no doubt. Typical first race back and it rains. I know, what typical, isn't it? Chris Pearson says, I believe Adam Perrott was cool pack issues which have been fixed. Good news. So that silver clear will be back out. Coil, he meant, was the coil pack issues. And Zoli Mindak, can I have a shout out to my son Callum, who's watching the car racing for the first time. Can't wait to bring him to the track. That is absolutely brilliant to see. Hello, Callum. Welcome to your first race. I hope you're having a good time, mate, and we look forward to seeing you, and I'll be able to see you wander past the commentary box next time. So it's great to see. I'm going to quickly run to the loo. Ian, are you happy to be left on there, or did you want to talk?
I can fill in for the next few minutes. That's not a problem, Chris. We can do that as we see on your screen the safety car waiting at the head of the grid for the hot hatches, which will be out on track shortly. As Chris mentioned, these need to be got first to and then through the assembly area, which won't be the work of a moment because the hot hatches boasting the biggest grid of the day. I think we have, and I probably ought to get this in front of me, seeing as we've switched on to the hot hatches now. I'll go to the right page on my tablet. I think it was 27 cars out there, wasn't it? Or something like that for qualifying. Bear with me. So, yeah, indeed, it was 28 cars, in fact, that we had out there for qualifying. Chris Southcott qualifying 0.2 of a second faster than anybody else in the Peugeot 205. Did a 1:15.002. That was on a dry track. It's now at least damp, if not fully wet. Dan Brown in the Honda Civic, second fastest, 1:15.213. Sam Stride, who he was a race winner during the course of last season, had 2 overall and 2 Class A wins last year, did Sam Stride. He's third on a 1:15.983. Then Tony Cooper, who I think was the top driver in Class B last season with 6 class wins. He's fourth fastest in his Peugeot 106 GTI at 1:17.241. Nathan Nichols in Citroen Saxo, who started the session late and finished it early, only got 7 laps in. He did a 1:17.819. Hopefully we're there on row 3 of the grid. And then Sean Gopher, the first of the Class C cars, Peugeot 106 GTI, 1:18.103. But 28 cars all in all took part in that session, which is excellent and great to see. It's still a very healthy grid for the hot hatches this season. Still running as a series rather than a championship and sponsored by EBC Brakes. And we're grateful to all of the championship sponsors, but also all the circuit sponsors that we're privileged to have here at Castle Combe as well. So we thank, as ever, Honda of the UK Manufacturing. They supply circuit vehicles, including the Type R safety car and the CRV medical response units. Kia Motors and Volvo UK also supply various vehicles for the circuit. And Avon Tyres, Simply Sweepers and Wiltshire College also lend their support to Castle Combe as well. So we're very grateful for their ongoing involvement and input as well. But hot hatches backed by EBC Brakes. It's looking like it's going to be a strong season for this. What we see is perhaps drivers don't do every round or do every meeting because it isn't a championship. They can come and go and just pick and choose which races they do. And certainly we saw a little bit of that last season. The wins were actually spread 5 different ways last year. Craig Tompkinson with his Nova took 3 wins last year. Sam Stride, we mentioned, with his Honda Civic took a couple, but Joe Dorrington and Chris Southcott, both on the grid today, each had a win. So too did Josh Harvey last season with his Honda as well. And all of those drivers coming from Class A. Just to explain the classes a little bit for you. This is all for front-wheel drive production saloons. They can be of any age, and there are 6 classes. So Class A is purely on capacity. That's 1801cc up to 2.1 litres. Class B for 1600 to 1800. Class C 1400, 1600. Class D is up to 1400, so that's the Tiddlers class, really. Class E is for Mini R53s purely, so the Mini Coopers. There's a good number of those entered this weekend, actually, and Stephen Jensen, fastest of those in qualifying this morning. And then Class F is for 1.8 to 2.1 litre, those cars with original engines from the same manufacturer, though, so a slight distinction from what is seen within Class A. So effectively, they're just not quite as modified, possibly. And the fastest Class F car this morning was Mark Nicholson, 11th overall in the number 56 2-litre Renault Clio. There's the view from the commentary box, looking out to the assembly area, so we can see that the cars, well, A, are there, and B, are now being released out onto the circuit, which is very good to see. And I imagine that also means that Chris Dawes is back in the box as well. So hopefully we'll hear from him in just a moment. But a shout out to Nicola Perrett's hubby Adam. We wish him the very best of luck as he starts 19th on the grid overall, and he is 4th within Class F in the Clio 172. Mike Moss is wishing the best of luck to Mark Nicholson, Team NMMS, easy for you to say. And he lines up 11th, as I say, the fastest of those Class F cars in the 2-litre Renault Clio. So we wish Mark Nicholson all the best. And possibly with these deteriorating damp and probably wet now conditions, I'm not going to read that one out. Modesty prevents me from doing so. But yeah, these damp and wet conditions, it could actually bring some of the Class F cars into play a little bit more. Some of the Class A machines, I reckon, might have a little bit too much power to be fully effective in these conditions. And Lily Goverd is wishing Sean Goverd good luck. Well, he's starting the race on Class C pole position in 6th place overall, and more support for Mark Nicholson as well from Paula Brock.
I just thought I'd keep feeding you with the good luck messages.
It never ends, does it? There's clearly loads of people watching this stream, which is absolutely fantastic.
It is, and thank you all for watching, and some lovely comments coming in. Kirky Nichols says, good luck, Nathan Nichols. Go. Steve Waite says, go, Gary Franks, we see you. Slight delay when that one's coming back up again. I don't need that there. I meant to now just quickly turn this camera that way momentarily, because I suddenly realised actually I can flip that camera around the other way when it's a good thing to do, so we can see it. Obviously, Tanya Mizzen, come on, Dad. That's Nick Mizzen. And Dave Paul Taylor, good luck, Lee Waterman. So the messages are piling in, which is great to see. And what a fantastic grid of cars. I'm just going to sort of pan over towards the right. I mean, look, they're still coming in here. And I mean, this is the sight we want to see, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. I got you just as you were taking water then as well, mate. Didn't I? Sorry.
Perfect timing. That is, it's an absolutely fantastic looking field, isn't it? Nice bit of variety as well. Some older cars from, I guess, the late 80s, early 90s, the Peugeot 205s, and some of the early model Honda Civics, which are good to see. And then you've got some of the cars from, I guess, the 2000s and early 2010s, the likes of the Clio 172 and the Mini Cooper as well. So you've got probably 15, 20 years worth of hatchback history on the grid here at Combe.
Absolutely. Look at that as well. It's racing, Castle Combe Racing royalty there. Steve Putty, sadly not out here this time, but he started testing his flabby paddles now. That's not any kind of lingo. That is genuine. He's got flappy gear paddles now. But obviously he and Nathan Nichols both supported by Forge. So he's supporting his fellow Forge supported driver there. Excuse me. I keep trying to find gin, but there's none in here, Ian.
That's a bit remiss, isn't it, of the people that stock the commentary box minibar?
I know, exactly. Excuse me, a little bit of food went the wrong way. I grabbed a bit of sandwich on that gap as well. Thought it was worth taking advantage. This fabulous grid now moving away onto their warm-up lap, and you can see that the conditions are certainly very wet out there now. And let me bring it back to the various. Let's get rid of Putty. We don't need Putty on there now. Sorry, mate. We love you to pieces, but we want to have a look at the footage instead, as they're exiting from Quarry already. And it even looks, Ian, like we do actually have spray coming off the tyres now.
Yeah, there has been a fair bit of rain, I'd say, come down in the last just 5 minutes or so, really. It's much wetter than it was when the GTs went in to get wets on. So I think that decision has been vindicated, assuming it stays this way.
Yeah.
But yeah, wipers on for the pole position man, Chris Southcott, and for the 45 car as well, Dan Brown. Novice cross on Dan Brown's Honda Civic as well. So he's obviously very new to racing. I don't know if it's his first race or not. I don't know if you've got any inside information on that, but certainly I think a new name on both of us as far as Castle Combe Hot Hatch is concerned.
Yeah, no, I haven't got any additional info, and he certainly was new to me. Apologies, Dan, if there's anything we should have known. But yeah, and a lovely looking car as well. So be interested to see. I mean, he was certainly coming on strong at the end of qualifying, wasn't he? Trying desperately to find a way past.
Yeah, and those Hondas do go well, the Civics, don't they, around here? We've seen plenty of wins for those cars. Sam Stride, Josh Harvey have both been winners in those during the course of last season, for example. So they're very capable of going reasonably quickly.
You scared me then, because I thought we lost
you and almost ready for the start.
Yeah,
here I am.
Yeah, you did. You came back. It's okay. It was just a brief blip, so that's good. As long as we got you back, we've got on the new laptop seems to work a lot better. So here comes Chris Southcott in that sort of. Sometimes that looks black to me. Sometimes it looks very dark green. It's got the green writing on it, but the obvious to pick out number 45, Dan Brown, in the black to red. Great livery on that Honda Civic. And we've got Sam Stride in number 881 in the very bright white. I had to say that slowly then to make sure I got it right. But he is in a very bright white Honda Civic. And then Tony Cooper, we know Tony Cooper well. He goes great guns in that Class B car. He is the lead Class B car. Sadly, I've just realised Nathan Nichols is not out there. I thought I saw him go out. Maybe I missed the fact that there was a gap. I can't see anything stopped anywhere else. So maybe I just missed the fact there was a gap there by the size of this grid. So that's a real shame.
Yeah, I can't see anything stopped around this side of the circuit, Chris.
Lights are on. I had Marcus Pye telling me information. We'll have to catch up with that later. Lights are off. A great start there from Tony Cooper, the number 47 Peugeot. He's gone screaming up through this order already. He's on the outside of Dan Brown, 3 wide in towards Folly. And Chris Southcott's going to have the inside line. Dan Brown now trying to outstretch him. Sam Stride is coming back at Tony Cooper in the 47 car. But Tony's having none of that at the moment. So Cooper's going to have the outside line, though. Is he going to be able to hold it? Round Quarry corner, they sweep. It's Chris Southcott back into the lead. But no, Tony Cooper's still up there in third. What a cracking start by him.
Yeah, it was indeed. So he's in third place. He did get a really good getaway from the line, though. It's Southcott leading then. Dan Brown is second. Third is Cooper. The one that's gone back down to fourth place now is Sam Stride in the 881 car. And he's got everyone immediately behind him, including Stephen Jensen in that very distinctive black and white stripy zebra-like livery. The number 69 car, the first of the Class F Minis, is up into fifth place, just ahead of the white and blue Peugeot, which is Sean Govard, number 15, in sixth place there. So they turn their way through Tower Corner for the first time and heading up towards Bobbies. Is that a shame? No, it's still Southcott ahead, isn't it, of Dan Brown? He's got a good advantage actually over him.
Yes, it is. It's most definitely Chris Southcott. He's pulled away. He's clearly loving these conditions. In towards camp he goes, and the gap's going to be monstrous. Dan Brown has got a good gap at the moment over Tony Cooper, who has managed to fight off Sam Stride in the white 881 car and keep gap. Stephen Jensen's loving these conditions, and that whatever they've been doing on that car during the winter has worked a treat. He's just missed the apex of Folly there, but no real issue as he now makes his way up Avon Rise, trying to hunt Sam Stride down. That Mini is absolutely pedaling well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Stephen, very experienced racer here at Castle Combe, mostly in Formula Ford 1600. Took a bit of a break for a while and has come back in the last 2 or 3 years, sharing this Mini with his dad, Erling, himself a Castle Combe legend from the GTs primarily back in the day. But Stephen, I think, going to do all 4 meetings this year in the Hot Hatch Series. Dad Erling might have a go in 1 or 2 other events as the year goes on. But Jensen now challenging Sam Stride for 4th position here. He pulls alongside the Honda, but the Honda's got the legs of the Mini, really, on the run from Old Paddock to Hammerdown, even in these quite wet conditions now. So it's Jensen that stays 5th, Stride 4th, Cooper ahead of him in 3rd. And then you've got the top 2, Dan Brown and the race leader, which is still Chris Southcott in the 205.
Yeah, and Southcott just is stretching his legs incredibly. It was 3 seconds when he crossed the line last time. What's it going to be this time? It looks like it's grown even more. There goes 2-1-1 Chris Southcott across the line to complete his 2nd lap. Here comes Dan Brown now, about to come across the line. What's that gap? It's doubled again, 6.2. Tony Cooper still in 3rd. Sam Stride's disappeared. He's lost a whole host of positions somewhere. Apologies, I probably missed a moment, and I'm guessing that was probably at Esses, because he's now come through in 9th place, Ian. So 5 places lost. Okay, so that it must have been at Bobbies then, I would think, because certainly the past Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that was they were sort of right together, him and Jensen. So it's Chris Southcott stretching his legs in this 205, out in the lead. Car number 211. Yeah, it's hard to describe. I think it's just gunmetal grey, that car. Then you've got the black car at the front, red car at the back of number 45, Dan Brown, the Honda Civic. Novice Cross on the back. Then Tony Cooper going really well, 3rd overall in that Class B Peugeot. Stephen Jensen 4th, Sean Govard 5th. In 6th place, it's the 34 car of Will Self in his Class A Peugeot 205. So he's made up a little bit of ground from 7th on the grid. So he's made up at least 1 place. Jamie Peters Ennis, thanks for your comments, mate. Glued to the footage, which is great to see, is that apparently Sam Stride straight-lined Bobby, so it was where we expected. We just missed it. Someone did ask the question, is there any replays on this feed? Well, not technically, but I believe on all of the feeds, you can actually scrub the time bar back again and watch it from a bit further back and then go live again afterwards if you want. So loosely speaking, I guess there kind of is. But leader's already gone through, 3 laps completed. He's just getting quicker and quicker. That gap is now up to 8.6. New fastest lap of the race, 121.935. It's just getting... He's getting comfortable with these conditions, I think, isn't he? Yeah, he is. I mean, that's, to put it in context, about 6.5 seconds slower than he was in qualifying, but conditions were an awful lot damper than they were then. He's not got his wiper going at the moment, Chris Southcott, because he's got nobody in front of him. For that matter, neither actually is Dan Brown. He's so far back, but he's still got his wipers going, as has Tony Cooper, number 47 in 3rd. Still 4th, Stephen Jensen, 5th, Sean Govard, 6th, Will Self. Then 7th and 8th is actually a pretty decent scrap. You've got the 117, that's the Lewis Clark Fiesta, the black, green and white car, and behind him now is number 62, and that is Adam Higgins in this Ford KA that he drove to the circuit this morning. And so Adam having a pretty good race because he started 13th, he's up into 8th place. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? You know, he was saying that he's not going to be able to compete because he reckons he's like best part of 100 horsepower down on the other Class A cars. But I guess in these conditions here, once the rain's out, it kind of eliminates that, doesn't it? It doesn't really matter too much because you can't use all that horsepower anyway. So no, exactly. Well, in fact, both of these guys have done brilliantly. So the Fiesta that's just ahead of him, the 117 car of Lewis Clark, he started in 16th place. And he's up there now, running in 7th. I mean, that is a fantastic opening foray in this race. And I think the two of them are desperately trying to close in on what's the car ahead of them? That's Will Self, isn't it, in the red Peugeot 205? Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Self in a Class A car. Clark, of course, in the Class F lead at the moment as well. Southcott goes past me once again. What's the lead now? It's 7.3 seconds. It was a slower lap that time, actually, in the 124s from Chris Southcott. Dan Brown that time did his personal best, and he closed in by about 1.2 seconds on the race leader. Tony Cooper still 3rd. Stephen Jensen 4th. But Sean Govard in that really nicely turned out Peugeot. I do like that white and blue livery. I think Govard's going to go through, and I think Jensen's going to let him because Jensen has flicked on his left-hand indicator and he's kept to the left-hand side of the circuit
at Tower Corner. And Stephen was saying to me this morning in the paddock that really he's focused on winning his class. He'd like to have a battle with other cars, but his main priority is what goes on within the class rather than the overall position. And he is well clear of the second of the minis, which is Martin Hathaway, 153 and 14th overall.
Which is it goes to show what an amazing job he's doing. I know Erling pedalled that thing well, but he's going even quicker again now. And yeah, Sean Govard is through. The rain looks like it's getting harder again. They're both leading their respective classes. Will Self's closed in on them there. Yeah, lap time-wise, he's closed right in on them in the red Peugeot 205. They need to be wary of that. That is a Class A car, though. Then it's the Fiesta of Lewis Clark that's leading Class F. So there's loads of fights kind of taking shape with a recovering Joe Dorrington, I noticed, by the way. The 21 cars back up to 10th.
Yeah, worth mentioning for the Adam Parrott fan club, of which I think we've seen at least one member. He went straight on at the S's on the previous lap, or early on this lap. No harm done, and he's continued. You may have seen that on the screen, but yeah, Parrott straight lined the S's last time through. Now, we've got Cooper going past me in third, Govard now fourth, Jensen fifth, and Will Self in sixth place. Lewis Clark in seventh. They're getting away from Adam Higgins, and there's a Civic that again has just straight lined the S's, and that is the 881 car of Sam Stride, who straight lined Bobbies earlier on, didn't he, as well? So I don't know if he's got a problem with the brakes or the steering on that car or what, but he's had a couple of moments.
Yeah, not sitting comfortably, is it? Comfortable for our leader, though. Chris Southcott's gone through to complete his sixth lap with just under 11 and a half minutes left to go. Dan Brown in the lonely second place as it stands at the moment. Third, here comes Tony Cooper, number 47. Possibly being closed in on by Sean Govard, but that is a B and a C class respectively. Stephen Jensen in his zebra liveried Mini comes next with Will Self behind them. Do you know what? Adam Higgins is closed back in on the 117 Fiesta of Clark. You know, those two are ready to have a bit of a scrap, I think.
Yeah, two different classes, of course, but that could get a little bit tasty, couldn't it? We'll keep an eye out for that. Meanwhile, Chris Southcott's gone through. What are we on? We're on lap 7 of this race. It's a 20-minute race, and it's a timed race, this one, rather than a set number of laps. And we're just coming up to the halfway mark. So the top two have gone through. Dan Brown's been through as well. Then it's Cooper, Govard, Jensen, and Self. And then there's that battle you were talking about. Yeah, Adam Higgins, as they go through the S's. And now towards Old Paddock. That's the bottom left camera on your screen. Nose to tail, Lewis Clark in the Fiesta and Adam Higgins in the Ford KA, who sort of essays a move to the left and thinks about going to the right, but on the middle of the road through Hammerdown was Lewis Clark in the Fiesta. And so no change in position there for the moment. But Higgins, twice Castle Combe Ford 1600 champion, certainly got the bit between his teeth.
Interestingly, that leads down to 5.1 between Southcott and Brown now, whereas bearing in mind, certainly I remember that being at 8 seconds odd, but we are going through traffic. It could make the difference. Tony Cooper's now picking his way past the Mini of Fisher, so that is going to have an impact on them. But here comes this fight that we were talking about in towards Camp Corner, and that means it's your top left-hand screen as they come on to start-finish straight. Lewis Clark in the 117 Fiesta, determined to keep the red Ford KA of Adam Higgins, someone who kind of knows this circuit rather well, doesn't he, Mr. Higgins?
He certainly does, and few will know it better. I think we've got an interesting few moments coming up because the leaders are catching out, 6 or 7 back markers now? So down at Tower Corner, you've got the race leader, Chris Southcott. He is 5.1 seconds clear now of Dan Brown and the Honda Civic in second place. But I say they've got half a dozen back markers that they will catch possibly around about Camp Corner, I would suggest, Chris. So I think as they come down towards you this time, you're going to have quite a sight with these back markers and then the two leaders.
Well, we've already got an almighty gaggle coming towards us here. That's the first of those is a 55 of Cox. And there goes our leader just picking his way through. So, yeah, he's halfway through that gaggle. Dan Brown, therefore, has closed again, I would suggest. Yeah, 4.480. And there's the interesting sign, Ian, is that's a new personal best by Dan Brown, 122.664. That's probably a mix of two things. One, getting settled in these conditions, because it's definitely not getting better. Two, he smells blood. He can see Southcott getting closer, and he fancies a bit of it.
And it's probably no surprise that Southcott would settle in more quickly because he's the more experienced driver. He's been racing here at Combe for a few seasons now, whereas Dan is not nearly as experienced as that. So
Unsurprising, given the unfamiliarity of the conditions compared to qualifying, that you take a minute or two to settle in. Now, Southcott has cleared 4 of those back markers compared to, 4 more than Brown has at the moment. Brown is now going to go past one of them. I think the Adam Perrott Clio as they go to hammer down, but I'm not sure that the other 3 cars ahead of him have necessarily cottoned on to the fact that Brown is coming through. So they're making his life a bit harder than it might otherwise be. He's got 1 or 2 of them now down in towards Bobbies. Yeah, the braking for Bobbies, he's got past at least a couple more.
Well, and here he comes now into my view. So exactly as you say, exited Bobbies. He's still got the 1 more left to go, and through up the inside of the yellow and black. That's going to be, is that Sean Deacon, the 113 car? Yes, it is. So Sean Deacon didn't make it too hard for him, but Dan Brown has closed that in even more. 3.2 is that lead now. And a couple of these back markers have taken advantage of these leaders coming through so that they've all sort of shaken up their own order by the looks of it, as well they should do. Here comes Tony Cooper in 3rd place. Not really under pressure from Sean Govard, number 15. Doesn't need to be. That's B and C class leaders. But he's also not shaking off Sean Govard, is he?
No, not really. Relative lap times, I mean, they've lapped in very similar times. 124.2 for Cooper, 124.8 for Govard, both doing their personal bests last time through. So Southcott comes through and Brown comes through, and that, I think that gap, even by half a lap, is less than it was when they passed you that time. And I'm watching out now for Cooper and Govard. Yeah, Cooper, Govard, Jensen and South, they've pretty much spread themselves out now, I would suggest, for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. But you still have that good battle for 7th, and it is now Higgins that is ahead of not only Clark, but Joe Dorrington there is separating Higgins. No, Joe Dorrington's now ahead of Adam Higgins. I correct myself.
He's had to recover, hasn't he? Something went wrong at the beginning. He started in 8th and he was picking his way through. That's enabled or helped Higgins, I think, get past Lewis Clark, but maybe they'll fight again. Leaders have gone through, and suddenly it's a new fastest lap of the race to our leader, Chris Southcott. He knows he needs to. 121.912. New personal best from Dan Brown. So, I mean, it almost suggests like the conditions are improving, but I can't see it myself, Ian. It does not look improved to me, maybe just more confident with it.
I think so. There's still the odd spot of rain on the window. It's not as intense as it was at the beginning of the race and just before the race. So I don't think it's getting any worse, let's put it that way. And the drivers are getting more familiar with it. There's, only 5 minutes to go or so in this race now. So we're 3/4 of the way through. Now, Southcott that time did a new fastest lap, didn't they? A 121.912. So he took about half a second out of Brown that time. So the gap's gone back out again, 3.8 from 1st to 2nd.
You're not even listening to me, are you?
No, clearly not.
No, I can tell that. No, I'm only joking. Yeah, because I said that, but the fact that it was a personal, a fastest lap for Southcott, but also a PB for actually the next 3 cars all doing PB. So it does seem to be getting that little bit quicker out there. Incidentally, for anyone who didn't see me put it up on screen, Nathan Nichols has said he'll be out for race 2. So it's good to see that we will see that car back out there. And that's one that we'll expect to see towards the pointy end at the very least. Leader goes through with 4.5 minutes left to play. And it's another new fastest lap of the race. And that's just taken a full second out, Ian, from a 121.9 to a 120.9. That is got to be improving, hasn't it?
Yeah, conditions definitely getting better now than they were. It's actually looking a little bit brighter as well. The sky a little bit clearer than it was. So Southcott, he's now back. He's got that lead back out to 5 seconds now. It was down as low as about 3, wasn't it? So he's pulled away. He's got a bit more traffic to deal with this lap. Who's he got to get past? He's got to get past the 119 Mini. That's Darren Duffield. He's got to get past the number 12 MGZR. That's the Lee Waterman Willard Service Centre entered car. So he's got a little bit of traffic to deal with before this race is up. He's got 3 3/4 minutes, so probably about 3 more laps left to go in this race, I would suggest.
And clearly where the conditions are improving, the horsepower is suddenly coming back to play again. And and I think we're going to be throwing the checkered flag this time round. Is the notice I've just gone. I don't know whether that means somebody has stopped in a place. I can't see anybody, but they are going to be throwing the flag this time round as our leader is coming down towards us. The reason why I was going to say is that Will Self's got ahead of Stephen Jensen. That's no difference for the classes, but here comes Chris, and he takes that checkered flag. Still a few minutes left to go, but obviously we've lost time along the way. Dan Brown comes home in second place. We then look towards the distance to see Tony Cooper. Sorry, go on, Ian.
Just to say, Stephen Jensen are back ahead of Will Self because Will Self straight line the chicane at the straight on the S's, I should say.
Fair enough. Okay, so that changed that one around. Well, here comes the third place Tony Cooper, which gives him Class B honours. So he punches the air, delighted with that. We got a couple of back markers coming through before we get to the white with the blue flashes. 15, Sean Gover, the Was Racing Peugeot, wins Class C. Then we look, here comes Stephen Jensen. The number 69 car is going to come home 5th overall, but the most important thing for him is the Class E victory. Behind him, number 34, Will Self, in the recovering Peugeot 205. There goes Joe Dorrington, a good drive back through the field to come home in 7th place. And but just behind him was the Ford KA, number 62 of Adam Higgins. Great job there. Recovery drive at the end there. 881 Sam Stride comes home in 9th place. 10th is 117 Lewis Clark, the Fiesta we saw battling with Adam Higgins through most of that, gives him the Class F honours. In 11th is number 39 Nathan Blake, that gives him 2nd in Class B. 2nd in Class F and 12th on the road is Mark Wyatt. The number 9 car, Mike Wyatt, sorry. I did know that I got that wrong as soon as I said it. In 13th place is 153 Hathaway in the Class E Mini. That gives him runner-up in the Class E. 4th, number 119 Duffield. That gives him a pot as well because that's 3rd in Class E. So great job there from Duffield. 15th, number 84 Stephen Bracegirdle. In 16th place, car number 12, which is also 3rd in Class B. And that is Lee Waterman. So well done to Lee Waterman. Nick Mizzen comes home in 17th place, which is the runner-up in Class C. 18th, number 74, Bland. 113, Deacon in 19th place, which gives him 3rd in Class C. 20th, number 79, Camphor. 21st, number 4, Adam Perrott. In 22nd, number 55 is Graham Cox. 23rd is number 23, which is the Class F car of Matthew Barrington after a lot of work late last night. Good to see it back out there. 24th is number 71 Hughes, 78 Fisher in 25th and 26th. And the final finisher is number 265, the Class C car of Gary Franks in the Mini. Cracking entertainment, but an awesome victory there from Chris Southcott. And he's going to be pleased with that because he looked like he was largely in control.
Yeah, I think the only car we lost, and I think I know where, is the Mark Nicholson Clio. And yeah, that car's gone off at Quarry, and the rescue vehicle and the snatch vehicle on their way to recover that. It looks like it might be reasonably badly damaged, that one, I'm afraid to say. I think the driver's out, though, which is good news. But yeah, we lost that car, I think, on the last lap up at Quarry Corner, just on the way into Quarry. It's gone into the barriers on the left-hand side, the Rexel barriers.
And ironically, that was just what I was being informed as well by Steve Weston. He was just letting me know that. I know that Tom Davis, apparently I'm not answering my phone, but he's only said about wanting us to mention merchandise online. You can buy the Castle Combe merchandise online. And he's asking, what's the plan with us? I need to charge phone. That was ages ago, actually. So I haven't been ignoring you at all. But hopefully we're going to get some footage of the stuff being cleaned as well.
The winners coming in.
That's Clive on the main screen.
It's gone through. Shall we go second place?
So the winner's already gone through. Hi, Clive. Can you hear us, mate? Nope, his headphones aren't working.
Hello. I don't. Hi, Chris. Yeah. We haven't got the winner actually, but hi. Yes, I can hear you well. Thanks. How are you? And yeah, we're with Dan Brown, who was second. Chris Southcott's passed the assembly error, unfortunately. Dan, a very good.
That's very delayed. Hard to hear. Hello, everyone. It's not working.
Yes.
How was that
Still
for you,
working,
Dan?
guys.
Tricky. So we decided to stay on the dries. A few people had just enough time to change to wets before the race started, and I thought I made the wrong decision, but obviously it didn't go too badly. It wasn't too dodgy once there was some heat in the tyres. It was probably similar overall. Hopefully it will dry up for later, because it would be nice to have one dry race today.
You hear anything?
It's coming through now, isn't it?
Otherwise, I can't hear a thing.
Yeah, it's coming in a lot later after we speak. So, Dan, is that your best result here at Castle Combe?
That was my first race here.
First ever
Castle
race?
Combe. Yeah, obviously quali this morning. This is my first race, but hopefully do a few more rounds this year. We'll see how it goes.
Fantastic.
Have to make some improvements for the next one. See
Yeah.
if we can get up a place.
Right. I've removed Clive out of there because I'll keep an eye to see if he's going to do anything. But for whatever reason, we seem to have a major delay. They were running two phones earlier, one so they could hear us and one so they could do their stuff. But for whatever reason, it's a delay. I can see him in the camera. So if I suddenly see them with the driver back in the screen, then we'll go. Yes. So the checkered flag went out sort of probably a minute or two. What was it? 3 minutes early, and that was because there was a car into the tyre wall at Quarry, absolutely fine, but just not able to keep going. And instead of it being a red, it's basically throw the checkered, and you can see that they're just bringing it out. That was into the rectocell barriers. There you go. For those who know me, surely you're impressed. I even remembered them called rectocell barriers now, but they are going to recover that. That'll be absolutely fine. Marcus Pye, who is here doing the reports, which is great. And he has let me know. And this will be interesting for you as well, Ian, because the Shepherd's Audi clone thing, the Super Tourer, we said about the front bodywork being missing. Well, that actually came off up Avon Rise. No contact. And probably can't fix it here, sadly, but no other damage, but they probably won't make it back out.
So it sounds like something wasn't fastened quite properly then, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Everill's, Janetta, and Butcher's R8 had a coming together into Bobbies, which we thought we were hearing that. The Janetta guy's gone back to base for a new front left upright and disc. Should make race 2, but not the race 1 restart. But the Audi R8 has bent rear suspension link, no spares at circuit, so sadly that car's out, so no Butcher. I'm going to bring Clive back in again.
We've got a few techie problems at the moment.
Hopefully, we'll put Clive up.
What happened?
At the start, I missed the gear, then missed the gear, so found myself into a bit of a tricky spot. But I'm not sure where I'll come in the end. But
I think
I was in 7th, was it?
So, yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what I started on the grid.
You were at Nova. Was it Nova last year?
No,
no,
that's no. I've always had the Peugeot.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
But it was a green one last year.
Yeah. I don't think we're online, are we?
Yeah.
We've got Joe Dorrington here, who had a great drive, had a few problems off the line, and I think finished 7th in the end. Joe, how was that for you?
Not great, because I had a few problems off the line. Missed the gear, couldn't find, went from first to basically 5th, and then couldn't find first again. So found myself near the back, but from that point there, it went really well. Yeah,
that's a lot of cars to pass, isn't it?
It was, yeah. Especially in this weather.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy, but it's quite enjoyable.
How slippery out there is it?
If you're on the race line and you're staying on the race line, it's okay. You come off it a little bit. So when you're trying to overtake, that's when you're coming off. So I was finding the back end going quite a bit, but yeah, it was a good race from the mistake, basically.
And how are you finding driving in this rather strange environment?
It's odd. Yeah, I mean, this is well supported, this circuit, and it's nice for family, friends, and when you race here quite a bit, people recognise you and come and speak to you. So, you know, the atmosphere is not here. It's nice to get out of the car. Yeah. But it'd be nice to get all the fans back as well.
It will.
Yeah.
It will. Hopefully we can before too long.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah.
Have to see. Yeah. Excellent. Well, presumably you're geared up to do even better result in the second race if you get the start right.
I hope so. Yeah. No excuses in the second one. Yeah.
Well, best of luck for that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Cheers.
take care. Cheers. Yeah, very good performance there. We're having with Sean. I think you won your class, didn't you?
I don't think I did.
You did you?
I have no idea.
I'm not quite sure either, to be honest.
No,
because
first race ever. So
that's right.
Yeah,
yes, we met earlier. First ever race. So how was that for you?
Wet. Scary.
And how nervous were you before the start?
Not too bad actually. Qualifying, I was a little bit nervous, but this time I knew what I had to do, so get there and do it.
Yeah, I don't know. My first ever race I did, I found that to start, before you start, it's really nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
As soon as you get the helmet on, it sort of just relax. And
lining up there's nothing else like it. That's the best buzz in the world. And then as soon as those lights go out, it's just a blur. I don't know if I closed my eyes or what, but I just went for it. Yeah. I don't know. So I've got no idea where I came. My lap times weren't very good. So,
right.
But there wasn't. I think I only got lapped by 1 or 2 of the front runners. So, that's a good day for my first race, as far as I'm concerned. And I made it only
third in Class C.
Absolutely. Yeah. And one more to go this afternoon.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, hopefully it'll dry out and we'll have a little bit more fun.
Well, great. Are you planning to do the whole series up here?
Yeah,
this year?
Yeah. Money dependent.
Yeah, excellent.
I need some sponsors.
Great. Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, thanks very much, and well done on your first race.
Lovely, thank you.
Yeah, great to see someone having their first race here at Castle Combe, and obviously thoroughly enjoyed it. And I think, as you said, once you get in the car, you do relax and just get on with things, basically. So that's really all the drivers we have here. Unfortunately, Chris Southcott didn't come here, so we haven't had a chance to interview him. But hopefully we will later if he has the same domination in race 2. So back to you, Chris.
Fantastic. Thanks for that, Clive. Yeah, that was Sean Deacon in that yellow Fiesta at the end there. Oh, loud noise as he fires that back up again. That was impressive.
It was good to see him on brand with the merchandise as well, wasn't it, Chris?
Yes.
With the 70th anniversary, because we were just talking about that, but just beforehand.
It was really good. Okay. Just seen a photo of the car just being recovered from Quarry. It looks like he's gone front and back in that, but it's wrecked to sell. No, it was tyres first, Ian. So that's why that's taken a moment longer. He's absolutely fine. That's the only reason why we've seen that he's a-okay, but the car's not.
Yeah, car is back on. He's on the flatbed now, so that is ready to go back to the paddock.
Good. Obviously, it's not the end of the world because we have got these delays anyway. The GTs are just down there at the moment. Yes, so I think that basically what's happening down in the sort of like the area where Clive was in is that, and I've got a recall for this, is that they're sort of like spot testing, aren't they, to some extent? Oh.
Yeah. So there's still some degree of post-race scrutineering going on from eligibility issues, whereas one of the changes that we've had this morning, normally every car would be safety scrutineered before the event, but that's not happened. Drivers had to effectively self-certify, didn't they, this morning? And there may have been some spot checks on those safety issues. I think there was still some eligibility on certainly the leading finishers of maybe 1 or 2 other cars as well throughout the order, just to make sure there's nothing a bit trick on any of the cars that have had success here.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully everybody's playing ball. I love this, is that there was a very funny comment earlier and there's a funny response to it. RC Crossfire Studios, is it bad that because of this live stream, I'm now looking at a Protestant hot hatch car to build? Now, lovely that you're thinking of building a car, but it didn't need to be Protestant. I'm imagining a potential that was supposed to be. But the reason why I brought up this really funny is that Brum Racing have then replied on YouTube saying, I'm looking at a Catholic hot hatch car, to be honest. So there we go. They're having their own set twos, but the joys of predictive text and all of those kind of things. But
absolutely.
The good news is, that's what we want to see, is that by seeing these cars out there, is it's getting people sort of like itchy, wanting to go. That's why we got this race underway, is that these caged animals need to bring these beasts back out to race again, don't they?
Yeah. And talking of Catholic hot hatch, we've actually got a mass of cars, haven't we, here this weekend? Okay. Oh, sorry. The cooks were whirring as you were saying that the hat to be. Something.
Yeah, now you say that, I did wonder what the noise was. I just, that was, and you even had time to decide whether to say that one as well.
Yeah,
mate.
and I I still did it. It sort of got through the filter, which isn't clearly good enough. Anyway, I'm going to get a view of that Mark Nicholson car because it is coming past me. I thought they might go wrong way around the circuit and take it straight into the pit lane, but actually, I don't know if you can go onto the old paddock camera quickly, Chris, because we might get a view of it as it goes past there.
Emma Strawford says, "Don't give up the day job, Salman."
Well, okay, yeah, I think that's a fair comment. Right, here comes the car past me now with bits falling off it as it goes, which isn't very well. Oh, it's a bit shorter than it used to be. At the back, it's front and back. The doors look straight, and the roof looks all right, but I'm afraid the rest of it's a little bit of a mess. But good to hear that the driver's all right.
Yeah, the driver was brought back nice and early, and it was just the car and a bit of tyre repair. So I think it came off just before the Rectus Albarez, sadly. So it had that to start with. Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. I lost my patience and it took a lot longer to get to Tower than I was expecting. But that's on its way back now. It still looks like they're doing some repair work up at Quarry, though, Ian, doesn't it? Although I think possibly it's the sign-off work rather than the repair work.
Yeah, and it's possible. Yeah, I can just see another vehicle or two moving up in that direction now, and some marshals getting back to post. So I think we're pretty much there on that one. And we should be able to get back racing with the GTs again. And I can't help but think it's dried out a bit in the last few minutes.
That'd be typical, wouldn't it? Now that they're all down there on their wets, I've got to just put this up because, as you saw, it made me chuckle. Is that in response to the Protestant and Catholic things? Is that Chris Pearson's put "damned auto cucumber"? That's a cracker. I love it. Oh, this is an interesting comment, and it is a shame he's not here. But we know Tony Hutchins. We were looking forward to Tony coming back out racing again, and I think it is in the TT again. Brilliant job, everyone. Loving the courage. Hope to be out next meeting. Good man. Make sure you are. We were looking forward to you being back, buddy. Mike Cotton says, any chance of a few full screen shots during the race? No criticism intended. Thoroughly enjoying it. I will attempt to, Mike, but it's me, and it's trying to run absolutely everything here. And the problem is that if I go up full screen for something, then others that are on another part of the circuit aren't going to be happy. So it's a no-win. So the probability is probably not, Mike. But I know that you mean that in the right way, mate. That's cracking. Rachel Bourne, stop rubbing your eye. It will make it worse. I apologise. Don't give up the day job, Dorsey. What did I do wrong? I was reading other people's jokes, for goodness sake, and I'm getting the blame now.
Can't win, can you?
No, can't win. Can't win at all. And we got Tom Davis. Look, Tom Davis. Hey, Dorsey and Davis. He is here. He is walking around. Yeah. It's a bit social distancing. Yeah. Yeah. I was hoping that you'd have a bottle of gin with you, mate. That we'd have cracked open the bottle. Yeah. It's not true. It's not true. He didn't. Love is in the air. But you've been off sort of wandering around and getting a few bits and pieces.
Yeah, I think it's a bit to go with the tech.
Hang on, I'm going to change to a different audio that might then actually pick up Tom as well.
Is that better? Can you hear me? No?
Can you hear Tom speaking now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
It's brilliant. I mean, yes, it's like everything. What we've got to remember is everyone's done this, as I said, in their spare time, pulling in favours, do everything. So I think it's brilliant. Loads of amazingly nice comments, some not so good, but they can politely move on. We've never done this before. The circuit, like I said, everyone here share about the weather, but what an amazing day! What an amazing start to get back. Like I said, we had the CEO from Motorsport UK here earlier, and absolutely glowing. Praise for everybody. I think it's just a testament to everyone, to Steve, to Richard, to yourselves. There's just so many people involved with the racing club. To Joe, Shirl, everyone, and I think everyone has worked so hard to make this happen. The drivers have been brilliant. We're going to have a chat. The atmosphere, yeah, they're all really pleased. It is a bit different. Not hearing you guys booming around, you know, it is strange. You know, it's probably pleasant for some people, Chris, but you're all right, Ian. But no, it's absolutely, you know, and I think, you know, thank you to all our sponsors as well. You know, everyone that's just made this happen. And fingers crossed, you know, we can keep this going and keep momentum. We proved what we need to do, how we do it. Yeah, and I think later on we might try and grab a few of the other people involved here. Some people behind the scenes, the medics, the marshals. But everyone is in really good spirits and working really, really hard. And the only comment is people want to see, I think, when you're clearing the track, to see what the marshals do. It's actually quite fascinating, you know, what they're getting up to out there. Yeah, there you go.
Wasn't a lot.
Not a lot now, no. But earlier on, when they were clearing, away,
we showed.
Yeah, no, it's and I think that goes to show, doesn't it? If you've not, you know, we've got people watching all over the world now as well, and I think that's the point, isn't it? It's so much that goes into this. And these guys out in Orange there, hopefully some are listening, and just an amazing job they do. Absolutely amazing job, just unbelievable, isn't it? You know, they're all out there now, like little orange ducks, aren't they? Bless them.
Yeah, absolutely. Fair play. Becky Hill says, "Is Tom the new Mrs. Dawes?"
Eh?
Or the next Mrs. Dawes?
Yeah, well, yeah. In this day and age, Becky, it can be whatever, can't it? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. But yeah, no, I haven't got any gin. Do you want a drink or anything, though, Chris?
No,
are you sure? Mate. We're running a crowdfunder to help your eye as well. Yeah?
Oh, it's killing me, mate. It's killing me. It's really struggling. Ian Salmon, someone here watching from Brazil as well. There we go.
Look at that. He's tuning in to me and you.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be having a Brazilian today, Chris. So that's certainly impressive. But Johnny Schneider,
cheers, guys.
Watching from Brazil, and so we've got Brazil, we've got Belgium, we've got Australia. We're ticking a few off.
Right. All right. I should be. Can you hear me now, Ian? I'm back on my old mod.
Yes, that's good. Perfectly. Yeah.
That's good. Yes, I managed to not to not respond to your Brazilian joke there, and I'll leave it that way. And this will be Team Hamilton. We've all changed into our matching T-shirts. Even the cat has his Team Hamilton hat on. Everyone's getting involved. Go number 56. Alan Hamilton's down there in his car, ready to go. Bad news for the saloons is that Adam Preble, unfortunately not racing the second race, got a problem going into third gear, which we heard him saying they think the diff's broken. And of course, if he just suddenly bangs that into first, it'll be a nightmare. Thank you to all of you that were picked up on Tom's comment. Nice to see the positivity. Great job to see. Thank you, guys. And listen, we know it's not absolutely perfect. It was never going to be. It's kind of trying to bring you something that it just adds, instead of it being just TSL audio, is to just bring you some footage, and I hope that's okay. Orange Duck Army, I like that. The Chris Pearson. Mind you, Ian, who needs friends and family when you got family like this? My dad says, Tom, it's a great success. Just imagine how good it would be when you get a professional commentator. My dad put me down, eh? He's a lad. Obviously, people gutted about Adam Preble. Racing looks good so far from Jake Olden. Can't wait for more. John Allen is just saying tavern. I think he's just after a drink, although it's called Cafe Bar H now, don't forget. Oh, good. Thanks, Jed, coming in for the defence against me, Dad. Ooh, harsh, Mr. David Dawes. Good, thank you. Give him some. Yeah, there we go. Look, apparently Carl think we should start a crowdfunding fund to help his demand for gin. I think I've nearly dried out Wiltshire now, Ian. Did you bring any from the Midlands down with you?
No, sadly I didn't I didn't get that memo to bring supplies down of the gin shortage down here.
Well, so we've got the GT cars all ready to come in soon, Ian.
Good
I'm just
news.
trying to work out is that you're at the opposite end to what you'd normally be in the old.
Yes, yeah. Well, where I normally am, so there's quite a long desk. It is probably 12 foot long, something like that. In here, it's quite a spacious box by some standards. But down that end, where we normally are, we've got cameras rigged up, laptops. We've got car batteries which are powering all of this as well. Sort of stacked up on the desk, so it's quite a sight. Kev's put a lot of hard work into to make all of this work. So yeah, there's lots of equipment down there, and so on at this end. It seems to work quite well.
And I mean, to give you an idea, Kev has just been so busy for several weeks now when it was sort of thrown at him. And the problem is that there is no sort of like trunking beneath the ground. So it's like trying to get cabling going round, whether it's within the barriers, which of course we did have an issue earlier where one got hit. You've then got some fencing. You've got, think about the pit exit, is that you've then got the pit exit. So there's nothing going over the top of that. So how does he get cables there? You've got certain things going one direction, some's going the other, some that's got some spare capacity. That side is full. And he's just been flat out and working out ways to make it work. And that's really what this has all been about, is to get it going. The club and the circuit don't have the money there to suddenly fund a great stream, which I know that 99% of you that are watching this have completely understood and been appreciative of what the circuit and club have put on here, as am I, Ian, because it means that we get to still commentate, which is where we want to be. We're like, well, that's our uncaging, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess all of us commentators were a bit uncertain about what race meetings would be like coming out of lockdown, and whether we'd be able to be here and do a job. And so certainly the fact that we're able to do this streaming means that we have been let out of the house basically, and doing this. And I know that both of us will be sort of heading off to all the circuits around the country in the coming weeks as well. And I'm sure it'll be a very different experience at all of them. But hopefully as time goes on, it'll be something that gets back to a bit of normality, and hopefully it won't be long before we actually get to commentate for a crowd again, rather than a crowd, but of people sitting at home on the sofas. And actually, to be fair, on a wet day like this, that's probably the best place to be, actually, rather than sitting out in the drizzle at Quarry or Tower or wherever you'd choose to be. I know people do it in all weathers, but yeah, at least you're not going to be getting wet at home, hopefully, anyway.
Well, that said, I think if you're doing this properly, you should be out there and getting wet in the garden with your screen in the dry. Just teasing you that it's in the dry, but you're out there anyway. That's how it should be done, surely.
Maybe some people have done that for the authentic experience.
I sadly would. That mist is coming back in again, Ian. That's got very wet again very quickly. So
yeah,
I don't think this is settling in. So at least they're now all down there on their wets. I like that. Stuart Tinker Taylor says, no shortage of gin in my house. We'll bring a bottle next time. Putty said, the new live stream is mega. Now my mum can watch while screaming inside the comfort of her own home. Good point. That's the thing. That's good. Just to add a couple more from Marcus Pye. Sadly, Chris, was it Chris Everall? It is, yeah, Chris Everall in the Ginetta hasn't got a front disc bell, so curtains for the day. So he's not making it out in this or the second race. We already have heard no Adam Preble with the diff. Gary Preble out with the turbo, and also he said that he had a misfire, didn't he, from fairly early on. Dave Scaramanga strut top mount, so he's not out for the second race, sadly. Goose has said that's why we're hardcore, and that's obviously the Quarry hardcore that he speaks from there. They're whatever the weather, and you certainly are, boys. That's what I like to see. Ellie Rose says, Steve Fox is getting that real experience here, fixing up my Trabby on the driveway with Coombe playing in the background. Good. Getting that experience, that's what we like to see. Right, sounds now, good. I would hazard a guess, Ian, because I'm looking around on all the cameras, that all of you will see just how wet that is now. And it looks to me that they're probably going to be just cleaning some bits and pieces out now, I would say, aren't they? Ready for us to get going again.
Yeah, it's not. It's wet. Clearly, it is not standing water wet at this stage. It's not heavy.
Oh, it is over here.
Is it?
Yeah. If you look in the top left image as well, let me take that up to.
Yeah, I was going to say my eyes are good, but they're not that good.
But you see on the exit of Camplet, there's plenty of standing water there.
Well, it's a bit wetter over there maybe than here. That's
interesting then.
Actually, I think it's more of a problem probably offline. Looking at it, just looking at old Paddock, sort of, if you were to wash out way over onto the left-hand side of the circuit, yeah, you'd be getting onto some pretty wet stuff there. Online, it's okay. Offline, possibly at parts of the circuit where there's not been the rubber down to sort of almost repel the water. It's a bit different. So you're going to have different amounts of adhesion at different parts of the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Safety car driver paddling his way towards his car at the moment. You see there that there's the issue. It is just the one car. Ray Ferrari, Nut Ferguson. We love him here, don't we? Great coverage, Dawes and Ian. Congrats to the Castle Combe Club gang. Now go 488 Ferrari, go. That's someone with an addiction, isn't it, to Ferraris? Spiller Motorsport. Come on, Mr. Dawes, sort this weather out. Listen, I'm hoping that Mr. Dawes is my dad who's been giving me abuse, that you're now demanding he sorts this out. It's his job now, so he's got to sort it. At Quarry, it's as wet as a... Am I allowed to read that one? Let me just check. Yes, that's okay. At Quarry, it's as wet as a wet thing can get wet, says Gary Elson up there in the orange overalls. Great commentary, Chris, says Rob Ballard. Rob, we wanted you out there, mate. Second on the grid, on the front row. We'd have loved that. When is the race starting, says Alison Burnett. Shortly. This is what we were explaining, is that what has to happen with the COVID-19 situation is that if anybody has been in the medical car, which of course has now happened, or the medical recovery vehicle, the whole thing has to get mopped out and it needs to be available again before we can go racing. It is the challenges of going racing at all. It is not just a flick a button and go, sadly. These are the challenges. It will be underway fairly shortly, I am sure, but they are just getting everything clean that could have been contaminated by someone who may had it. No worry. Thanks, Alison. I'm glad that answered your question. Brenda Weston, sorry. Thank you all for your hard work. We really appreciate it. So we can still, where did it go? Watch the racing from the safety of our own home. Chris Pearson's wanted to put a message up, by the way. Can I just confirm that the photos that I'm posting on my personal page of the winners are from last season? So if anybody thinks that Chris is posting photos of them now, he's not. He's just being brilliantly creative and putting them up from last year. Great show all round, guys. Wish I was out there. Thanks, Mark Fennell. And so do we. No rain here in Swindon. I'll blow it over your way. Well, that's my way as well. I didn't know you were my way, Sam. That's interesting. So Sam Tompkins, Swindon way. Although if we've got the rain in from Cardiff that is possible, then actually that means it's coming your way, Sam, next, and my way later for when I head home. Dino Woody, brilliant job, folks, with the resources you have. Thanks. Darren Duffield. So there we go. Darren Duffield out in the Mini, his first race. West Swindon, Sam. I'm over in North Swindon, mate. So we're not far from each other. In fact, that means I'll drive through West Swindon to get to North Swindon later. He'll blow harder than Wales. Love it. Darren Duffield, that was seriously wet for my first race. So much fun, though. He was out in the Mini that he'd been working on for the last couple of years and doing some hill climbs and the like, just to sort of get some practice in the car. And it was great to see Darren, and we look forward to many, many more races here, I hope, Darren Duffield, in our hot hatches. Now, all of the drivers for the GTs are sat hoping to get out fairly soon. You see them all sat down there ready to go. Well, all that are still yet to go. See the bright green Neil Greenland Pro Alloys number 81, and it is 81 now because he had 918 on his car earlier, but he's got it sorted. Jazz Sapra in the grey. Oh, someone's behind Jazz Sapra's car as well. Then you got Tim Woodman in the number 20 bright orange Caterham as well. Then all the Team Hamilton fans, you can see Alan Hamilton down in his car, ready to go. Last year's champion Jamie Sturgis in Leon next. Then you can just see the roof of the Noble peeking out above the Seat Leon. And then you've got Lee Frost in the red BMW just round the corner. Can you possibly just about see? You can just see Tony Bennett, the front of Tony Bennett's Caterham. On the other side, we've got the 95 Paul Dickinson Mini that is going to... Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was looking down. That's going to be starting at the rear of the grid. A few gaps there, and then we've got the bright yellow number 3 of Sajid Singh Verdi's BMW. Alongside him, number 57, which is actually Class D BMW, compared to the number 3 is Class F, whereas the 57 is Class D. The lovely livery on that one: orange, white, grey, purple, the whole lot. Simon Green Motorsport run car. I presume it's still Simon Green Motorsport run car. That's Simon Carer in that one. Lucky Carer's brother from memory. Then just behind that big BMW is the number 33 of Port Arbor, the AB Typhon. And then the Future Inns supported Porsche Boxster of Del Brett, number 59. And just see Ollie Ball behind what normally is the media centre. What I'll do as well is I'm going to turn it around this way so that when the cars do come out, you'll be able to see them out on a grid in all their glory. But for now, let me bring back the circuit cams. Still waiting to get everything sorted. I love it. Cheryl Milcreast, apologies if I got that wrong. Hashtag Team Hamilton. Let's start a wave whilst we're waiting for the GTs. I agree. We got to do that. When we get you all back here, ready to support this all in person, we have got to get a Mexican wave going round Castle Combe Circuit. I managed to get one going when I was commentating for the American Speedfest at Brands Hatch the last couple of years, going all the way along the start-finish straight down Paddock Hill Bend and up towards Druids. It was amazing. I reckon we can do it here at Castle Combe. When we're back as Team Combe back here again, it'll be great. Tabby Goverd, great watching you, Dad. So presumably that was in the last race that we had that absolutely glorious white and blue Peugeot 106 of Sean Goverd. And great to see that Tabby was watching. And there's some old friends from my hood. I grew up in Yate. Paula Spring, hi Paula, and hi if Stuart's watching. Hello to him as well. Doing a fantastic job, Chris, from Team Spring in Yate. Thank you very much. Dan Blake says, has the Neil Greenland car been modified since last season? Sure, that was in saloons. Yes, and I don't know what. I don't. If Ian, if you do know any details, feel free to come in. No, there's a nod. That's fine. A shake of his head. Sorry. All we know is that the answer to that is most definitely yes, because he was taking part in Time Attack. Is it Time Attack? No, not. Yes. Thank you, Ian. I think again with the help of Simon Thornton Norris, and they were getting that thing just unleashed, and he's decided to keep that, and then he's making his way out to the GTs this time. It's just an absolute beast, that thing, and so much more bodywork on it as well now. It looks great. No rain in Chippenham yet, says George Astle. Goodness me. We've also JJ, why are the GTs out? I thought the saloons were rating at 1440. That means you've only just joined us. Basically what happened, JJ, is that the GTs were out. There was a red flag that caused the incident to stop following an incident at Bobbies, the second of the chicanes, as they exited Tower and started making their way back towards me. And during that red flag, the rain got harder. They were all out on slicks. So they got moved the other way around. So the hot hatches got brought forward. The problem is, it's just everything's a challenge to get everybody in the right place at the right time. Fair play. They're trying to get it going. The GTs are down there. They're going to get their race. Then the saloons will be after that. And we'll be back, hopefully, back into the normal order again. Jackie Fay. Coverage has been great under difficult circumstances. Thank you very much. I get to see more of the circuit than I do when I'm marshalling, and more than when we're watching. Let's not forget that. They're spectating. We're limited what we see. Bravo to everyone for all the hard work to get back racing, and good luck to the rest of the day. Hashtag Orange Army, the mighty Orange Army. Jet Doyle made the point. The weather came in after a crash, and they decided to change from slicks. That means that you paraphrase that better than me, Jed, actually. You know me, why use 2 words when I can use 100? But there we go. There we go. It's an insight for Rob Ballard. And I said it's such a shame after qualifying both races of the saloons on the front row. Mega disappointed not getting to race, Chris. But qualifying was awesome. Great to be up with the Prebbles in the wet. Roll on, next race. Agreed, mate. Agreed. Jamie Peters-Ennis says the weather should favour the front-wheel Seat with all its aero. So that will be Jamie Sturgis. So keep an eye out on last year's champion, the 99. With this rain, is that Jamie's prediction is that he will do incredibly well. Great comment by Mike Cotton. Do we know anything about the AB Typhon? The answer from me is no, and I'm looking to see if I get a nod or a shake from Ian Salmon to know whether he knows anything about the AB Typhon. No, we don't, and I was intrigued by that on Thursday. And of course, normally I would be here and able to go around and catch up with everyone, but Ian, we can't do that now, really, can we?
Bit more difficult, isn't it? No, probably a little bit on the AB Typhon. So AB, I think it's one of the cars built by AB Performance. So Andy Bates down in Suffolk, I think it is. And I think it's the Typhon. And it's a car that I think was originally built for sports specials type racing rather than anything else. So kind of racing that you see with the 750 Motor Club. But yeah, good to see that Paul has got that car out here. I think we've seen Paul out in a different car, possibly a silver, I think I want to say, here at Combe in the past.
Well, there we go. I knew I could rely on you, Mr. Salmon. Thank you, mate. Haley Brock, go Alan, number 56. That's Alan Hamilton. His big hordes of fans out there watching. Adrian Smith has said new turbo and a bit of aero for Neil Greenland. Certainly, he's got a lot of aero on it. It just looks awesome. So thank you, Adrian, for that. I don't know whether that's Adrian down there watching from behind the cars and giving us some bits of information. But that is a new turbo and a bit of aero for him. No rain in Roud yet, says Stuart Tinkertailor. Oh, and the good news is in the background, I heard a whistle and the engines are starting to fire up. Lucky Carer wasn't even by his car, so he's just gone running there now. Peggy Spackman, Slip and Grip Automotive family, fully enjoying the live stream from home, getting even more excited for August 1st when the car will be back out racing. We'll still probably live stream it then too. It has a Honda S2000 engine, so that'll be the AB Typhon. It's got a Honda S2000 engine in it, says Lewis Bird. That's incredible, Ian.
Yeah, that's quite a good bit of kit. Those Honda engines really quite something, aren't they? So be interesting to see how he goes. Where did he qualify? Row 9. I think we might see him go forward a little bit possibly as the race goes on. Be interesting to see what everyone does tyre-wise. If F1 has gone on to wets, or because now it's brightening up again. Dare I say it?
No, you don't.
Oh, well, too late. Too late.
Just don't say it, for God's sake.
If I'm bearing bad news now, I'm going to bear good news now, because I can see that there's vehicles moving away from Quarry Corner where there was still some work going on. I think probably to sort the barriers out, if anything.
Well, the even better news is that if I bring this up, is that any second now, you're going to suddenly see coming into shot is going to be Ollie Bull.
There he is.
And the reason it's not Lucky Kerry yet is because he wasn't in his car ready to go, but he'll be out there. He's on his way out now. But I mean, you look at this in. If I just put this back to look at that standing water. I mean, there's loads of it there. If you can just make that out.
Okay, yeah, I'll buy that. But it is, look, you can see the sky is looking brighter, isn't it? It is looking brighter. It's going to dry out, I tell you.
Your Honour. It could well be. So we're getting this field, and it's great that we're going to have this camera here. We're going to be able to see it. Oh, there we go. Chris Pearson's also added. I just read that the Typhon is a kit car based from a Honda S2000, but with a bike engine. So actually, we're now getting two different things. So not an S2000 engine, but a bike engine.
Well, no, I think looking at it, it's got a 2-litre engine on the entry list. So I think it's probably originally built for a bike engine and now got an S2000 engine in, I would guess.
That way round.
That would make sense, I would think. Because I'm fairly sure that would have been originally built for probably RGB, actually, with 750 Motor Club.
But in essence, to answers Mike's question, then no, we don't. It's probably the easiest thing to say. We don't. We've kind of covered all the bases, which is good to see. Look at that amazing array of cars there in these GTs. They don't know how to line up on the grid by the looks of this back here. There's all sorts of shenanigans going on there, but they're hopefully going to make it up as the lovely Peugeot, the 49 car of Ruben Taylor. Getting into position alongside Jazz Sapper. Is he supposed to? Yeah, those two are side by side. Jazz is obviously just getting him straighter. No great issue here, Ian, in reality for these positions, because of course they're going to do the rolling start, aren't they?
Yeah, well, exactly. You don't need to be too finicky about where they line up now. It's where they are in the rolling lap. Josh Barrett, who is watching from home. Yeah, so this is starting to come together now. The Type-On is the same kind of car, and I'll have to check. It might even be the same car. I'll check as it comes past. That Stephen Ward raced last year in Sports Specials, or raced for the past couple of seasons in Sports Specials, the 750 Motor Club. So it would have had a car engine at that point. So yeah, I think that's right. But it's pretty a similar chassis to the AB Arian, which won the RGB Championship a few years ago, but modified to take a car engine. I'm guessing a little bit there, but yeah, there's certainly that is where I've seen one before in Sports Specials with 750 Motor Club, driven by Stephen Ward.
Fair enough. I can't argue with that, mate. That's perfect. Lisa Taylor says she drove past this morning on the way to Manor Hotel and gave us all a wave. That was nice. Plenty of other people that are nearby have said that every now and again they get the wind in the right direction, they can hear it, and it's making them miss it even more. I can imagine it must be torture to be able to hear it. But I mean, you look at the spray coming off of the cars as they're going up Avon Rise there. I mean, it is a big amount of spray now, to be fair. Round Quarry, yep, you can see that there is certainly water coming off the circuit, not necessarily bad, but coming down Farm straight towards you, it's hanging in the area, but not massively, I guess, is it?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see when they get up to racing speed what it's like then. But yeah, it does. There's a sort of mist hanging in the air after the cars have been through. Whether that when they go through at full speed, we'll see some bigger sort of rooster tail type spray. I'm not quite sure. It's well soaked, but it's not sort of absolutely monsoon with water running across the circuit or anything like that.
It's going to make it challenging for them, isn't it? Because if they've put on proper wets, the whole idea of wet weather tyres is that they shift the water out from underneath the rubber, kicks it off the circuit, and then all of a sudden that means that we're left with a potentially dry circuit with wet tyres getting very rapidly destroyed.
Absolutely, which we'll see. I said it was brightening up. It's going to be a question of how quickly it does brighten up and dry in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, isn't it? I reckon that Type-On, by the way, I've got a feeling that is the ex-Stephen Ward car that he raced in Sports Specials, looking at the colour scheme and the number on it as well. I'm pretty sure he ran 33 as well, so it may be they've just not even changed the number on that car.
Can't argue with it there, mate, and that's how you know you can say it, because I ain't got a Scooby-Doo.
75% of everything I say is made up, though.
Just confidently.
You've got to sound like you know what you're talking about, at least.
Exactly. Right, so in the distance there, hopefully you can see it. Sorry, this is a slightly moving camera. That's because I'm holding it with my hand so that we can see it. But it does mean that we get in HD coming down towards us. Here we go. And this time, are we going to get the start from that Ferrari? Gets the power down. Ollie is just quite gentle. Gets that a lot better there as this field comes down towards us. Over in the distance there, I don't think you're going to see it very well. So I'm going to have to now flick you back to the multi-cameras. But it is up into the distance. It is the red Ferrari of Lucky Kira that's got the power down a little bit more controlled this time, and he's kept Ollie Ball behind him, but not by a lot, Ian.
No, not by very much. So it's Lucky Kira leading, Oliver Ball in second place, gap back then to the Tony Bennett Caterham in third place, then I think it's Lee Frost BMW in fourth place. So I think this is basically what it was on the first lap a little bit earlier on. Then you've got the Noble fifth of Kevin Jones, and then sixth is the reigning champion Jamie Sturgis in the Seat Land Cupra. Seventh is Alan Hamilton. Eighth is the 49 car. That's Ruben Taylor. And he's gone through in the Peugeot Tour 6cc. But the leader is Lucky Kira by a reasonable margin at the moment ahead of Oliver Ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see is that you would sort of say that surely he's going to be able to stretch his legs at the front there. The conditions don't tell us too much. The newness of that car to Lucky Kira, although he's been out as many times as he possibly can since they were able to start testing, it just is a beautiful car across the line. They don't sound full chat just yet, understandably, as they come past us here, but such a beautiful array of cars. Big rooster tails off of these cars as they go under us on the start-finish straight. You can see them water that they are moving around. A couple of the BMWs dropped down through this order. In fact, they're tiptoeing around at the rear at the moment, getting used to the conditions, Ian.
Yep, as the leader comes back down towards me, towards the S's then. That's Lucky Cara in the Ferrari. Second place, still Oliver Bull, leading his class, of course, in Class A in the Vauxhall Tigre. I'm just going to have to refresh my timing screen to make sure that it's giving me the latest information. Third is still Tony Bennett. That's my timing screen's now gone offline, so we'll try and sort that out in a moment. Third place, Tony Bennett. Fourth place is Lee Frost. Fifth is Kevin Jones. And there's a gap back to Sturgis. Alan Hamilton, seventh. And eighth place is the Ruben Taylor car. And then you've got one of the BMWs, and then you've got Neil Greenland next up in his Mitsubishi Colt.
The interesting fight here really is third and fourth, isn't it? That big red BMW of Lee Frost is really hounding the little but mighty powerful Caterham number 24 of Tony Bennett as the leader. Lucky Cara just skipped off the curbing. They're having to stay off the paint. Clearly, as Lee Frost gets onto the paint, you can see it coming, and he just kept himself off the power completely, which has lost him masses of time now as they make their way up Avon Rise. You can see that BMW is back into the clutches of the chasing Noble now. So that's the indication of what they're having to do here, Ian, is stay off the painted surfaces.
Yeah, those will be very, very slippery in these conditions. So, yeah, you've really got to stick to the racing line. It's going to make overtaking relatively difficult as well. Turn his way, Lucky Cara through Old Paddock. The Flirtations car, number 41, Oliver Bull still there in second. Tony Bennett third. Lee Frost fourth. Kevin Jones fifth. And a good scrap still going on for seventh as Ruben Taylor gets a little bit of a slide on through the S's as he chases after the Westfield of number 56, Alan Hamilton, ex-Formula Ford 1600 racer here at Castle Combe, of course. Did some radical racing as well, I think, for a time in the GTs, if my memory serves. Leader's back with you, though.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to see what the gap's going to be doing now. 2.2 it was last time, but it was a new fastest lap of the race by Ollie Ball last time. This time it's a new fastest lap of the race for Lucky Cara, and it's gone out by another second. So great job there. Tony Bennett still in third place in number 24 Caterham. Lee Frost, who of course with the just running a bit wide coming out of camp last time and not able to put the power on because of the painted surface, fell into the clutches of the Noble, but Jones has now fallen away from Lee Frost, and I think we're going to see Frost trying to close back in on the Caterham.
Okay, good scrap going past me now as well. That's the Paul Arbor Typhon and the number 3 BMW of Jagjit Singh Verdi towards the back of the field, about to be lapped, in fact, by race leader Lucky Cara as they head down towards Tower Corner. No change among the top 3. Lee Frost chasing after Tony Bennett valiantly, but third, fourth, and fifth pretty much equidistant as they went past me this time. And Jamie Sturgis a bit further back in sixth place. Ruben Taylor's dropped back now in 8th position from Alan Hamilton in the blue Westfield. So
here they're sort of picking their way through these back markers. Oh, goodness me. Ollie Bull just went one way for Paul Arbor. Paul Arbor, understandably, sort of drifted across the track. And so Ollie, fortunately, had the foresight to just slow it down and pick his way back through. And all of a sudden, these back markers have meant that battle for third is close together. There goes Lee Frost as Bennett runs wide, and he had nowhere to go. Through into third place goes the red BMW of Lee Frost. Tony Bennett, that must have been terrifying because basically that car was so small and low compared to everything around him. And Lee Frost just took absolute advantage of it, through into third place, down to fourth for Tony Bennett.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. They're all leading their class, aren't they? The first 4, all different classes, which goes to show that these conditions are a bit of a leveler, really, in terms of different cars, whether the specials or the modified cars, are able to compete on a pretty even footing. Now, Lee Frost, having got past Tony Bennett, is really pulling away from him quite significantly now. He's about to lap the number 57 Simon Cara BMW, the grey and white and orange car, and he does so down into Tower Corner now. So, question is, can third place man Lee Frost catch Bull now? Possibly he could do.
Well, certainly lap time wise last time, but if Ollie Ball's at his quickest, who is so close now to Lucky Kira, relatively speaking, compared to earlier, across the line now, and suddenly Ollie Ball can smell that blood. He's putting a new personal best, 1:16.863. So I'd say no, because Lee Frost was a 1:18 that time. Now that they've got through the traffic and that Ollie Ball is smelling that possibility. Plus, as you called it earlier, Ian, it is definitely brighter in the sky, isn't it? And I wonder whether we're going to start seeing a difference in how these cars are dealing with these conditions soon.
Yeah, I think the conditions are going to evolve as the race goes on, and it will be fascinating to see whether that changes the perspective and of how this race pans out in the next few minutes. I reckon Kara here is being caught by Ollie Ball then as they come through. Obviously, on that lap, yeah, it was a couple of tenths quicker, was Ollie Ball, but I reckon he's taken some more time out of the race leader during the course of this lap. And the third place car, which is Lee Frost, he's about 1.5 seconds slower than Bull, so he's not really catching the top two.
Well, they're not far away from getting some more back markers soon, as you got the number 23 car there of Sonny Gill with Del Brett just behind him in the Porsche. They're going to catch them very, very soon. Here comes Lucky Kara through across the line, and that's now he suddenly banged in a 1:15. So, although in fairness, Ollie Ball went a new personal best at 1:15, but 3/4 of a second slower than Lucky Kara. So they're both starting to get themselves settled into this. Lee Frost up into that third place. He's now lapping quicker than Tony Bennett, but how much of that is down to the fact, as you called it, they're leading their classes, aren't they? And in fact, Jones is a Class C, which is the same as Lucky Kira. So Bennett doesn't need to worry.
No, doesn't really need to, because points are scored within the classes rather than based on overall finishing positions within the Castle Combe GT Championship, sponsored by Rice Insurance. And Jones is right with Bennett now as they come through. Bright headlamps, low positioned headlamps shining behind Tony Bennett, and the Noble certainly carrying a lot more speed out of Old Paddock than the Caterham. Now towards Tower they go, and I don't think there's going to be a change there. No. A good scrap to watch out for is up at Quarry Corner now, and that has changed round because Neil Greenland has got ahead of Ruben Taylor already on this lap 7 of the race. It was Taylor ahead over the line in the Peugeot, but now it's the Mitsubishi that's up ahead. And again, that's not for class position because they're in 2 different classes, Ruben Taylor and Neil Greenland.
Well, it's kind of settled down somewhat at the front. Is that it was threatening, wasn't it? I think Lucky's probably making his way towards you with 3.5 second lead now.
Yeah, he's on his way down the farm straight towards the S's, and yeah, it's at least half the length of the farm straight, perhaps a little bit more that he's got at the moment. It was 3.5 seconds at the beginning of the lap, as you say. Past me this time. Yeah, I'd say it's still around about that same kind of mark, but further back we've got Tony Bennett under pressure from Kevin Jones into the S's, but Jones unable to go through. I should think that I wonder even that if Bennett might be a bit dazzled in his mirrors by that the lights on that Noble coming through. They're just lapping Del Brett's Porsche. Both managed to get past that, and there's one of the BMWs that they need to get negotiated as well. They're both allowed from the inside line down into Tower Corner. So it's still no change there. It's still the Caterham of Bennett making his way through in 3rd place, or 4th place, I should say, ahead of Kevin Jones, the man defeated to the championship a couple of years ago.
Well, the leaders are now picking, were picking their way through another massive gaggle of cars. Lucky Kira through like a hot knife through butter. And not quite so easy for Ollie Ball, but he's getting himself through. Then Lee Frost, all on his own now, picking his way through at will. But great fight. Tony Bennett desperately trying to keep this big Noble behind him. The rooster tail seems to be getting bigger, oddly enough, off the back of that Noble, Ian. So I can't quite interpret these conditions.
It's a bit strange. I think we might have lost Ruben Taylor somewhere between you and Quarry Corner, because he was just... it was about.
I think he's come in actually because it's showing the clock, so I think he's come in.
That's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? So he, having been passed by Greenland on the previous lap, has now retired by the looks of it. Lee Frost trying to navigate his way past the Typhon and one of the BMWs in his 3rd position. Still best lap of the race to Lucky Kira, 1:15.054, and there's not really much green on the timing screen at the moment, which means that no one's really improving the times at this point, which is strange because the conditions do look a bit better now.
Well, but then it does sort of bring into the question that I was saying it looked like more rooster tail coming off the back of the Noble in particular, so it would suggest that it isn't necessarily improving yet.
It's
just
strange.
odd. Yeah, it is. Lee Frost is making his way camp in that third position, and it's this great fight between the fourth and fifth place cars. On the screens, you'll be able to pick them out quite clearly because two very different shaped cars. The small Caterham of Tony Bennett trying desperately to keep the Noble of Kevin Jones behind him. I just always feel terrified for Tony Bennett in that small car, you know.
Yes, some big beasts around him, isn't there, as well? Lucky Kira's gone through. Gap just under 4 seconds at the beginning of the lap. I think that's come down during the course of this lap, which is lap number 10 of a 15-lap race. We should get the full 15 laps because there's a 20-minute time limit on these as well, but we should finish the 15 laps before then. As the Noble, still behind Tony Bennett, does come through. And again, it does carry more speed off Old Paddock. But by the time they get to Tower Corner, I think the Caterham are a bit better on the brakes. And the Noble can't find a way through. So still no change there for fourth and fifth position between those cars.
Yeah, I was just watching Lucky Kira. I mean, that thing looked like it's on rails, as does the Tigre Silhouette. I mean, those things are just absolutely hooked up beautifully. In fairness, though, looking at Lee Frost coming through now, I mean, it always just looks a little bit of a struggle on the exit of the corners because that's a big car, that BMW M3, but he is throwing that thing around like nobody's business. As if no one's told him that it's even raining. Up Avon Rise he goes in towards Quarry, and still this fight is raging. They're just about to get past Woodman, but I think they're going to do it okay, and they'll still come to you fighting it out.
Okay, let's look out for that then. Oh, yeah, it's still very tight as they appear into my view on the exit of Quarry Corner. Lee Frost up ahead of them in the red BMW in the E36 M3. But then you've got the Caterham, and then you've got the Noble, and then you've got the Caterham that they've just lapped, Tim Woodman's car, number 20. But again, similar situation as to on previous laps here. The Noble quick out of Old Paddock, but the Caterham stronger into Tower. I think that's the story of this. They've got strength at different parts of the circuit, and they're pretty evenly matched over the whole lap.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and you can almost see it happening before your eyes. So the other thing that's incredible is Lucky Kira's gone new fastest lap again, 1:14.317, but it's only a 1:14.466 for Ollie Ball. So if those two are a bit closer together, we'd be seeing an incredible fight because they are trading blows so close to each other. It's brilliant. Lee Frost through in that third position, number 98, the red BMW, all on his own at the moment. Tony Bennett wishes he was on his own because he's got that Noble just behind him of Kevin Jones, 112. In sixth place will be last year's champion Jamie Sturgis, just trying to get past Jazz Sapper in towards camp, but he's not really got anyone putting pressure on him because Alan Hamilton's back in sort of fighting on his own as well at the moment.
Yeah, as you were saying that, it was almost side by side for fourth there up at Quarry Corner between Bennett, I should say, and Kevin Jones, but the order remains the same between those two. And last time through, yeah, their lap times were the same within a tenth of a second, albeit Bennett did his personal best of 1:17.625. Down towards Tower Corner they go. And the next car behind them is Jamie Sturgis, who's pretty much on his own, really, winning second place in Class D to Lee Frost on this occasion. Leaders should be back with you.
Where have they gone? Presumably they've long gone, actually.
Maybe they have. Yeah, here we go. They were with Quarry.
Yeah, because here's Lee Frost now. It's only because I saw his BMW and I'm like, don't do that. And it is still Tony Bennett and then the Noble of Kevin Jones in that order. But it keeps threatening a bit more than that, doesn't it?
Yeah, and they've got traffic to deal with. They've got traffic to deal with the leaders. Well, Lucky Kira's already done that. He's dealt with the traffic. And now the last of the back markers that needs to be negotiated is negotiated by Oliver Ball. That's Jagjit Singh Verdi M3. So the two leaders are sort of unfettered by the back markers on track. I turn to my right, and we have had that change. for 4th place, in that Bennett has lost out now to Kevin Jones. So that must have been up at Quarry Corner. The Noble, number 112, has got through ahead of number 24, Tony Bennett now. So no change as far as the classes are concerned, because Jones is 2nd place within Class C behind Lucky Carer. Doesn't really change anything as far as the points are concerned, but clearly Kevin's been trying to get that place away from Bennett for a good few laps now.
Well, the leaders are on their penultimate lap. Up Avon Rise they go. Still Lucky Carer, and they've dropped down into the 19s and 20s now. And I'm wondering, actually, Ian, that's gone all misty murky again, hasn't it? So I think that the conditions have forced them to slow down, which could also signify why that Noble was able to make the move and pull away from Bennett. Because, of course, Bennett's sat there with no downforce at all, is he?
No, not at all. Yeah, there's definitely this sort of drizzle moving across the circuit again now. And as the leaders go through, Carer and Bob, as they're on their penultimate lap, yeah, the gap's gone down to about 3 seconds now, so it has come down. And then Lee Frost is being caught by Kevin Jones. Now, Lee Frost has got several back markers ahead of him, and I think he might have been caught off guard a little bit here, because all of a sudden, Kevin Jones is right with him now. This is for the final position on the outright podium. They're nose to tail as they head down towards Tower Corner, the red BMW and the blue Noble turning their way through the right-hander at Tower, and it's still the red car ahead for the moment as they head back down towards you.
Yeah, still you can see the lights ablaze of that Noble, and it was sort of threatening to make a move through the Bobbies. They go, and they're heading back down towards me, and a great run there by the Noble. And you can see again that in these conditions is the aero is really coming to its own here, tucked up behind the underneath pretty much the BMW of Lee Frost. But Kevin, looking up the inside now, he's heading towards. I've just realised I shouldn't have it still on the zoomed-up camera, because heading up Avon Rise, he's done it. He's managed to sneak it through at Folly. A cracking job there. So what does that do? That puts him up into 3rd place overall, still 2nd in Class C, though.
Yeah, and he's not going to catch Lucky Carer, who's already gone past me. That battle you're describing up at the right-hander at Quarry. And certainly it should be 3rd place now for Kevin Jones. He's got about 4 car lengths over Lee Frost now. He's got the Neil Greenland Mitsubishi. He's got the Delbert Porsche to lap as well before the end of this race. But that shouldn't cause him too many problems as the leader, Lucky Carer, heads back towards you.
He does. Here he comes. He's about to come across the line. As you see, the lights ablaze across, takes the checkered flag. A great victory in the Ferrari. First win in that car for him. I suspect the first of many. Ollie Ball, great improvements on that car, and probably still a lot more to come. Comes home in 2nd place, which also gives him a Class A victory. Alan Hamilton's already crossed the line there in 7th place. That's 2nd in Class B for him. Now we look towards the distance. Here comes the Noble of Kevin Jones, number 112, turns right at Camp, and he's going to take 3rd on the road, which gives it... Oh, no, he spun. He's crossed the line, and he's taken the barriers with him. Thankfully, it is rectocell barriers, so he should be largely okay. But he did actually lose it coming out of Camp there, but crossed the line. Did he? No, it's showing him as not crossed the line, but he certainly has. I think the timing's not actually showing it. You can just see the other side of the pit wall is the car with the rectocell basically on his car, which should mean that he hasn't got too much in the way of damage there.
Yeah, I imagine that it just didn't trigger the transponder because it was busy colliding with the wall at the time.
The other side of it, I mean, certainly by my reckoning, is that he was still 3rd. It's not showing him as even crossed the line yet, so pass. We'll see how that one works out. Lee Frost is... I'm going to have to read the times as they are on the screen, aren't I, sadly? So we're going to say that Lee Frost is shown as 3rd. Either way, it would be a win in Class D. That doesn't change, which is a bit easier. Tony Bennett wins Class B. He comes home 4th or 5th, delete as applicable. Then it's Jamie Sturgis comes home in what I think would be 6th position. That would give him 2nd in Class D. Then it's showing Kevin Jones in 6th place, not having taken the checker flag, but he certainly did. That car will be out. It's just such a shame on that last, and he didn't need to do anything. It was all comfortable, and he came across and just made contact with the rectocell barriers, sadly. And Nick Ramsden there going down to check out the wreck to cell barriers and get it moved back to the correct place. Alan Hamilton, Team Hamilton in 7th position. That's 2nd in Class B. Neil Greenland in 8th place in number 81. That gives him a 3rd place trophy in Class D. 9th is number 20, Tim Woodman. That's 3rd in Class B as well. 10th, number 40, Jazz Sapra. Dale Brett in 11th in number 59 in his Porsche Boxster. In 12th place and winning Class F is the number 23 car of Sonny Gill. 13th, number 57, Simon Kehrer, in the number 57 car. 14th is number 33, Paul Arbour in that AB Typhon, finishing 4th in Class B in the end there. 15th is number 3, Singh Verdi, 2nd in Class F. And then the final finisher is the 95 car of Dickinson. And, of course, that was Paul Dickinson in his Mini. It has now shown as up into 3rd place goes Kevin Jones. Yes, it has all corrected now. Kevin Jones in 3rd, Lee Frost 4th, Tony Bennett 5th, Jamie Sturgis 6th, and then the rest we already knew they were as they were. But a bit of circuit furniture repairs. The driver's out looking at his car. I'm hopeful that he won't have too much in the way of damage there, and we'll see that Noble back out again. But such an unfortunate moment, just ran wide onto the grass. And the problem is, once you go, that's your lot. Right, I can see waiting to come in. I'm going to bring Clive Woodward in now, and hopefully he's heard that we're going to bring him in. It looks like he's got Lucky Kehrer.
Yep, thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, I'm here with Lucky Kehrer in the Rice Insurance GT Championship race. Great win by Lucky. Lucky. Fantastic drive in the wet, tricky conditions. Beautiful Ferrari.
Yep, yeah. Really enjoyed it. It's the first time I've drove it in the wet ever, so it was an experience.
Excellent.
A bumpy Castle Combe.
Yeah, it is quite bumpy here, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
How does it compare with your McLaren?
It's faster in a straight line, but doesn't like to go around corners.
Right. Yeah. Do you still have your McLaren as well?
No, it's gone.
Right. Is this a challenge car originally? Or?
It is a challenge car. It's as it came out of the factory, really.
Yeah.
So it's got one fixed dampers and stuff like that, so you can't really mess around with it too much. So
right.
It is what it is. You drive it out.
Yeah.
Really.
It looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't
Thank
it?
you.
Thank you. Beautiful car.
Great to be back out. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So you plan to do all the GT? I know you do a lot of racing, don't you?
Yeah, I plan to do as many as I can.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll commit to all of them.
What other racing are you doing this year?
I'm doing the UK Challenge in Ferrari.
Oh, great! Yeah.
So
very good. Yeah, because you raced also in the was it Porsche Championship last year? Wasn't
it? We did a couple of Carrera Cup rounds last year.
Yeah.
Me and Lee.
Yeah. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's absolutely magnificent.
Yeah.
The whole package.
Yeah. So today's a bit different day, isn't it? And how are you finding things in this new environment?
I think it's been done very sensibly, very safely, and I felt completely comfortable, and I have been quite pedantic about sort of all the processes and stuff like that myself.
I think that's absolutely right, isn't it? We all got to take care, and I think Castle Combe done a brilliant job, and a lot of hard work to get it going, actually. Yeah. And it's great to be one of the first meetings to be going in the country as well.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
couldn't wait to be here.
Okay, and notice another Kehrer in the program. Is that
he's a relative.
Relative of yours, yeah. Excellent. So you're bringing family into it slowly.
Yeah.
Okay, well done, Kehrer. Very good drive.
Thank you very much.
Good luck in the second race. In second place was Oliver Ball, and who wants obviously to show his sponsors and car. Oliver, you did really well there. Didn't lose a lot of ground, did you?
No, it was pretty good. I mean, obviously it was a long wait, and that made for an interesting feeling. But it was good. Made a good start, and I didn't quite know where our pace was going to be in the wet. I think we're closer in the dry, to be honest. But it was just make sure we get away, don't mess around with each other. And I tried to push him, and I got close when there was a gaggle of back markers, and I knew it was like that's an opportunity. But it's like don't take any stupid risks. So you just weigh that up all the time. But no, it's good. Car was faultless. That was about I think the third session we've done in the wet at all in it.
Really? That's amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so yeah, really pleased. I mean, it's going great guns in the dry. It's going great guns in the wet. It's very pleased with it.
And how slippery was it out there?
It was. There was a dryish line, which meant that it was predictable, which was one thing. And then in the last 4 laps, it started to rain again, especially down here. And if you just caught a little bit wide, then you're going quite wide. So it was sort of a case of just keeping an eye on the mirrors, making sure there's no one around, and staying as close as possible, looking for an opportunity. Yeah. It was great.
And was visibility a problem, or
it was all right? In the spray behind it, it was quite bad. But this is not too bad with the wiper, so there was no steaming or anything. So that was good. That was.
Yeah,
really
you look
good.
quite hot. So
yes, well, we were sat in the car for an hour before.
Yeah, I know, a long time.
Yeah,
It's a long delay.
the concentration is it's like much less physically compared to in the dry. But look, it's the concentration. It's just that total focus of it of in the wet like that, because you're just looking for every little feedback that you get. And are you going to be okay or are you not? And that's like heightened up to at least 12.
And I guess one of the big judgments is, as the track changes, how much quicker can you go?
Exactly. How much can you lean on the brakes? I think I was probably being fairly ginger on the brakes. But yeah, how late can you go, especially into Tower, because you can make up time there. Quarry's always all right, actually, because you tend to stop braking uphill, so you get a feel for how much grip there is. But certainly I think this is quite spiky in power now, so it's making sure that it doesn't snap and spin. And so very progressive on the throttle, and you just keep pushing until you feel like you don't want to go for much further.
Yes, keep out the barriers.
Exactly.
And the grass today as well.
Exactly. If you touch the grass, you're just going straight to the scene of the crash. There's no doubt about that.
So do you think you can get lucky second race?
Well, not in those conditions. I think I'd happily take another second.
Right. Yeah.
But if it's dry, well, who knows?
Okay, well, good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
See you again.
Cheers.
And Lee, we're just going to Lee Frost, a great drive in the BMW Lee. How was that for you?
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Yeah. A bit lonely, but yeah, it was entertaining.
And what sort of experiences did you face out there?
Just the rain, really, and then the back markers trying to get past them, so I hadn't got any lights on the front. I wasn't sure if they'd see me or not. I was just trying to keep pushing. And the Noble caught me at the end, but it didn't go well. So,
was the BMW quite slippery, sideways?
Yeah, it's not the easiest. I was dreading driving it in the rain, to be honest, but it's quite an old-fashioned car. It's got nothing on it.
Yeah.
No, it was good fun.
So what's the history of this car?
I used to race in the BMW Kumo Championship years ago.
Okay.
We've had it for a few years. It's just a nice, basic driving car.
Yeah.
Just really enjoy driving it because it's got no ABS, no mechanical throttle. It's just an old-fashioned car. And yeah.
Excellent. And second race, you?
Yeah, I've been here for 3 years. So I used to come a lot. I haven't made it here for 3 years. So yeah, looking forward to it again. Yeah.
Excellent.
I really enjoyed that.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, and Alan Hamilton, I think you finished. How are you?
Oh yes, I'm a little bit excited about the next race. I think we had a major problem out there. That we were just trying to stay alive, really. But the last 3 laps, I was stuck in 5th gear.
Oh dear.
So I was just nursing the car around. I was.
You're having a great dice, weren't you, early on?
I was, yes, and things started going loose in the gearbox. I started driving back a little bit, and I was just a little bit conscious of what was going on. But I put that to the back of my head and just kept pushing forward. And but then I was going down into, I think it was Tower actually, and I went down and there was nothing happening. I looked down and the gear stick was moving, but nothing was happening. So I considered coming through Bobbies, but I just put it in because I think that if I continue around, will something drop inside the gearbox and I lose the gearbox. But I thought, no, just go, just keep going, see what happens. So I just nursed it around for 3 laps, and coming down from Bobbies to come into the pits, I was saying to myself, this is a sequential box. How am I going to stop? How do I find neutral? How do I switch it off and cruise in? But then coming down the pit lane, I just pushed the lever. And it went down into 4th, went down into 3rd, went down into 2nd.
All right.
So there's a mechanical issue there somewhere. So I need to go back and look at that now.
Yeah, you said when you spoke earlier, we made some amendments to the car over the quiet season.
Yes.
The sequential box was one of those.
That was one of the ones with the paddle shift system, and we had problems with the paddle shift during qualifying. So I took the electrical impulse off that and just used my hand this time. But then I had a mechanical issue with the top of the box, but I believe it is. So we'll see what happens when I get back to the garage and
I hope we can get it repaired.
Get the top off.
Okay, well, best of luck for the second race, and good to see you here.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. Well, that was the GT race, and an entertaining race, some beautiful cars, and look forward to the second round later this afternoon.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Clive. Some great interviews there, and good to see. Clearly, all very, very happy. And at the same time, I was trying to show that the car was removed from the barrows, wasn't particularly, other than being dirty, don't think it looked particularly badly damaged. So with a bit of luck, we'll see that Noble out a little bit later. and the team have been working incredibly hard to get that one sorted. It does look, judging from the rest of the cameras, that's the only thing we need to get sorted. And we're then going to move our attention to the saloon car grid, which sadly is going to be a bit depleted. We've got some big hitters missing out in this, which is a massive shame, to say the least. I will take you through the grid as we are aware of it being, and then we'll see how it goes from that. On the front row, on pole position this time, number 1, last year's champion, Simon Thornton Norris. Remember, he was on the second row for the first race. Hopefully, he'll be able to get a better start. And, of course, he stopped. He retired, didn't he, with smoke coming out the back? Well, I can tell you, he is down in the assembly area. The whistle's been blown, I think, by the sounds of it. And he is definitely taking part in this race. Alongside him, it should have been number 6, Rob Ballard. Sadly, engine problem. Row 2 is going to be empty because it should have been the Preble brothers, Gary Preble with a turbo issue. And Adam Preble in number 66 should have been there as well. And obviously that car sadly out. Remember, it was struggling with third gear. Third row, he is going to be there, number 86, Kevin Bird. So hopefully we'll see a great race between him and Simon Thornton Norris. And it would have been Josh Cook alongside him. Sadly, the touring car driver has not made it out for this race either, which is a real shame. We knew he was out for the day. Fourth row should be number 25, John Lannon, in his black Citroen Saxo. Just trying to look to see. They are making their way out towards the grid now, so hopefully we'll see that in a second. And should have had alongside him number 2, Dave Scaramanga, but we know he has an issue as well, sadly. Fifth row, number 30, Tony Dolly. Yes, Tony Dolly is there. That's good. He's coming back out, the bright orange Seat. And the Mini 282, Dave Spiller, he is definitely there, and he's out the grid nice and early. And onto the sixth row, number 26, Mark Sutton. That lime green and yellow MGZR is definitely there, and the white number 41 Citroen Saxo of Anthony Weeks is also definitely there. Seventh row, number 28, Chris Hignall. He's going to be on his own on that seventh row because the Fiesta number 67, Terry Thorne, after the contact with the tyres up in front of Ian, sadly, he's not making it out this time. But Stuart Hignall in the number 23 Citroen Saxo that thought maybe had a couple of issues, that car is back out there again as well. So that's great that both Team Blast Motorsport cars are indeed out there ready to take the lights. So it's a very odd looking grid with quite a few holes in it. You can probably see it even from the overhead camera. There's quite a few holes. And in fact, if I flick this camera around, oops, and you can see it, there's our pole sitter, then an empty row, then there's Kevin Bird, then an empty row, then it's Tony Dolly and Dave Spiller. Then we've got Sutton in the Mark Sutton in the MGZR with Anthony Weeks alongside him. Then it's Chris Hignall, and then it's the white car at the back of Stuart Hignall. Not what we're used to seeing, really, is it? That, to be honest with you, Ian.
It's not. It's a great shame, and I think there's a combination of things. Obviously, we've had some issues with unreliability and accidents already today. I think we started off with fewer cars than normal, and I think that's probably because it seems to have hit the saloons more than the others, doesn't it? The impact of the COVID-19, unfortunately. But I'm not
that
sure.
included, a number of things, Ian, is that you've got some that are a bit further afield when it's the saloons, because there's such success with the Castle Combe Saloons that it isn't just locals that come here for this one.
No,
they
that's
come
true.
from further afield, and a number of them, because they can't stay overnight, something that hopefully before too much longer we may be able to allow, but it's not down to us. They're not prepared, or they're not able to sort of travel up in the morning, travel back the same day. You've also got quite a few of them were nervous, Ian. I mean, because it isn't just as simple as going, yay, happy days, circuits racing's now got going again, and everybody going, can't we go and see it? It's like, well, unfortunately, there's a lot of impact, a lot of points where you must have found it yourself, Ian, this morning, where you would, at the very least, you'd suddenly be shaking hands with people. You find yourself in close proximity. They're touching cars. They're touching tyres. It is easy to stay completely separated from each other.
Yeah, it's difficult. You've got to sort of overcome on what is normal human nature, I suppose, to try and do what's required. I think possibly more than maybe the other championships to some extent. There's a bit more of a sort of family and friends feel about the saloons, isn't there? And I think a big part of it is, it's bringing all your friends, your colleagues down to watch your race, and clearly that's not something that can happen right now. And so I think a few people thinking, well, if we can't do that, maybe we should just sit it out on this occasion, maybe come back later on or come back next year. But I'm sure it will come back stronger. It's been a strong championship for many, many years, and I don't think we've seen the end of that great success, which is the Castle Combe Circuit Championship.
Agreed. And I mean, just looking again, we've even got like Bill Brockbank, Badger Wagon, the black and white saloon car we see doing this, and he's talking about back next year. We haven't got many of the Grant Motorsport crew here out racing. Alex Kite. There's so many big names that aren't here yet, or not necessarily at all, because there's some that are going, I might have to wait until next season for budgets. These are not cheap cars, the saloons. They're not thrown together. There's quite a lot is put into these cars. They're very, very powerful, monstrous things, and as Chris Hayes says, think some people will be saving their cars maybe for next year. There probably is with these a degree of that, Ian.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. You're absolutely right. Maybe in sort of tough times like this, people try and do something that's a bit more inexpensive, maybe. And we've seen the Hot Hatch grids holding up very well, where there's the possibility of running something for probably a lower budget than actually in the saloon car grid.
Exactly. Right, they're all in and into their places. First light, second light, on goes the third, the fourth light goes on, up go the engine notes, all 5 lights are on and off, and they're all scrabbling to try and get away in these conditions. Kevin Bird got bogged right down, but such was the gap, he still held on to that second place. Still comfortably in the lead at the moment is Simon Thornton Norris. His wasn't great at all, so the smaller cars from the back had a cracking start there, and it looks to me as though Stuart Hignall's gone pounding up a few places. Tumbling to the back at the moment is Mark Sutton, but he's still there as they go into this plume. And Tony Dolly, the orange car's gone spinning round up there, but it looks like everybody's going to miss him because he's on the infield.
Okay, yep, he's going to rejoin now. So it is Simon Thornton Norris, the retirement from race number 1, that leads the way then. From Kevin Bird in second place, it's Dave Spiller in third place in the Mini. Fourth looks to be the Anthony Weeks Citroen Saxo. In fifth place, it is the number 23 car. Oh, but the Saxo of Weeks has got a terrible misfire. So all of a sudden, that came on as he came out of Old Paddock Corner, and he's slowed, and I don't think he'll even get back to the paddock at the rate he's going. So that means that I think it's the Stuart Hignall that's gone ahead of him now. Yeah, the other white Saxo goes through.
That was amazing because, he was the one that I said had got a cracking start with everybody else ahead of him. And, I just see Anthony Weeks pulling off sensibly out of the way at the marshal's post just before they got into Tower. But here comes our leader down to us for the first time on this 15-lap race. And Simon Thornton Norris, I'd imagine, is just going to manage this race as best he can. Second place, Kevin Bird, number 86. And Spiller's doing a good job in that Mini. In fact, you know what? These conditions could be cracking for him.
Could be. Let's see what he can do then as this race unfolds. Leaders approaching Quarry Corner. Here they are, Simon Thornton Norris.
Just to say, Ian, Tony Dolly, it looks like he's actually got some damage on the side of his car. So I wonder whether he was trapped into that spin up at Quarry last time round.
Okay, I'll perhaps have a look at that. Which side was that on? Was that on the outside, your side of the car?
My side, yes.
Yeah, so it should be on my side as well, therefore.
Correct.
So I'll have a look at that as they come through. So Norris goes past me, then it's Bird in second, Dave Spiller in third, then it's the 23 car next up, which is that of Stuart Hignall up from the back of the grid. Then Mark Sutton is in fifth place. Sixth then is the second of the Hignalls, and then it's Tony Dolly in seventh place. And there's some damage. It's sort of all down the side, but mostly the left hand, the passenger side. Well, if it was a right hooker, rear quarter seems to be where the most damage is. So there may have been a bit of a touch.
Well, I saw it in the door. I saw it in the door.
Well, the door and the rear quarter, I think. Really.
Okay, that's interesting. I missed the rear quarter. Leader goes through again, just scrabbling to get traction as he's going along the start-finish straight. And Nissan just shakes its tail as it comes out of Camp Corner. Spiller here in third, dropped away now. I thought that the conditions might be good for him. We've had a great recovery drive from Mark Sutton, number 26. He's now right on the back of the white Saxo of Stuart Hignall. Stuart Hignall is going to come through, still sat in fourth place at the moment, leading Class C, but this is a Class C battle because Mark Sutton is second in Class C, so he does want to make this move, not just for overall positions, but for class honours as well. Yeah, that's very true. First three pretty well spread out between Old Paddock and Quarry then at the moment. It's Thornton, Norris, Bird and Spiller. But then we watch the battle up at Quarry, and yeah, there's three cars. Oh, and Bird has spun. Bird has spun coming out of the S's. And I think he might lose. Yes, he does lose second place to Spiller's Mini, at least for the time being. But yes, the battle for fourth then has changed because through on the inside at the S's has gone Mark Sutton, number 26. He's got ahead of Stuart Hignall now. They've both been caught by Tony Dolly, who, of course, in a much quicker Class A car, he should be able to get past both of these that you would think. And then the final car running is the 28 Peugeot 106 of Chris Hignall. So here comes our leader very tentatively round Camp Corner there. He clearly knows that these conditions are torrid for them, and he just tiptoed his way into, through and out of Camp Corner. It didn't last long, that switch for second and third, Ian, because Kevin Bird's back up into second already. So I didn't think it would take long. No, I expected longer than that, though, I'll be honest. But he's got himself back up there, and he's going to try and pull away from him and try to keep that position this time. But still, Dave Spiller, and he knows that he doesn't need to push too hard. Well, no, that is for position. Sorry, I forgot that Spiller car is a Class A car, actually, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, it is. Telltale sign possibly is the front of Mark Sutton's car's got. It looks like his bonnet's sticking up a little bit. I missed the front of it, but from the side on, it was sticking up a bit in the air. And he did drop behind Stuart Hignall at the start as well, didn't he? So possibly that all might add up together. So you're right, Bird has got back ahead of Spiller now, and we're going to get a change for fourth place before much longer, I think, because Tony Dolly, as he recovers, he's going to try and get past Mark Sutton now. Now, whether these came to blows on the way up to Quarry on lap one, not quite certain, but we're hypothesising that might be the case. Dolly, anyway, has gone back through now up into fourth position overall. Sutton down to fifth, and then the Hignalls sixth and seventh. Thornton, I'm already back with you. He is, again, just tiptoeing through Camp Corner, the water being kicked dramatically up in the air. Go on, as he's changing up through, he's got to be careful. Now, the black and orange flag's just gone out for the 26 car Mark Sutton. So that bonnet flapping has been noted and is not acceptable for them, which is a huge shame because he was fighting back through this field brilliantly earlier on. But here comes Kevin Bird in second place. A huge gap between the front two cars. There he goes across 21.5 seconds. Is so nearly a song there, but not the half bit. But there goes Dave Spiller in third. Tony Dolly up into fourth. And in fact, Mark Sutton's already creeping back towards the pit. So I think he already knew that there was a problem there, Ian. Okay, so that's a shame. So that promotes the Hignalls up to fifth and sixth. Thornton Norris with green wheels on his Mitsubishi Colt. Because he always had green wheels on that car. I can't quite remember. He probably nicked them from Neil Greenland, didn't he? No, possibly. That might make sense. Anyway, he leads. And Kevin Bird second. Headlamps shining brightly on the Nissan with one wiper operational, keeping the spray out of Kevin Bird's view. And then third place car, 282, Dave Spiller, the Mini coming through. Tony Dolly fourth. And the Hignalls fifth and sixth at the moment. So fairly well spread out as we are on lap 5 of this race. We are so un-saloon car championship like this race. It's really quite surreal, isn't it? It is. Thomas Parker, in answer to your question, what happened to the Prebles? They both had issues. Gary hasn't managed to race at all. Adam took a victory earlier, but knew he had an issue and was terrified about going into first instead of third. So I think it was a diff issue, I think I heard him say. But the leader, Simon Thornton Norris, who had the problem in the first race, so he's not had this his own way as a result of it. He had a DNF in race 1, but he's leading this comfortably as Kevin Bird's only just halfway up Avon Rise now, Ian. Yeah, the gap has gone out again by another second and a half, hasn't it, to 23 seconds over Kevin Bird. So Thornton Norris, I mean, he's not needing to particularly push hard here. His best lap is a 1:24.5.
his last lap a 1:26.9. So I think he's driving well within the car, but frankly, he's doing all he needs to do to, hopefully from his point of view, bring the car home to win the race. But yes, you're right. This is most unlike a Castle Combe Saloon car race where normally we've only got 5 times this many cars. Normally you've got cars everywhere you look, and sadly, that's not the case here.
I guess the other issue is probably that, of course, if you think that we went into lockdown in March, is that these cars are, as we said, they're not cheap. They're very highly strung. They're phenomenally powerful, and they would normally have quite a lot of pre-season testing. Well, they won't have really been having any until very, very recently. What has it been? Has it even been a month's worth of testing?
Yeah, well, less than that. Yeah, I would think. So that won't have helped.
No, exactly. So they've not been able to have the prep that they would like.
The other thing that occurred to me is obviously the number of people at the circuit are limited. So the number of helpers that drivers can have and people to run their car is limited. So normally, if you might have half a dozen people helping out, that might mean that you can get your car out after a problem in a race. But if you've only got a smaller number, one person with you, then some of the jobs that you might normally get done, you just can't do because there's a lack of manpower to make that happen.
Agreed. However, what then throws that out the window is when you then look at the GT's grid, which I'd say is even more how technically WYSIWYG those cars are. So I don't know. It's a very weird one. Both the Hignalls are just making their way in towards camp now. Chris Hignall has closed in on Stuart Hignall now. In fact, that was a new personal best from him last time round. He's going to cross the line now. He can see his brother. He's just done another personal best. Chris Hignall in that 28 Peugeot is flying. He's down in the 34s. His brother just went round in the 37 last time round. So I think he spots an opportunity for a bit of sibling rivalry there. That'll be good.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Now, the thing I'm wondering is whether Tony Dolly can catch Dave Spiller. The last time through, he did a personal best, and he was about 2.5 seconds faster than Spiller. He is 8.5 seconds behind him. So give it 3 or 4 laps, and I reckon we might have a challenge on for 3rd place here between Dave Spiller in the Mini and Tony Dolly in the Seat. Both of them are in Class A machinery.
Okay, so that'll be interesting. There goes Kevin Bird. He's crossing the line there at half race distance as it stands at the moment. Here's Dave Spiller, and there's Tony Dolly. Okay, so everybody who's watching, if you could look at your top left into towards camp, there's the Mini of Dave Spiller onto the start-finish straight. There's the orange Seat of Tony Dolly just joining now. Now look at the middle top, and you see going through Folly. There's the Mini. And then he's second now. There's Tony Dolly making his way up Avon Rise. As Ian's pointed out, that is the key race. And again, let's have a look. He's lapped sort of another couple of 2.5 seconds quicker, hasn't he?
Yeah, 5.4 seconds is now the gap. So it was 8.5. So it's coming down all the time. As I said, another couple of laps, and I think they'll be together. Spiller and Dolly both did best laps on the last lap. Spiller 1:31.0. Dolly a 1:27.9 basically. So if Dolly catches him, he should be able to get past and pull away, really. Actually, Dolly is lapping faster than Kevin Bird as well, but he's much further behind him, about another 13 seconds behind Kevin Bird.
It's interesting, really, that Dave's chose to race this in the saloons, because when the Jensens brought their Mini into this, they didn't like it because they're in that class by default, but they don't actually have the power to compete with the rest of the Class A cars.
Well, that's true. That's true. The Hignalls are together now, absolutely together. As they come past me, so it is still the 23 car, the white car of Stuart that is ahead of 28, which is Chris. And last time through, Chris lapped a couple of seconds or so faster than Stuart.
And I'm looking now on screen at this fight now between the Mini of Spiller and Tony Dolly, trying desperately to close in on him. There we see them going round Folly up Avon Rise, still absolutely joined together and closing very rapidly. And incidentally, by the way, I'm going to then flick to Bobbies. This is what you're talking about. The Hignalls completely together with the leader, about to lap them. This could get interesting then, Ian.
Yeah, so that's probably going to happen perhaps on the way from camp up to Quarry, I would suggest, isn't it? Meanwhile, that battle for 3rd and 4th heading towards me. Spiller against Dolly, and the gap was 5.4. It's now 2.0 between them. as they turn their way through. And I would think probably by the end of the lap, Dolly will be certainly with Spiller, if not actually past him, because on the way down towards Tower, Dolly takes a big chunk of time out of Spiller, doesn't try a move there, probably realises that, you know, Tower's a pretty daunting corner. No point trying to make a move there because he knows he'll get Spiller somewhere fairly shortly around the lap. Now, that incident you're referring to is happening in that the leader is now splitting the two Hignalls. Blue flag's waving to let Stuart Hignall know that Simon Thornton Norris is coming through. He keeps well to the left-hand side of the circuit, and Thornton Norris laps them, and it gives Chris Hignall the opportunity to try and follow through. The two of them are absolutely side by side now for 5th place as they head down towards Tower Corner. It's Chris Hignall on the inside, it's Stuart on the outside in the white car who's going to get through Tower in front, and it's Chris that's gone through. He's taken 5th place away from Stuart at Tower Corner. Brilliant stuff.
And isn't it ironic? We've been waiting for all that, and exactly the same time at camp, Tony Dolly's got past Dave Spiller. So both of those moves were happening at exactly the same time. And as you predicted, is that no sooner has Tony Dolly got past the Mini of Spiller, he's managed to pull away. Obviously, that Seat has an awful lot more power, to be fair, doesn't it?
It does. It does. And it would have been interesting, you know, if there hadn't been that incident that we think happened on the first lap that stymied Dolly, because looking at the lap times, I think he would have taken the fight to Kevin Bird somewhat in this race.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I mean, all right, he's lapping the 29s now, but he was marginally quicker than Kevin Bird if you compare their best lap so far.
Yeah. I guess the difference is Tony probably is driving hard to try and make up places, whereas Kevin might have sort of one arm on the, on the window, taking it a bit easy as he makes his way around, knowing that he's got a good gap both in front and behind of him. What have we got? We've got 3.5 laps to go now, I think. 4.5 laps to go, beg your pardon, as Norris comes past me.
Yeah, it is 4.5, isn't it? And Jamie Peters-Ennis has said that Spiller's Mini looks like the R56 shape Cooper S, which is turbocharged and therefore not allowed in the hot hatch. So that's why it's put it in here, which means that they must have done something different to the Jensen's Mini to go from the A-Class Saloon to the hot hatches. So... but they certainly were having a lot more success with that Mini in the Mini Class F of the hot hatches, which, to be fair, is that's what that Class F is with all those Minis. But I don't know. We'll see. But here comes our leader, still waggling under the brakes as he comes down in towards camp. Certainly tell that it's brightening up a little bit out there because my eye's hurting again from the brightness. That's the telltale sign now that we can have. But there he goes, disappear.
It's a good job it's not a sunny day then, Chris, otherwise you would be in trouble.
I would. Stuart Hignall's got past Chris Hignall again, so it is do-si-do your partners. The brothers having a dance out there on the dance floor, but it keeps changing lap after lap. But I think that Chris is going to try and come back at him again.
I think you could be right. We'll have a look at that. Thornton Norris heading down towards Hit Me for the 12th time. Still lapping well within himself. Yep, the two brothers there, or the Hignalls, are absolutely together, and it's Stuart ahead of Chris, but he does look to be pulling out a bit of a gap back to the multicoloured car behind him now. So there's probably about 8 or 9 car lengths between the two of them as they come past me at Old Paddock once again. They are on their 11th lap because they've been lapped by Simon Thornton Norris, so they won't complete the full 15-lap race distance, which has got 3 more laps to run at the end of this one.
And Pete Spiller or Spiller Motorsport have said this is turbo, the other car is supercharged. So there we go. That answers that one. That sorts out what Jamie Peters-Ennis was saying as well, which is good. Mark Sutton has said alternator failure on the MG means first non-finish in 4 years of racing and from my best position to date as well. Mark, we're gutted for you, mate. I mean, it was just looking so good coming back through the field, wasn't it?
Yeah, real shame for Mark to lose out on the chance of that great result.
The Hignalls still join together, I see, as they come onto the start-finish straight. But now that Stuart's got back past Chris after that great move, and I know that Ben Hayward says top move Chris Hignall, and it was, but it's almost like it's made Stuart kind of go, whoa, hold up, I'm not having my brother with me. I didn't realise he was there. I'm out of here again, and he's checked out again.
well, Chris really did use the opportunity when they were being lapped by Simon Thornton Norris to pounce, and you know, it was quite right that Stuart left the door open for Simon as the race leader, but not for the driver that he's battling for position with, let alone when you're related.
Yes, quite. So here comes Tony Dolly now. Yeah, he's got miles is the gap, sadly, isn't it? By the time he's got himself up there, there's nothing that he's able to do any further. But I would say he's not really pulling away from Dave Spiller anymore now that he's made that move. He did it in the early stages, but no more than that. Interesting to see, by the way, that Simon Thornton Norris is back down to virtually his same top speed. 124.5 is his best, 124.7 he did last time. Crosses the line to start his penultimate lap now. And that was just a 25.0. So fair play. He's fairly consistently within half a second of his best lap now, isn't he?
Yeah, no, pretty good to see those consistent lap times in these conditions. Tony Dolly heading past me now, all clear of Dave Spiller. And actually, as Dolly heads through Old Paddock, you've got the race leader Simon Thornton Norris heading through Quarry Corner, and he's now on his penultimate lap, isn't he? So he's on lap 14 of 15 in this Castle Combe Racing Club Saloon Car Championship race, sponsored by Samco Sport. And Thornton Norris goes through once again. The Norris Designs logo writ large on the side of that car. And I've now got no cars to... I do have one car to look at. That's good, because the Hignalls have just arrived at Quarry.
Having their great brotherly tussle.
Yeah.
It's cracking, isn't it? It really is. I was looking as well, seeing Kevin Bird, that long wheelbase car that the 200 Nissan is.
Yeah.
Can't be... Oh, that's the not nice noises, by the way, coming from Tony Dolly. Listen when Tony Dolly comes past next time. That didn't sound good. I was about to say, the long wheelbase compared to, say, like Simon Thornton Norris's short wheelbase, I think I know which one I'd prefer to be in these conditions.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. Right, so Tony Dolly, he's up at Quarry now.
And incidentally, Simon's just started his final lap now. But yeah, Tony Dolly, that sounds like, I don't know whether it's a misfire then.
Okay, well, he's at the Esses now, a long way clear of Spiller still. I think he should just about finish on the lead lap, Tony Dolly, but it's not a completely foregone conclusion. If he does have a problem, right, let's listen. Oh, yeah. I think it's the exhaust, actually. I think possibly it's some kind of bracket or something underneath the car that's come off, because the exhaust is sort of wavering and vibrating up and down. I think that's probably what the issue is, rather than anything else. Some kind of bracket or something, I would guess.
Well, he certainly lost a couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds off of his best lap time last time, so he was slower.
Right. Anyway, Thornton Norris is heading through Tower Corner for the final time, so it's going to be a DNF and a win for him today, by the looks of it.
Yeah, one way. It's the reverse of after the Lord Mayor show, isn't it? It's kind of the opposite direction for that saying. But here comes Tony Dolly now. He is still going, and I can't see anything flapping on the ground. So if it is, it's just against this car. Dave Spiller's going to get through before being lapped, so he's going to get to do another lap. But the checkered flag comes out for Simon Thornton Norris, and he manages to take the victory, both overall and Class B. We then look off into the far distance. We wait for the Nissan 200 of Kevin Bird in his lovely new livery. But the number 86 car yet to come into our view as yet. In fact, I'm looking on the cameras. Is this him? And he's spun. He's spun at Bobbies. I've just watched him spin. He was in between the two Hignalls, and he's done a very delicate spin. And he can't... Last time I know he spun on oil from Thornton Norris, but even he turned and said, well, that's the excuse I'm using anyway. He can't there. He just delicately, as he came in through the right-hand part of Bobbies there, not going to cause him an issue. Through goes Stuart Hignall. He's hands in the air, delighted that he's beaten his brother. That gives him a win in Class C. Chris Hignall comes home in 6th place and wins Class D. Here comes Kevin Bird now, and he's still going to finish in 2nd position. And he gets that. I don't think he enjoyed those conditions in the slightest there, but he still managed to finish 2nd, which gives him a Class A victory, let's not forget. So that's a key one. Here comes Tony Dolly. He's going to finish 3rd on the road and 2nd in Class A, even with whatever kind of noise. Dave Spiller's dropped away on that last lap, actually, so I'm not sure what happened there. But there goes Tony Dolly, really not sounding good at all. But he comes home in third place, second in Class A. Here comes Dave Spiller. Great first job out in this car. And the 282 car, fourth on the road, third in Class A. So that's another trophy for young Master Spiller. And great to see them back out racing. Fifth, Stuart Hignall. Sixth, Chris Hignall. Mark Sutton, sadly, what did he say? It was an alternator failure, I think. And Anthony Weeks. We don't know what happened to him, but that was on the... it was on the first lap, wasn't it? Not the warm-up lap. It was the
first lap pulled off down at Tower, or towards Tower.
A huge shame. And that was, surprise, surprise, that was the Saloons. And what great praise, in fairness, to turn this on its head, that we are there going, this is so unsaloon-like, that it is totally different. Tina Hignall, great result, Stuart. So the family cheering still goes on. And Nigel Forrest, good to see you're on board, mate, from up there. Woohoo Racing, and that's kind of like the feeling we all have, isn't it? Great to see as well that Adam Preble may not be out there, but he's watching. Well done, guys. Well done all. Well done, Dave Spiller, on a third in Class A from Chris Hayes as well. So still plenty of support, and I'm going to bring up the stream from down at the assembly area because our race victor is down with Clive.
It's cutting out. But...
Down to you, mate.
Yeah, you're going.
Hi there. That was the saloon car race. The Samco sponsored. Simon, that must be one of your easiest races ever in terms of race victory distance.
Yeah, definitely. It's a shame, isn't it, that Gary and Dave and Adam and all the other War of Attrition, Rob Ballard, weren't out there, but the conditions just got worse and worse and worse. So it goes slower and slower, which is a bit frustrating, but yeah.
So it makes up for your first race anyway.
Yeah, I had an oil filter come loose, so it spewed oil everywhere, so I had to retire the car, but obviously I monitored the oil pressure, so that was fine. Put a new one on, did some extra securing methods, and yeah, it's appeared to be okay. So.
Tell us how you make this little beastie go so fast. It's quite incredible, isn't it? You look at it and you think this won't go very well, but it's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, well, it's just really light. The overall weight of the car is only 900 kilos approximately. It's over 400 horsepower. Good long wheelbase. Yeah, it just works. It's a really good little car. So.
What's it like to drive? Does it seem phenomenally fast? It's quite a small car.
Yeah, well, we just put some more power in it over the winter, and I hadn't run it at full boost, but it was really fast now. It was just quite fast before, so but it's very back endy, so you've got to be a bit careful with that. But no, it's turned out to be a really well developed
car. Is it
car.
more suited to the wet or to the dry?
It's pretty good in both, to be honest. Yeah, because the long wheelbase is not too reactionary in the wet conditions, but it's better if you've got a race. But then if you haven't, then at least I was trying to keep on pace that I could do, so I didn't lose concentration. So my pit crew kept saying slow down, but I was thinking, well, if I keep going at a rough pace, then you don't lose concentration, end up smashing in the barrier for.
Yeah, it can be dangerous, kind of slowing down.
It can, yeah. And I start thinking about things. Oh, what will I do tomorrow at work or something else? And it's no good for concentration. So try and concentrate on what you do and be on the edge. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Well done anyway. Good result and a nice way to end your day at Castle Combe.
Yeah, makes it more appealing to come back, doesn't it? When you actually do well. Whereas if you do badly, you just want to go lock yourself in a cupboard.
Yeah, I suppose from a championship position as well, with others having trouble this second race, it sort of makes it open for that perspective as well.
Yeah, obviously Kevin Bird, I presume, finished. I don't know, but I presume if he did, then he's in a strong position after the first two rounds. So yeah, so that's really good. And I've had 2 DNFs in 6 years now, so it really frustrates me when I have them. But and they're both the same thing. So I need to weld the oil filter on or something. I won't break down ever.
Yeah,
that's the theory at least.
Well done anyway, Simon. Nice to see you up here again, and I hope to see you next race on the 1st of August.
Thank you very much. Yep. Look forward to it. Thank you.
We now go to Simon Bird. Another second place.
Another second place, yes.
And another spin.
2 actually.
2, were there?
Yeah, well, I don't know if there was all at the S's on the last lap, but there was an all flag out. There wasn't an all flag out the previous lap, and I'd looked to spin there. But two spins, not too impressive. But a second, good. You know, we finished. Everyone seems to have fallen off today.
Yeah, and you're probably doing very well in the championship as a result, I guess.
I knew all that. Yeah, that'd be good news as well, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yes, but yeah, good day. And great for the club to get the event on. So we're delighted to be back out again.
Absolutely, yeah. And how did you find it out there? Wetter still, obviously.
Oh, it was vicious.
Yeah.
It was super slippery. Yeah, and I did try my dry tyres, and really that was the wrong call, but it was worth a go. I thought if it dried up, I might have a chance of catching Simon, but it got wetter, so it didn't really work. Yeah. I thought that's why I was spinning around a bit. But great day, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Good. Well done.
Thank you.
Nice to see you here. And in third place was Tony Dolly, who had a bit of an eventful race himself. Tony, you've been racing here a long time. What were you doing at Quarry on the first lap?
I was minding my own business. Someone came into the side of me. I ain't got a clue.
Oh, really?
But I suddenly was doing a 360, and I think I was probably dead last then. So that was all right, though. A bit of fun.
Your car sounded a bit misfiery.
Yeah, it was doing it in the races earlier on, and it's something to do with the turbo boost. I'm not into all that, so I have to go back to the rolling road for Bilbrook Bank to have a look at.
Right, yeah. So you're like me, not technical, are you?
Well, I can do the engines, but all this tuning and stuff is like it's all laptops and things these days. So leave it to the experts.
So tell the live audience how long you've been racing and racing here at Combe as well.
Oh, I've been racing, I think, since 1985, and I came up to Combe actually in '86 and did a race in my first time here. I spectated it previous to that, and I think I did a modified saloon race here in '94, and the circuit thought, hey, this is a good race. So we had our own championship for the following year along the similar sort of rules. So I've been racing here ever since.
You've been a great supporter, haven't you, ever since?
I've loved it here. It's it's nice, bit flat today maybe, but a nice atmosphere usually, and so I really enjoy it. So.
Yeah, the atmosphere is very different, but nonetheless, it's great to see racing again.
It's great to be out racing. It's a long time ago. Seems last September since we were racing, so it's just great to get back and push on a bit. Nice slippery road most of the day, so that was interesting. Kept your concentration going at least anyway. So,
well done, Tony. Nice place. And nice to see you again. Okay, take care. Well, that was the Saloon Car Championship. I now hand back to Chris as the next race is about to start, which is the Formula Fords.
Thank you very much to Clive. That frees him up there. Some great interviews there. Tony Dolly as well is that one of the interesting ones is that he has also raced in the Birmingham Super Prix, one of my favourite events, I say my favourite events. That's up your neck of the woods there, Ian. And I would imagine, did you make it to the Birmingham Super Prix?
Sadly not, Chris. No, I was. What was it? Between about 86 and 90, wasn't it? So I was sort of 7 to about 11 or 12 at the time that was run. But it'd been great to have gone. But funnily enough, a few years later, early 2000s, when I moved to Birmingham for work, I lived probably only about less than half a mile away from the Super Prix circuit. So I've done most of the lap on various different occasions.
Really?
But albeit not at the same speeds or in the same direction, actually, because that would have been highly illegal.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, it would have been a great thing to see, wouldn't it?
I did manage to make it. I was very young, but my dad went up there. Leave it out. I was. My dad took me up there. I'm trying to remember. I've possibly been there twice, ironically. I remember my uncle taking us in one of the big Land Rovers as well, and we'd go up there and we'd camp down the road and then travel in, and it was amazing. And Tony Dolly's actually raced in the Birmingham Super Prix, which is seriously cool.
Yeah, and there's lots of great old videos of that on YouTube, and if you look around, there's a good Twitter account about Birmingham Super Prix as well. So if you've not already had a look at that, well worth a look, because it's the like of which we may never see again in this country.
Well, I hope we do. Now we're allowed things like that. Jamie Peters only said Tony did BTCC in 1989, so there we go. Right, let's get this grid for the Formula Fords. Good quick turnaround for this one, but also the weather's gone miserable again, I'm afraid. But on the front row, 46, Luke Cooper has pole position with Felix Fisher, number 26, alongside him. So we're going to see those two pick up that battle. Second row, number 30, Grant Palmer, and that's not right. I'm looking at the wrong grid, presumably. Let me just, yes, I am looking at the wrong one. Right, 22, James Tucker, and 30, Grant Palmer. Row 3, 44, David Vivian, 23, Nathan Wards. Fourth row, 28, Tom Hawkins. Actually, I missed whether he's there because he had a problem in the first race. I think I can see the red car still there. Alongside him, 1, 2, 3, Bryce Aaron. Now, that's interesting because, of course, he got the, third position in the first race. He starts in 8th this time. 5th row, number 5, Paul Barnes. That Class B car is going to be hoping to come up through the field again after an amazing qualifying for the first race. 25, Mark De Rosario alongside him, who actually got his a victory in Class C, and he'll hope for the same again. 6th row, number 59, Chris Acton, and 40, Matt Hallam. On the 7th row, let me just flick towards that. It'd help if I give you the proper pictures. In 7th row, 62, Bob Higgins. I think he's back out there again. He had a misfire in the first race. And 43, Kieran Atwood. Row 8, 42, Richard Higgins, and number 9, Lloyd Hopes. Hopefully that car's back out there again after the smoke that was coming off of that one. I think I saw some fans watching Lloyd Hopes to make it back out again. Row 9, 83, James Colburn, 91, Bob Hawkins. 10th row, 84, Steve Bracegirdle, 7, Michael Phillips. 11th row, 78, James Rose, and 60, Paul Morecambe. And alone on the 12th row, number 33, Chris Warden. But Ian, we get to see this all happening over again, especially the front two. And I think some of the chasing pack are hoping that they can stay with them this time.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm just ticking them off as they come round, and they are all there. So that's great to see. 23 cars on the grid for this second Formula Ford race of the day. And it's in different conditions, of course. It was pretty much dry for race 1. Not quite the optimum conditions, but now definitely much wetter. And speaking to the likes of James Tucker this morning, he was saying that he was really hoping that it would stay wet because the engine that the team have rebuilt is it's not the sweetest, and therefore he doesn't mind if it's a bit wet because that sort of negates the advantage of the cars with the real strong engine. So we'll see if James Tucker from row 2 can do anything. We've not really spent much time talking about Nathan Ward, really, have we? On his comeback to the Coombs Formula Fords as well. Good to have him back on the grid this weekend. We're to the Class B Swift now. We saw him out last in Spectrums, didn't we, a few years ago? Cars heading back onto the grid then.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was talking. Sorry, Ian. Yes, he was, him and Kevin Mills were having a conversation when they were at Brands Hatch and about this car sort of tucked away in the deep, dark depths of his garage. And so they set about getting it sorted. And it's basically a 0 miles car now, even though it's like, 30 years old or something.
Yeah.
Sadly, it didn't get off the line in the first race, so we're hoping it's going to this time round. He sat there on the 3rd row, top left-hand screen. Let's bring that up to full because we're going to see this field. We're just waiting. Green flag has now been waved at the back, as you can see, so they are all ready. And 5-second board has already been shown. We're getting ready to unleash this for 10 laps. 1 light, 2 light. The 3rd light goes on. On goes the 4th. 5th light, off they go. No real hold there at all. Felix Fisher bogs down a little bit. Luke Cooper into the lead, and Felix Fisher is getting swallowed up by the James Tucker and Grant Palmer cars behind him at the moment. All I can see heading through the spray, sorry, let's put that back to that, is nothing. It's just spray, basically.
Hopefully I'll get a better view then, Chris, as they arrive at Quarry Corner. It did look like a good start by Grant Palmer from the 2nd row of the grid, but it looks like it's the white car of Felix Fisher that's moved into the lead now. Luke Cooper down to 2nd place as they head down the farm straight towards the Esses for the first time in this 10-lap race. And yes, it's the orange helmet of Felix Fisher. Stands out very well in these gloomy conditions from Cooper in 2nd place. Grant Palmer is 3rd. It looks like James Tucker in the Swift is 4th. Nathan Ward is in 5th place, number 23. In 6th place, it's the 1-2-3 car, which is that of Bryce Aaron. 7th is number 44, David Vivian, and Tom Hawkins rounds out the top 8. I think Bob Higgins it is in 9th place as they head down towards Tower for the first time. And it's about 6 car lengths of a lead that Felix Fisher has got. It looked like we might be about to have a change for 4th. Now that, or for 3rd, I should say, it could be that James Tucker has got back ahead of Grant Palmer. We'll try and pick up on that one in a moment. They're heading out of Bobbies, back towards you.
Well, Nathan Ward looked like he's buzzing around. The Dayglow Yellow stood out a mile from somewhere. He's in 5th place, but I can't believe it because Felix Fisher bogged down off the start and Luke Cooper was in the lead. So I can only assume there was a little mistake exiting Folly. because it was already sorted by the time they got to you on the exit of Quarry. It may have been over Avon Rise, but Felix Fischer has just checked out. He's disappeared off into the scenery, and Luke Cooper is actually under massive pressure from the 22 car of James Tucker. Then there's a gap between Palmer and Nathan Ward all over the back of him. David Vivian next.
Okay, now it'll be interesting to understand what tyres James Tucker is on. He was on the same tyres as the Class A cars earlier on, and that's why Paul Barnes was able to sort of qualify so far up the grid, because he had the sort of classic tyres on that go better in these wet conditions. So James Tucker going very well in third place overall. First race in 10 years in a Formula Ford 1600. In fact, only had one race in a Kent engine car before. That was at the Walter Hayes Trophy 10 years ago. He did Duratec Formula Ford, and then he's been running cars, most recently in Mazdas after that. Anyway, down towards Tower they go. It's a big lead for Fischer. I can only assume that Cooper's car's not particularly well set up for these conditions. Third is Tucker, fourth is Palmer, fifth is Ward, sixth is Vivian. Bryce Aaron, seventh, Tom Hawkins, eighth, Bob Higgins, the Class C leader, is ninth, and Chris Acton rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, the Class B cars are well and truly in the mix here, aren't they? Because you've got Tucker sat there third overall and putting pressure on Luke Cooper. Nathan Ward in another Class B car all over the back of the number 30 car of Grant Palmer. Through they go on to start-finish straight. Felix Fischer still in the lead. Number 22, Tucker just dropped away from Luke Cooper there. And Nathan Ward's onto the grass on the start-finish straight, but he's managed to get it back on again. I think on the cameras you'll have seen him just tiptoe off and then tiptoe back on again. But that's gotten and sent him plummeting down this order, sadly. But he's got going again fine.
Yeah, I just saw that flash of yellow on the graph of the cam screen. Yeah, I was a bit concerned about how that was going to end up, but it sounds like all ended as well as can be expected. Yeah. So anyway, Felix Fischer leading, Luke Cooper second, James Tucker is a bit further back behind Cooper now in third place, and fourth is still Grant Palmer, the American driver in the Low Dempsey Racing car, who'll be doing the National Formula Ford 1600 Championship this season. Fifth is still David Vivian, regular here for a number of years. Sixth, Bryce Aaron. Seventh, Hawkins. And eighth, Nathan Ward. So Ward has come back onto the circuit in eighth place now. He's still second within Class B and ahead of the Class C leader, which is the evergreen Bob Higgins.
Absolutely. Fair play to him for that, and he won't want the misfire that robbed him of the leading class from the earlier race. Nathan Ward isn't even showing on the screen at the moment, but I can assure you that's just because he was on the grass, the other side of whatever kind of electrical systems we've got down there. He was still there circulating in eighth and putting pressure on Hawkins again by the looks of it. Through goes our leader, the number 26 car of Felix Fischer. Luke Cooper now on his own because the 22 Class B car of Tucker's back into the clutches of Grant Palmer, the number 30 car, who will be hoping to move up through this order as quick as possible, but he's got some work to do. David Vivian and Bryce Aaron, the third place car from the first race, Hawkins, and then it's Bob Higgins, and in fact Nathan Ward's not showing at all because he definitely came through on the thing.
Yeah, so hopefully that will all be sorted out with the timekeepers later on. Timekeepers equally have to work a bit differently this weekend because of social distancing. Anyway, we've had the change for third. That's come at the S's, and it is Grant Palmer, the American, that's gone through. He's gone ahead of James Tucker now. So the Low Dempsey Racing car, the white, red and black ray goes actually past the white, black and red Swift, but Tucker fighting back now as they go through Hammerdown, and he was right up on the gearbox of Palmer there as they headed through that left-hand kink. Down towards Tower they go. It's still Palmer hanging on. I'm not sure how much experience he's got of racing in these conditions, but he's doing a good job here of keeping the useful pilot. He was an excellent supercar racer, James Tucker. I think he did gearbox karting for quite a few years. He's still there in fourth place and putting a lot of pressure on Palmer.
Yeah, I could see a couple of interesting battles going into Tower that does not look like big levels of grip through there. One of those is Nathan Ward trying desperately to get past the red number 28 car of Hawkins, and Hawkins is just keeping Nathan Ward. Nathan Ward's running wide again onto the grass. He goes again for the second time, shakes his head in frustration himself. Remember, he's been away for 3 years. It is so good to see him back, but we've just got to accept that it's hard enough, especially when he was arriving blind because he was that close in the stream of Hawkins. You don't want that coming into camp, do you, Ian, to be fair?
Certainly not. Certainly not. Right, leaders are catching back markers now as well. I think one of them is the Paul Morecambe car. The other one is the Chris Warden car, and it's Felix Fischer that will be first to try and lap them. What is he? He's 4.5 seconds ahead of Luke Cooper, so he's got a bit of time to play with.
Cooper, number 46, in second place. Number 30, Grant Palmer, third. The Tucker Motorsport car of James Tucker, fourth. David Vivian, fifth. Bryce Allen in sixth, under a bit of pressure here now from Tom Hawkins. Eighth place is number 23, which is Nathan Ward, who's not really reclaimed any of that ground that he lost after that moment on the start line a few laps ago.
I was just getting as well. How cool is this? Marcus Pye's message saying that he raced his F3 Argo at the 86 Birmingham Super Prix on slicks as a rear wet rim leaked en route to the assembly area. That is so cool. I love this. I love that fact. Right, leader's gone through across the start, finish straight. Here comes, Luke Cooper had a big twitch there, and we've got all sorts going on in the group behind. That's because they're getting past the back marker. And number 22, Tucker, just could not hang around because David Vivian's with him. It's not for class, but these are racing drivers, and they want to get involved, don't they? So, JT, it's good to see even Louis James Wall, who I know from the supercarts as well. They're all cheering on JT, aren't they?
Yeah, big mates from those days, certainly, as we watch Felix Fisher come down towards me, this time with clear track ahead of him. He's got, I don't know, probably quarter of a mile or so before he's got to lap anybody else. So he's got another lap or two before we get onto that. Now, what's going on for third? Is Grant Palmer catching Luke Cooper? The answer to that question is yes. On the previous lap, Grant Palmer was about a second faster than Luke Cooper, and there's 1.5 seconds between them. Well, there was at the start of the lap. I think that might be a little bit less than that now, Chris. So with still 4 laps to go at the end of this one, I wonder if we'll have a change for second place.
It could be, and I've turned messenger for some of the drivers as they're asking me questions and all sorts. I really can't multitask. So as we look into the distance, there is the bright orange. You're right, that Dayglow orange helmet does kick out. That lead is massive. Where's Luke Cooper gone? He's dropped back even further. Mind you, 6.6. Maybe that's just an optical illusion. It looks really bright here and it's hurting my eye, but the rain is absolutely chucking it down. It's really quite confusing. Here's Luke Cooper falling into the clutches of Palmer, I think. Yeah, that's gone out, although that was a personal best for Luke Cooper. But a new fastest lap of the race for our leader, Felix Fisher. That's just showing off in these conditions, isn't it?
Well, as you say, it's chucking it down, but he's going ever faster, isn't he? Well, in fact, all of them are. So, in some ways, the conditions are perhaps easing a bit.
Bob Higgins has had the spun here at camp, but he's kept it out of the barriers just about. For those of you who are watching the top left, you'll see him suddenly appear back onto the circuit any second now, and he's all okay to carry on. But that could be the lead of Class C gone.
Good battle between Steve Bracegirdle and Michael Phillips going past me. But for second and third, they're right together now. Luke Cooper and Grant Palmer. And certainly Palmer's car is handling much better than Cooper's. Cooper's is very sideways through the S's, but Palmer's looks more as if it's on rails, really. So he's continuing to bring the gap down to Luke Cooper. Palmer was 9th in race one. Cooper won it, of course, in very different conditions. Can Grant Palmer make it a 9th and a 2nd during the course of this weekend with Felix Fisher? Well, of course, he was 2nd and 1st, so it's going to be pretty tight at the top of the championship after this, whatever happens.
Certainly is. Mark De Rosario's just gone through, and he's obviously had a moment somewhere as well. So that's good news for Bob Higgins because he still manages to hold on to the Class C lead, I think, even after that. Leader overall goes through 7 laps completed. They're on to their 8th lap. There's Luke Cooper still holding on to that second. I've thought a couple of times, that as he was arriving into camp, he was looking a bit wild. So I wonder if there may have been some contact in early melee that's just unsettled something on that car and put him further down the order than I was expecting and looking less in control.
Yes, there's something either on the setup, as you say, maybe there's a touch or something, possibly up towards Quarry, that's just damaged something on the car and means that he's not quite having the happy race that he was hoping for. Now, he's just getting through some of the traffic. He's lapping Steve Bracegirdle, so 2 is Grant Palmer. And I think, if anything, Cooper's had a more successful venture through those back markers than has Palmer. The gap has gone out a little bit now. Only 2 laps to go at the end of this one, although Palmer did do the best lap of the race, didn't he, on the previous lap, a 1:23.655 in 3rd position. So Palmer really does have the bit between his teeth, but not as strong through the traffic, I don't think.
But notice, in fairness, Luke Cooper did a 23 as well. So
yeah, he did. Very close.
Yeah, that's quicker than Felix is going. So in fairness, he's kind of he's finding it now. The brightness is sort of burning through these clouds now. And everybody's hoping that could be the end of the rain for now. But here comes Felix Fisher, just picking his way through this traffic again, deliberately staying clear of the curbing because that is incredibly slippy, as we've seen with a couple of the drivers. Luke Cooper in control, because this time it's the number 30 Grant Palmer that just got a little bit wayward going through camp, which could put him, if he's not careful, into the clutches of David Vivian, who's sat there in 4th place. But it is still quite a gap with only 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, so coming towards the end of the race. And I can see that the number 43 car is coming past me now. That is Kieran Atwood in the Sawley Motorsport car. He's running in 15th position. But Felix Fisher arrives through the S's now. And we've had the change for... No, we've not had the change for second. I beg your pardon. It's one of the back markers that's now immediately ahead of Luke Cooper. So it's still Luke Cooper second. And he's just lapping the number 78 car of James Rose. And then it's the 30 car of Grant Palmer. And I'm not sure Palmer's got the legs to catch him now. But as you say, the one to watch is Vivian, isn't it? Because on that last lap, he took 6/10 out of Palmer. So he's closing in.
Yeah, and I think most of that Palmer lost was in coming through camp here, because he just had to wrestle it back again. And once you know that you've gone in too hot, there's not a lot you can do. You've just got to try and find a way to keep it on the tarmac rather than even touching the curbs. If you touch it, just do not touch the throttle pedal, that's for sure. Through comes the leader to start his final lap of this Wiltshire circuit. Felix Fisher, all under his control this time. There goes Luke Cooper under no pressure now, because there goes Palmer. I think that he's going to be okay. You know, Vivian's not close enough to put pressure on. 2 seconds away, it's not enough. Oh, and JT Tucker's just gone across the line, being passed by 2 cars there, because Hawkins got past him and Bryce Aaron already had done. And I wasn't sure whether his car was sounding a bit poorly.
It was a much slower lap, wasn't it, from Tucker, 127 compared to the 124s and 5s that he has been doing. So possibly a problem striking James Tucker late in the race. Felix Fisher coming towards me for the 10th and final time down here at Old Paddock then. And he has to lap the number 91 car, which is Bob Hawkins in the Swift. Cooper looking pretty settled now, but 3rd and 4th they are together. It's Grant Palmer and David Vivian. Vivian was quick on the last lap, did a personal best, and he's right with Palmer now. Lots of spray being kicked up as they go down towards Tower Corner. It's Vivian on the inside line, and he goes through. Does he? I think he might have done into 3rd place. I think there's a back marker involved in that as well. Let's have a look at the camera, Chris, as they head towards Bobbies.
Yeah, looking now, although it's difficult to tell, yes, it looks to me as though he has done it, hasn't he? Wow, I thought it was going to be a little bit too much for him, but that moves him up into 4th place as it stands. And interestingly, I wanted to keep an eye on Nathan Ward. Checker flag goes out to our winner. Felix Fisher takes the winner. Dominant victory. Here comes Luke Cooper, nearly sails wide, takes 2nd place. There's David Vivian in 3rd, ahead of the number 30 car of Grant Palmer. So a great job from David Vivian to get up onto the podium. And there goes the number 1, 2, 3 of Bryce Aaron, Hawkins, then the 22 car of Tucker, and Nathan Ward comes across 8th on the road, which means he is still 2nd in Class B. I wondered whether he was going to close in on him at the end. We now look for the number 42 car of Richard Higgins. There he comes across in a different car to him, the Furman. And there's Chris Acton, number 59. He comes home in 10th place. And... where's Paul Barnes? Here comes the black number 5 car of Paul Barnes, and this is going to give him 3rd place in Class B. There he goes across the line. Probably was hoping for more than that. There goes Matt Hallam in the number 40. We've lost Bob Higgins, you know, because Lloyd Hopes has crossed the line already in 13th.
And I was just about to say, and everyone that started has made it to the finish, but obviously that's not the case.
No, I cannot see the white car of Bob Higgins, who was about to take the Class C victory. Next car coming along is going to be the 43 car of Atwood. So that car goes through in 14th place. So Kieran Atwood. Now that means, and we are, who else has already taken the flag? 91 Hawkins is in 16th. Mark De Rosario could therefore have actually just won the Class C again.
Yeah.
Because I can't see Bob, but I can't see him on any of the cameras either, bizarrely.
No, well, I can't see him out of the window either. So
hang on a minute. Have we...
What have you spotted?
Is there someone off at Quarry? I'm just looking on the camera. There's just something white there, but there doesn't look like anybody's rushing.
Hang on. There's circuit vehicles heading in that general direction, and it's just too far around the corner for me to see through the binoculars. So
Yeah, and it looks white on the camera.
Yes, I can see some sort of slightly rearranged recticell barriers, which might be the story there.
And the good news is it's the recticell barriers this time, which means that everything will be, should be fine on that car. But what a shame. That means that Mark de Rosario will therefore take Class C honours this time, with Colburn in second in Class C. 78 Rose in 19th, 20th Stephen Bracegirdle, 21st is number 7 Phillips, 22nd is the number 33 of Warden, and number 60 Walkham in 23rd. Now I can see that Clive is already getting to come in as the camera is battering. The rain is battering some of our cameras, especially the one up on a pole at Tower. It's looking rather worse for wear, that one, sadly. But that was the Formula Fords. I can confirm that we're back on the original schedule now, which means it's the GTs that are coming up next. 15-lap race for the GTs. And therefore, it will be the hot hatches that we rounding out our day's action with 20 minutes of racing. And I'm just keeping half an eye on. Hopefully, this weather's not going to suddenly spoil it for us with the connection for the guys down the bottom there, so that Clive can bring us, hopefully, some interviews with the drivers. Wait and see, as I can... See, I get to spy on you, Ian, because I can see you in my green room at the bottom that you're getting all your paperwork. Stop swearing, Ian. He didn't. He's getting I thought it was paperwork, but it was a bit of fruit, wasn't it, to be fair? So I'm going to bring you back in now.
Yeah,
so
there we go. I went for the healthy option once I knew that you were spying on me, Chris. I was going to go for something less healthy.
Yeah, it was like a whopping great big cream of Claire, wasn't it, originally? Right, I'm going to go now to Clive, bring Clive in and take, once he's in, take him up to full screen.
You're very lucky in the commentary boxes up there, nice and warm. We're suffering here in the cold of Castle Combe and wet. But another interesting race there, horrible conditions, and a great race win this time by Felix Fischer. Rolls reverse from the first race. Very well done, Felix.
Thank you.
Must have enjoyed that.
Yeah, thoroughly. Yeah, really. It's I've not driven the car in the wet before today, and it's been brilliant. Yeah, I won't lie. It's been a good thing to drive.
You mastered it very well. And very, very wet, wasn't it?
It was. I didn't get the best of getaways, and they were swarming all over me. And I managed to get Luke on the brakes into Quarry, and I nearly lost it into the S on the first lap. And then I just managed to drive away. And I always had in the back of my mind with the traffic and the back markers that just keep going and get a biggest gap as you can. But I couldn't even see them in the mirrors anyway because with the spray and everything. So yeah, I'm relieved to make it to the end. It's great.
Great. Yeah. When was your last win up here, actually, Felix?
Only April last year.
It was April, was it? Yes. Yeah, I remember now. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So yeah.
So nice to win again.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So your eyes on the championship this year?
Yeah, I mean that'll be the plan. I think obviously it's gonna be close with Luke all year. But great thanks to TM Racing and Tom and Ringo. Like I say, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be in the car.
Yeah.
And and a big hello to the wife and daughter at home if they're watching. So.
Yeah, and Josh not racing this season, I understand.
No, he's go-karting with his son, who's just turned 7. So, he's going to be the next generation.
Yeah, excellent. Keep the family tradition going.
Absolutely.
Obviously, from your father as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Keep Josh broke as well. Yeah, there we are.
Well, very well done, and some very good Formula Ford racing today.
Thank you very much.
In second place was Luke Cooper. Luke. Rolls reversal, as I just said, couldn't quite keep up with Felix this time.
Didn't quite have Felix's pace in that one.
Yeah.
I got nailed the start that time, but got past me into Quarry, and then I didn't really see him again after that. He just went off into the distance. It was a bit tricky behind the back markers when we caught them after the second half of the race, just surviving more than anything really.
So how important is sort of setup in these conditions? And was your setup the way you would like it, or would you have changed it on reflection?
Yeah, it makes quite a big difference, more so in the wet than in the dry. We tried something a little bit different to qualifying. Don't think it was quite as good as qualifying, but we still got a second place out of it, which is a really good result.
And I guess you're tied probably with champ, depending on fastest laps.
I think,
on championships.
Might have got 2 fastest laps, so he might be 2 points clear.
Right. Well, plenty to make up for 1st of August. Yes. Good weekend nonetheless. Well done. And third place was Grant Palmer. I think you were third, weren't you, Grant?
I think so. I'm
Yeah.
not too sure.
Yeah, you certainly were third. The last time I looked was the lap before last. So how was that for you?
It was a great feeling for my first Formula 4 weekend, especially in the rain. I love racing in the rain so much. It brings out a lot of skill in the drivers and commitment through the corners. But the struggle for vision was, unbelievable.
But you came up quite fast, didn't you? And almost we were getting to challenge Luke for second, actually.
Yeah, I was really hopeful I could catch up to him, but he was very, very skillful in the wet, and it was definitely a challenge to even close up a few tenths on him in the braking zone.
Something I've noticed, actually, is more American racing drivers getting into this type of racing and coming to Britain. Is your hopes to sort of progress through various formulas?
Yes, hopefully I can go to Formula 3 eventually very soon. The challenge and the skill level of the drivers over here, I believe, from what I've seen today, is very competitive, dry and wet. So, if I can learn from them, I will be even better when I go back home.
Sure. And what's your racing background?
I started karting about 5 years ago. I've been doing US Formula 4, a little bit SCCA. I did Lucas Oil School of Racing Series, one of the rounds last year. And other than that, not too much.
Right. Very good. Well, actually, you've both done extremely well for your first time at Castle Combe, and wish you all the best for the future.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, an entertaining couple of races of Formula Ford racing, typical Formula Ford racing, not quite so close when it's as wet, but a very enjoyable race nonetheless. And we can expect some more very close racing, I think, between Felix Fischer and Luke Cooper moving ahead for the next races.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can hear me, Clive. But actually, no, it was David Vivian. Yeah, David Vivian was third, actually. He managed to take him at the end there. Yes. But of course, so everybody understands is that Clive is then away from the circuit before the end of the race. So if anybody is surprised by that, that's basically what happens. But it doesn't mean he was actually shepherded into there, does it? So
no, actually, also, we've got a slight problem with having to recharge the batteries all the time. Time we come back, I did watch up until the last race, but then I was here. But actually, David Vivian hasn't come into where we're giving our talks here.
That's fine.
Bay, basically.
No problem.
But,
Thank you for bringing us those, Clive.
I hope you're doing well up there, Chris, and speak to you soon.
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much. So there we go. And as Chris Pearson says, well done, Clive. Braving the conditions. Well done, my friend. You certainly are. So thank you for that. We'll remove Clive from it there. So yes, it was actually
we've lost you there, Chris. I don't know if you can.
Oh, and I keep catching the button. Did you hear any of what I was saying?
No, not really.
No, it's fine. I was saying thank you to Clive for bringing us. Chris Pearson says, well done, Clive, braving the conditions, and absolutely he is. But yeah, he will have had to have moved away from the circuit before it would have happened, and it means that he'll have missed the fact that there was a big change in the order on that last lap with a great move from David Vivian, wasn't it, to take third position?
Well, I mean, he was 2 seconds behind at the start of the lap as well, so he'd obviously found a good deal of time before they got to Quarry, I would think. So whether that was other cars coming into it, back markers or whatever. But yeah, to make that move in Tower on the last lap in these conditions, I think that shows a good deal of commitment and bravery from David Vivian. To be fair, that's what we've come to expect, isn't it, over the years?
It is, right. We seem to have a number of cars missing from this, sadly, and I'm not entirely sure why. This is a real shame. Lucky Carer's not out there, so Oliver Ball is alone in the 41 car on the front row. I hope this isn't where they've kind of gone. They thought that they were keeping the order as it was earlier after their delay. But Tony Bennett, number 24, in third place, should have had Keith Butcher in the Audi R8, number 36, alongside him, but we know there was a problem there. Then it should have been 98, Lee Frost, the BMW. Sadly, he's not made it out this time. Neither has Kevin Jones in the Noble 112 alongside him, but we saw him have the moment as he crossed the line to take the checkered flag on the grass and in the barriers. Then it's number 99, Jamie Sturgis, with 56, Alan Hamilton alongside him. He's definitely there. Chris Everall, number 69. We knew that there's a problem with that Ginetta. It didn't make it out for the restart, and it still hasn't made it out now. Tim Woodman, therefore, in number 20 on his own in that bright orange Caterham. Good to see that, let me put that way again. Good to see that the number 49 car of Ruben Taylor, the Peugeot 206 that had a problem in the first race, is out there. But Jazz Sapra in number 40 is not alongside him. I think they're all still Barbieing because they're together. Then it is number 81, Neil Greenland, on his own. The Audi Super Tourer has not made it out, as we knew it wouldn't, because they couldn't get the bonnet fitted back on again, sadly. So no number 21 there. 23, Sonny Gill is out there in that white BMW with 59, Del Brett alongside him. Then it's 33, Paul Arbour in the AB Typhon, and 57, Simon Kera in the 57 BMW. So he is definitely out there. 19th is number 3, Jagjeet Singh Verdi in the bright yellow BMW, but no Jordan Billington, as we know. And then starting at the back is the Mini that obviously had the issues earlier today, 95, Paul Dickinson. Now, I want to read this one out because this was put in from John Ward, and there was one earlier, so hopefully this gives us the information we need, though. John Ward says, hi, guys, well done for today. We built the Typhon from a new modified RGB chassis with a Honda S2000 engine and box. Gave a useful 250 brake horsepower at 9,000 revs per minute as standard. Ran in sports specials with some podiums. Sold recently to Paul Arbour. First time out in the car. Good luck. Regards, John and Steve Arger Wood. So there you go. That gives us the information we needed, Ian. That was brings that to light.
Yeah, and I think that's more or less what I thought it was. I
think it is, which I thought I'd give you, make you feel pleased that you got it right there.
Well, that's detective work, isn't it? That's been put to the test there.
James Keeping, another one that hopefully we'll see out at some point this year. He's messaged me saying it's still raining in Bristol, so not convinced we're going to see it clear up before the end of these 2 races. And you got to say, I can't disagree with that, Ian.
It looks pretty sort of set in now, doesn't it, really?
It
Sort of
does.
Pretty consistent overhead. So
it does. We can hardly see anything on the tower camera, sadly, because that is on a very tall pole so that we could see above the marshal's post. Again, just to give you an insight into how hard Kevin's been working to get this sorted for you all, and I know all of you are appreciative of the work he's put in, was that, it wasn't just slap a camera up and get it sorted. He literally has been, no, that doesn't work. That's blocking this. I need to put it away. I need to extend the cable, which is why it's got a funny hue to it, even before the rain. But if he moved it any further back, then that's going to be in the way. If he had it not on this pole, then the marshal's post would lose us the apex of the corner. So thank you again, Kevin, for your amazing work. And it's got us through amazingly. I'm another one, Ian, that's kind of there going, oh, I'd love to have this every race, because we can see more of the circuit as well.
Yeah, it's helpful, isn't it? It's answered a few little queries and questions as to what's happened to various drivers and cars during the course of the day. So, it's been really helpful. So, many thanks to Kevin for all of the hard work that he's put in.
Indeed. Sorry, and I realised I wasn't showing you the right bit. So there we go. Andy Ross says, well done, Mark de Rosario, first in Class C again. Yep, absolutely. I thought that was what it was going to show him. But here we go with this field moving down towards us. Remember, top left-hand corner, very quickly into the middle top cameras. That's what you want to see as they're about to come down towards us. They're under the control of Ollie Bull. He's the pole sitter. He's the only one on that front row, so he's going to be able to go when he's ready. Tony Bennett in the Caterham. He's going to look to go flying as well as they come across the start-finish line for this 15-lap race. And it is Ollie Bull. Alan Hamilton's into third place ahead of Jamie Sturgis as it stands at the moment. It's just a big ball of spray through Folly. It's difficult for me to tell, but it's definitely the flotations-backed Tigra silhouette of Ollie Bull that's got the lead as it stands at the moment. Round he goes. Tony Bennett in second. And I think Hamilton's held on to third,
Yeah, he has indeed. That's the way of it as they head down Farm Straight for the first time in this 15-lap race and the 1.8-mile Castle Combe Circuit. So Bull from Bennett, from Hamilton. Then it's Jamie Sturgis, the reigning champion, in fourth place. Fifth place looks to be the Ruben Taylor car, the 206cc. He's in fifth, therefore. Sixth is Tim Woodman. Seventh is the Neil Greenland Mitsubishi. Eighth is Del Brett in the Porsche. Ninth is 57, which is Simon Kera. And then 10th is number 3, which is Jagjeet Singh Verdi, just ahead of the 33 car of Paul Arbour on his second race then in that car.
Exactly, which is mighty impressive, isn't it? It's, you know, getting used to that. Here comes our leaders. Tony Bennett's not falling away from Ollie Bull, you know. This is a great fight between these two. They've pulled away from everybody else. Alan Hamilton's still in third place, so the Team Hamilton fans watching this will be absolutely delighted to see the light blue number 56 still holding off last year's champion Jamie Sturgis. Then it's a cracking job with the 49 car of Ruben Taylor in that Peugeot 206. And it looks like we're going to get a challenge there, and it looked like it was done there. Neil Greenland getting past the Woodman number 20, the orange Caterham. So up a position there.
Okay, leaders at the S's for the second time then. And you're right, Tony Bennett not allowing Oliver Bull to get away. Third is Alan Hamilton, and Jamie Sturgis in that Seat, much bigger car, of course, has the headlamps shining brightly as he tries to chase down and pass Alan Hamilton for third place on the road, number 56. Then it's Ruben Taylor in fifth place, and sixth is Neil Greenland. But watching the battle for third as it turns its way towards Tower Corner now for the second time in this race, and it's still the Westfield ahead of the Seat. So that's the way of it, with Oliver Bull still leading as they head back towards you.
Yeah, and it looks like Sonny Gill, number 23, the BMW, has come into the pits with some kind of issue there. There's people waiting to receive him to hopefully get whatever the issue sorted. Up into third has gone Jamie Sturgis, so he's got past the little number 56 car of Alan Hamilton, that Westfield Race Aero. That looked off the pace. Now, he was saying earlier, I don't know if you can remember the details, but he was saying he was having a few issues with the new sequential gearbox, wasn't he? And that, to me, looked like that might be coming back again, sadly, in this race.
Could be, couldn't it? Could be. So, yeah. So, Bull, it is from Woodman, from Bennett, I should say, in the Caterham 400. Then it's the Sturgis BMW, Sturgis Seat now, I should say, in third place ahead of Hamilton. Hamilton down to fourth then. And then Ruben Taylor in fifth position. Neil Greenland in sixth. Now, is Greenland catching Taylor? He was about 0.3 faster on the last lap, which was only, of course, the first flying lap of the race. So we'll see if Greenland in the Mitsubishi with that extra aero, quite a menacing looking car now, and the turbo that's been fitted to it, see if he can chase down that Ruben Taylor Peugeot.
I see that Ollie Bull has got this race now firmly by the scruff of the neck as he crosses the line again. That's 3 laps completed, getting quicker and quicker. The gap is now over 5.5 seconds. So we thought that Tony Bennett was going to keep him honest. Don't forget, it doesn't matter because Tony Bennett is a Class B car and he's still leading that. So Ollie Bull leading Class A, Tony Bennett second and leading Class B, Jamie Sturgis third and leading Class D. Then Alan Hamilton, hopefully, yeah, he's just putting a personal best. So whatever the issue was, hopefully, therefore, was just a temporary one. Ruben Taylor in fifth place in that Peugeot 206 Silhouette. And then Greenland, you're right, he's lapping quicker than Ruben Taylor by a margin, isn't he?
Yes, he is. So what was it on that lap? Oh, yeah, it was about 0.8, wasn't it, of a gap that time around. So it'd be interesting to see if Greenland can do anything about Taylor over the course of the next few laps. Coming out of Quarry Corner now, down the farm straight. Hamilton just gets a bit of a twitch on as he comes out of the S's that time, but no real harm done. He heads down towards Hammer Down. And last time through, yeah, Hamilton, as you say, did a PB, but he was about 1.5 seconds slower than Jamie Sturgis, who continues to pull away therefore.
Ollie Bull crossing the line again already. He's just absolutely in control. And that was a slightly slower lap this time, but he's now about to get past these back markers. There goes Tony Bennett. That was a slower lap for him as well. So that, I wonder whether that means that we're getting a bit more rain somewhere because Tony Bennett hasn't come across any back markers yet. Ollie Bull trying to pick his way through Quarry through them. And Sturgis crosses the line in third. But that's quite a gaggle that they've got to get through there, isn't it, Ian?
Be interesting to see how that shakes things up, if at all. So you've got Bull having navigated his way past 3 back markers. So Bennett has got that to do over the next lap or so now. What's the gap between them? 8.8 seconds at the start of the lap. Then you've got Sturgis there in third and Hamilton in fourth. Now, what were their lap times last time? Sturgis to 1:19.5 and Hamilton at 1:21.1. So, yeah, Sturgis continuing to pull away from Alan Hamilton. But for fifth and sixth, They're right together at Quarry Corner now. So this is Ruben Taylor in the Peugeot, Neil Greenland in the Mitsubishi Colt, down towards the right, left, right at the S's they go.
I nearly started marching then.
Now, certainly think that Taylor will know that the Mitsubishi is there. It's got its headlamps on. It's a bright green car, so even in this spray, it should be visible. And it'll be visible now because it's right alongside him. You can almost touch Neil Greenland's car as it flies past, although it doesn't because it tucks back in behind Ruben Taylor there at Tower Corner. So it's still Taylor in 5th, Greenland 6th.
Yeah, that's interesting then, because the way that Greenland was catching, I thought that was going to be done before it even got to be honest. He's still there, coming down towards Camp Corner. The bright green Neil Greenland down towards Camp. He's looking up the inside, not quite there. He's just trying to psych out Ruben Taylor, but not quite there. But that was, it's done now. And I'll tell you the reason why he's managed to make that move already, Ian, is that Ruben Taylor just went too deep into Camp to keep Greenland behind him. And he therefore had to get off to avoid the grass on the outside, which meant that the momentum Greenland had done.
Meanwhile, Sturgis in 3rd place has just had a good deal of effort to get past that Paul Arbor AB Typhon at the S's, but he's done that now and he's still there in 3rd place. 4th place is Alan Hamilton. Then you've got Greenland and Taylor. So they, as you say, they have swapped around now. And Greenland probably will be able to pull away. Now, how are his lap times compared to Hamilton? They're slower, so probably that's about as far forward as Greenland can reasonably expect to go in this race. So it's Bull leading Class A, Bennett Class B, Sturgis Class D, and Jagdeep Singh Verdi leading Class F in this one.
Yeah, and at the moment, it's Sturgis has pulled comfortably away in that 3rd, hasn't he? He's not under any pressure from Alan Hamilton now. Alan's still trying to pick his way through the back markers, and I think they're conscious coming through these back markers in. You can see how aware they are that they might not be easily seen because of the amount of spray that's coming off. So they're not diving, are they? They're kind of making sure they know they're there before they even make the move.
Which is very wise. I mean, it's only a lap 7 of the 50 in that race. So it's still a long time to go. So there's no particular urgency, I don't think, to try and get clear the back markers. There'll be plenty of opportunities to do that and make sure you've got a good advantage over your rival, the person chasing you. I mean, at the moment, have we got any particularly tight scraps? I don't think we have at the moment. No one's sort of less than a second apart looking at the screen. So they're generally a bit more spread out now.
Yeah,
certainly Neil Greenland's pulled away from Ruben Taylor. Sorry.
No, and I was about to say that was the only fight we had at that point, wasn't it? It was the Greenland and Ruben Taylor. But once just Ruben got pushed into that tiny little mistake, that Greenland's now just pounced on it. In fairness, he is lapping considerably quicker than Alan Hamilton, but it's like 8.5 seconds gap for him to make up. So it's going to be a big ask. Alan Hamilton's just making his way down towards Camp now, and I'm looking into the distance to see the bright green of Neil Greenland. There he is. So literally, if you imagine from the apex of Camp back to just where they come into our view on the exit of Bobbies, that's the gap that we've got at the moment as Greenland's picking his way through some of these back markers, but he's done it without compromising himself to Ruben Taylor. So that could become a fight, Ian, potentially. You know,
yeah, absolutely, absolutely correct. What have we had?
Well, not last time actually, because he was 2 seconds slower, wasn't he? The back marker.
Let's keep an eye on that. Well, let's see what happens. Things could change. We're still only on lap. Well, just lap 9 has been started down by Ollie Ball, hasn't it? So he's still got 7 laps to go, including the one he's just started, and so will everyone else.
And I noticed, by the way, Ollie Ball just did a new fastest lap of the race, 1:14.704.
Yeah, that's good going, isn't it? What did we see in the earlier race as the best lap? It was a 1:14.317 for Lucky Carer, so approaching the fastest lap from that earlier race.
Well, Jamie Sturgis isn't hanging around. He's just dived up the inside of a back marker, that back marker being the number 57 BMW of Simon Carer. And so that was contrary to what I was saying earlier, where they're being a lot more circumspect. Jamie Sturgis wasn't. He's like, I'm getting this done. Now, Alan Hamilton, I can tell that gap's just increased a little bit because of where I had the 2 measuring points last time. and it took a little longer before the Neil Greenland Mitsubishi Colt came into view. So as it stands at the moment, what have we done? We've done 8 laps, so we've still got 7 laps to go, Ian.
Yeah, there's still a bit of time left in this race as Tony Bennett laps the Del Brett Porsche as he goes past me. Jamie Sturgis coming through third, then the 4th place car of Hamilton. So that's just coming out of Quarry down towards the S's. And yeah, so as Hamilton turns into the S's, that's when Neil Greenland appears, in my view, at Quarry Corner, just sort of underneath the pylon, basically, from where I'm watching here at Old Paddock. So we'll keep an eye on that gap, see how that develops as things go on. Meanwhile, Ollie Bull, he's on the verge of lapping Ruben Taylor, the 6th place man. So he's had a storming drive, hasn't he?
It's mad, isn't it, really, when you put that in perspective, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, so he's doing, well, his best lap was a 1:14.7. Taylor's best lap a 1:23.2. So yeah, he's lapping about 9 seconds a lap faster.
Wow. I mean, it is incredible. They've been working so hard on that Tigra silhouette during the off season, and literally that they haven't discounted maybe breaking the lap record this year. They're going for it. They're determined to try and do it this year. And when it was in the dry, that they were well over 150 up over Avon Rising towards Quarry Corner, rather than me.
Wow. I think it's possible, isn't it? Although clearly not today. But yeah, I mean, it is a pretty good lap time that in these conditions of 1:14.7, which is what Ollie Bull has done today. Yeah, very impressive.
I love how metronomic is, because his best is a 1:14.7. He's just putting a 1:14.8 now, hasn't he?
Yep, nice and consistent. Yeah. Alan Hamilton just lapping 57, which is Simon Carer's car, as he passes me. So yes, Bull has lapped now Taylor, and is not far away from lapping Neil Greenland either. It's been a stunningly dominant drive, really, from Ollie Bull. Yeah, I was surprised when he said to Clive early on that it was only, I think, about the 3rd time in that race that he'd driven the car in the wet. Now, has been driving it on and off, hasn't he, for a few seasons now? And so I was a bit surprised by that. But I guess that must mean the sun must always shine on Castle Combe, or at least normally it does.
Absolutely. It's got to be. It's got to be the way. But there's Alan Hamilton's going through now. Let me just see. He's not under any growing pressure from Neil Greenland, so that potential fight is probably not going to materialise, and that would have been for Class B and Class D. I nearly misread that. That's because of the one eye. But, see, the lapping has been done, and in fact, Ollie Bull's passed Neil Greenland as well. That's just incredible.
It is. Will he catch Hamilton? He might. It's possible he'll catch Hamilton by the end of the race, because Hamilton's just coming out of the S's, and now Bull is on the way into them. Simon Carer's car between the two of them, so he could lap everyone up towards 4th place here. He's actually the only surviving car in Class A, isn't he, in this race? Bull, unfortunately. Bennett looking set for Class B win, Sturgis Class D, as we said earlier, and Jagdeep Singh Verdi Class F, the invitation class.
There's a great fight going on, just making its way up towards Quarry, although it's split out slightly now. But I was about to say Dickinson in the 95 million, 3 Singh Verdi in the bright yellow BMW. They were absolutely glued together, but I think the Lapries just actually split them apart, sadly. But we'll see. There goes Alan Hamilton across the line as I now look to my right, and there goes Oliver Bull. So Ollie crosses the line to start his 13th lap now. So he's just got 3 more laps to go. I would say there's a very high chance he's going to even lap Hamilton. And we know that Westfield Race Aero is a lightning quick car in its own right as well.
Certainly is. So it's a really impressive race, this, from Ollie Bull. I guess here he's not really had too many distractions. He's just been able to get his head down and drive, really. I guess it's felt a little bit like a test session more than a race. He's not really had anyone around him on the same place. It was just such a shame we had so many non-starters for this one. But yeah, I think that he will do it, because he's going to have 2 more laps at the end of this. So yeah, I think he will certainly get Hamilton. I don't think he'll get Sturgis, who's 3rd.
No, Sturgis has just crossed the line, so that's a big gap because they've only just gone past you, I think, haven't they?
Yes, they have. And Neil Greenland seems to be going a bit more slowly past me, like he's not quite at full power, and he's braking very early for Tower Corner. So I wonder if Neil Greenland, who was 5th, has got a problem. What was his lap time last time through? It was a couple of 1.3 seconds off his best.
Which is not massive, is it? Certainly, I agree with you that the language of that car looks very, very different. Whereas Hamilton's, I mean, the gap's massive between Hamilton and him. Ollie Ball still hasn't got past Alan Hamilton, you know. He's going to put up a fight now, not to be lapped, I reckon, because he wants an extra lap of fun, doesn't he? But there comes Greenland. Let me listen. Didn't hear anything wrong with Greenland. It was a 23.8. So he's 3 seconds off his time now, which is more sort of problem-esque gap, isn't it, really?
Yeah. The leader has now lapped Hamilton, so Bull has lapped everyone up to it, including 4th. That happened on Farm Straight. It's a double piece of lappery because both he and Hamilton put a lap on Del Brett as well in the Porsche, who's running in 8th place.
Now, this is interesting. Now, let me see what has happened here. Tony Bennett is now only just ahead of Jamie Sturgis. Jamie Sturgis is right with him, and that's 2nd and 3rd on the road.
Yeah, and Sturgis did a fantastic lap there, didn't he? 1:16.456, a second and a half or so faster than Bennett. Now, will Bennett just view that as a bit of a wake-up call, maybe, as we go into the final couple of laps of this race? Maybe he was just relaxing a little bit too early.
And Ruben Taylor's into the pits and out of the race, sadly. He's retired from 6th, which was also a 3rd in classroom at that point.
So 2nd and 3rd go past me. Bennett and Sturgis, different classes, of course, Class B and D, respectively, but it's a fight on track for 2nd and 3rd position. It's points within the class that, or positions within the class that count for points within the Castle Combe Racing Club GT Championship, sponsored by Rice Insurance. So they are through Bobbies for the penultimate time. And for the moment, I think it is still Bennett that's just about hanging on to 2nd.
Now that's interesting. I mean, it's true. I think you were, largely alluding to there is that, Bennett could turn around and go, "Oh, look, there's no point. There's no need. I'm still going to get my class victory." And he really should know that, you would say. But we're on to their last lap now. But racing drivers, they got big old pride, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. They'll want to go for every last position. Well, I think certainly at this stage of the season, you've not quite got your championship head on, have you? I don't suppose. Meanwhile, Ollie Bull out of Bobbies for the final time, so I'll let you talk him to the checkered flag.
Yep, here he comes down towards us now with nothing in front or behind him through camp for the final time. He's going to take a great victory. He was happy earlier when he was interviewed. He's going to be even happier now. Crosses the line, and the whole team are going to be delighted. Jeremy Irwin's going to be very happy with that.
2nd and 3rd right together as they come past me. Old Paddock, that a 57 car of Simon Carey keeps well out of the way to the left-hand side of the circuit, so neither driver gains a particular advantage from that piece of lappery. Down to Tower Corner, it's still the Caterham ahead by about 3 or 4 car lengths from the Seat of the reigning champion, Jamie Sturgis, up towards Bobbies for the final time. They go right and left and sweep right again, and it looks like Bennett's going to hang on.
Yeah, certainly coming into our view, it is still the Caterham, and surely now he's going to make that count down towards camp. They come up in that top left-hand camera. You'll see that the smaller car's still got the nod, and he comes through to take 2nd place, punches the air. Jamie Sturgis goes past now, but a little bit too late, and then suddenly throws the anchors at the back and is alongside Bennett, and they're obviously congratulating each other. They enjoyed that one, Ian, I think is fair to say, even though it made no difference for class honours. So Ollie Bull takes the win and the Class A victory. 2nd is the number 24 car of Tony Bennett, which gives him Class B honours. 3rd, 99, Jamie Sturgis. That's last year's champion, and he secures Class D honours again in this particular race. 4th place, Team Hamilton will be pleased to see it. Number 56, Alan Hamilton, which gives him 2nd in Class B. 5th is number 81, Neil Greenland. Even if he had an issue, which he was 6 seconds off the pace at the end there, he still managed to come home 5th, which gives him 2nd in Class D. 6th place, number 20, is Tim Woodman in the bright orange Caterham 7. He comes home 3rd in Class B. 7th is Del Brett. That gives him 3rd in Class D in the 59 car. 8th is the 57 car of Simon Carey. And Ninth is still shown at the moment, Ruben Taylor, but he came into the pits and DNF'd in that Peugeot 206, sadly. So that's 2 DNFs. So some work to do on that car, but hopefully they will because it's quick and looks good. 10th is 95, which is the Mini that started at the back of Paul Dickinson. Great work to get that back out again. 11th, number 3, which is Jajit Singh Verdi in the bright yellow BMW. In 12th place, obviously still getting to grips with it, car number 33, which is Paul Arbour in his AB Typhon that you heard us talking about quite a lot, and he was the last finisher. So a great race from the GTs, and I can see that Clive is already down there with the rumble of the cars going past us. Looks like he's largely trying to find out who's going to stop, which at the moment, Clive, it looks like nobody's stopping for you. You probably can't hear us yet. We can see him trying to watch, and nobody's... can you hear us, Clive?
Yes, I'm here.
I was just saying it looks like none of them are stopping.
Second race, the Rice Insurance. Oliver Ball's just stepped out. He's running across the road. Well done, Oliver.
Thank you very much.
You didn't have the Ferrari to
No,
with,
it's
so
slightly depleted field.
Yeah.
You race who you race against.
A win is a
that's
win.
what you got to do. It was good. It was good. I mean, I could see that there was, whether something happened behind me, I don't know. But first 2 or 3 laps, it was like it was going up by a second a lap, and then all of a sudden it was like 15, 20, 25, and it's like okay. But I just wanted to keep pushing. Just
you
to
were going
enjoy
well.
it.
I mean,
yeah,
I was watching this on
very
camp.
consistent.
You were going very well, very
15,
smooth,
15.
very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, I was just trying to stay consistent, keep focused, because when you see you've got that bigger lead, it's so easy to miss a braking point, and your mind wanders, and you miss a braking point, and you're straight on in the chicane, and it's game over. So yeah.
Well, it's you as well. So just the joy of driving.
Exactly. Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it is a great car to drive in the wet. It is fun. It slides around all over the place, and it's still rapid. So yeah,
very much so. Yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah.
So thanks very much.
No, great to see you and well done. Good weekend.
Thank you. Yes,
yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we can get Tony Bennett. I think we'll walk down. Tony, in very rapid Westfield. Always goes very well here at Castle Combe. It's animated conversation. It's coming under a fair bit of pressure at the end. Hi, Tony. Very good results.
Yeah,
second place.
Thanks very much.
Your car sounds fantastic.
Does it? Yeah, I'm deaf as a post, so I don't really hear it, especially with the earplugs.
So you'd be deaf otherwise. I think.
Yeah.
So how was it for you? Coming under a bit of pressure at the end there.
Oh yeah. No, I knew I was first in class. It's all about the points. I just didn't want to bin it, so I was trying to do as little as I could, but he would push me, so I had to do the maximum to stay in second. Bloody good driver. Yeah, you caught me up so much, didn't you? Yeah. So
it's like the first race. Is the wetter it got and the longer it went, the car just seemed to go a little bit better, and it was.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. I knew I was first in class.
Yeah.
But it's the racing driver in you. If there's a car in front.
You want it.
And to be honest, that's what we all would like to see, whether on live stream or when we get spectators back. So yeah. So that was good, Jamie. You've grown a beard since lockdown?
I just got lazy, I guess. That's about as much of it that grows. But no, it's the car's had a lot of work during lockdown, and it was locked down at a garage, so they were able to do loads and loads to it while we were doing nothing here at the circuit. And it's come back looking good and working well, so I'm really pleased. And today, when you look at what's happened today with the Lamborghini and the Noble and what have you, it's just nice to go back home with a car that is the same shape as you turned up with.
Yeah, I think sometimes people don't realise the how near you are to having a major accident in these sort of conditions.
Absolutely on the limit. It's like ice skating out there, and you change your style of driving, and you're feeling for every little piece of every little bit of communication through the tyre to tell you that you can push that a little bit harder, and the front end goes and the back end goes, and you try something different the next lap.
I think it's interesting when you're spectating, and having raced myself in the past, sometimes you watch a race and you think they're not going terribly fast, but actually because you've done it yourself, in these conditions particularly, how challenging it is to drive.
But the lap times, and we're in the sort of 15s and 16s, we're not a million miles away from a dry lap, and yet it's awful out there. It's absolutely awful, and we're all kind of guessing today what the right tyres were. So we were hopping between slicks and wets, and we got a couple of different types of wets, and nothing was ever going to be exactly the right tyre for the day. But as I say,
So you're looking to be champion again this year?
It's always an opportunity, but it's just take it one race at a time, like I did last year, and we'll see how it comes out.
Well, very well done.
Thank you
Nice to
very
see you
much.
up here again. Yeah.
Cheers then.
Take care. Right, Chris, it's back to you for the final race of the day, second hot hatch, and we look forward to that and be back here shortly.
Thank you very much, Clive. Perfect timing as we just pull away. Let's get rid of that. Well done, Team Hamilton from Haley Brock as well. But this cracking grid is there, but it looks like we had a gap on the front row. Sam Stride is not there in the 881, but pole position definitely was taken by 45 Dan Brown. Sam Stride missing from alongside him. Second row, good to see number 25 Nathan Nichols has made it back out there alongside him. 15 Sean Govard. Third row, 47 Tony Cooper, 34 Will Self. Row 4, 2-1-1. Chris Southcott back on the fourth row. He dominated that first race. This is going to be interesting to see what he's going to do. 69 Stephen Jensen in the Zebra Mini alongside him. Row 5, 56 Mark Nicholson, 9 Mike Wyatt. Row 6, Joe Dorrington in 21. He came through the field. He'll hope to do the same again alongside that Ford KA number 62 of Adam Higgins. Seventh row is 39 James Blake, 12 Lee Waterman. Row 8, 119 Darren Duffield, 117 Lewis Clark. Ninth row, 153 Martin Hathaway, 74 Michael Bland. 10th row, 55 Graham Cox, 68 Nick Mizzen. Row 11, 4 Adam Perrott, 84 Steve Bracegirdle. 12th row, 79 James Cantfer, 23 Matthew Barrington. On the 13th row is 71 Simon Hughes, 113 Sean Deacon, and on the 14th and final row, 265 Gary Franks and 78 Simon Fisher. So yes, Ian, sadly no Sam Stride on the front there then.
No, that's disappointing, isn't it, to see an absentee from the front row. We've had a few of those, haven't we, in the second races this weekend, unfortunately, but hopefully we'll see these guys out back again. It should be in for another good race, though. Of course, earlier on, it was Chris Southcott that won by about 4.7 seconds from Dan Brown. But, of course, that was Dan's first ever race here at Castle Combe. So now he's, in his second ever race, a bit more experience. Who knows what he can do?
Yeah, and that was I was quite pleased to hear that because we were discussing that we felt that we thought that was the case. We didn't recognise, and it confirmed that. My interesting one though is Chris Southcott starting back on the fourth row.
That'll be interesting to see him come through potentially.
Yeah, but he needs to be patient off of this start, I think. Otherwise, it could get unstuck quite quickly.
Do you think he might not be patient off the start?
Yes. I do have that feeling where I was almost pleading with him. Could you tell in my voice? I was almost pleading with him, but he's not. He's got no patience. He'll be straight through as quickly as he can. Incidentally, by the way, no Mark Nicholson either. The 56 car is missing.
Yeah, that was the one that was heavily mullered by Quarry, wasn't it?
I thought it was. So Mike White, number 9, is on his own. There's Joe Dorrington. He came good in the second half of that last race, so he could come through the field. Adam Higgins was fighting really well in that Ford KA. The two MGZRs together then of James Blake and Lee Waterman, 39 and 12. We then got the other mini of Darren Duffield, still learning his first race out there in the wet last time. He gets to do it again. But Lewis Clark in that Fiesta was looking good last time as well. First light, second light, third light, fourth light, fifth light is on. Up go the engine notes. No real hold there, and off they go. And none of them able to get any great grip there. But it looks like the second row has probably done the best. Nathan Nichols and Sean Govard trying desperately, but no. Dan Brown, second phase, boom, he's gone. He's out of there. He's heading up Avon Rise. He's found the traction. He's found the speed, but he had to just pedal like an out-of-control duck for a good while there just to try and get going. And he managed it, and he's got that lead, but that wasn't guaranteed at the start.
No, it wasn't. So as they turn their way out of Quarry Corner and down the farm straight, a lot of headlights coming towards me now, as it is a bit gloomy. Sean Govard there in third place, so he sort of effectively held station, but that car just sort of stand out. Very nicely prepared car, but it is the Honda leading of number 45, Dan Brown, from 25, Nathan Nichols in second. Third is 15, Sean Govard, and then it's Chris Southcott. So the very patient Chris Southcott still there in fourth place in 2-1-1. Still got plenty of time. It's a 20-minute race to try and try and make his way through up into the lead. But Dan Brown has made a decent little break here, and then it's 3 cars for second as they head through Bobbies for the first time.
Yeah, and it's great to see these cars that are doing so well. Second back, Nathan Nichols obviously had his problems earlier. He's doing well. Sean Govard in that newly sorted car, but he's about to be passed by Southcott. I'm going to assume that is coming in towards camp. It certainly looks like it will be. Not hanging about, and he's making sure he's getting up there as quick as possible. Yes, it was Southcott, but Sean Govard's coming back at him in that white and blue Peugeot run by Will de Claudio's West Racing. You know that's going to be a cracking car if it's run by Will de Claudio, for goodness sake. Up Avon Rise in towards Quarry, but no, Chris Southcott has got that one secured, so he's up into 3rd place now.
Yep, so let's keep an eye on that. Make that second, I think. Yes, he's gone through on the inside, more or less on the apex of Quarry Corner there. So Southcott now second, but he has got 2.3 seconds to make up on the race leader, and I'm sure he's capable of doing that, given his pace in race 1. But yeah, he's got a little bit of work to do. It's going to take him a couple of laps or so, I would think, at least, to be able to do that. So it's Brown leading, Southcott second, Nichols third, Govard 4th, Adam Higgins is 5th in the Ford KA, 6th is Will Self, 7th is Stephen Jensen, the first of the minis, and 8th is the 39 car, which is James Blake. 9th is Tony Cooper. He's a bit further back in this race. I think he might have a problem. He's just being passed by the number 9 Honda Civic of Mike Wyatt.
Interesting. Yes, remember, Chris Southcott fought his way up to second, but he's Class A. He's past the B and C class cars at the moment, so he is where we'd expect him to be, but he had to do it. Now, interestingly, the big change there is that Sean Govard's got past Nathan Nichols, and somebody stopped in front of you by the looks of it.
Yeah, and it looks like Martin Hathaway.
Okay, so Hathaway in the minis pulled off, sadly. But yeah, Sean Govard has got past Nathan Nichols. They're both separate classes as well, actually. They're leading their classes. So again, remembering that, Nathan Nichols is leading Class B, Sean Govard leading Class C. And Nathan Nichols still getting used to this car this year. And I know that he hasn't even been testing because I've been racing or commentating on sim racing instead.
Well, that's obviously... not done him any harm by the looks of it. So yellow flags covering the S's at the moment, while Martin Hathaway gets to the safe side of the Armco barriers. So no chance there for, well, if anyone to overtake, of course, or indeed close the gap, really, because they should be slowing down under the yellow flags, of course. But nevertheless, it looks like the gap is coming down between Dan Brown and Chris Southcott. It was 2.9 seconds at the beginning of the lap. It's much less than that now. I'd say it's less than 2 seconds, maybe about 1.5 seconds, something like that. So Chris Southcott has taken a chunk of time out of Dan Brown there. Then you've got Govard, Nichols, Higgins, Self, Jensen, Blake, White, and Tony Cooper still circulating, rounding out the top 10.
I was about to say, I've told you a million times, Ian, stop exaggerating, but you're not, are you? He has got close. He's definitely
He
a lot
certainly
close.
has.
Yeah, down in towards camp here, you can see he's able to just have the confidence to break that much later, and that's got to be as much experience leading to confidence, hasn't it? To be able to break that much later. It's down to 2.0. New fastest lap of the race goes to 2:11. Chris Southcott. He is absolutely flying. Do you know what? I reckon he's loving this, and he'll consider sort of not qualifying up as high next time, because we're getting to see him fight and reel him in, and he's going to be buzzing at the end of this race.
Yeah, of course, he did sort of about half of the qualifying session, didn't he, before heading back to the paddock? So that's why he didn't
For an
really
ice cream.
Yeah, so why didn't get a second banker lap in for the grid for the second race, because it's second fastest qualifying time set the grid for race 2 this weekend, and he's continuing to close. It's down to probably a little bit over a second now, I would say, between Brown in his second race and Southcott with a bit more experience here at Castle Combe and elsewhere, and in a variety of cars as well. Govard third, Nichols fourth, 5th is Adam Higgins, 6th is still Will Self in the 205. Good battles going on all the way up and down the field by the looks of it. Leaders heading their way through Bobbies, and yeah, I reckon Chris Southcott continuing to reel in the race leader.
Yeah, I just saw it on the cameras. They disappeared out of the camera shot at Bobbies, and down in towards camp. It's considerably lower than it was before. And what are we going to see of the experience of Dan Brown? Because, he's now, okay, he's being caught, but how is he going to defend? And the reality as well, Ian, that we can't, forget is that Chris Southcott doesn't know how Dan Brown's going to react when he's trying to make the moves. And you end up having to sort of create some kind of an awareness of what the driver you're battling with is going to do. He's right with him as he goes through Quarry, so he could do it coming down towards you now.
Yep, and he's flashing his headlights now at the race lead. That's a bit cheeky. You might do that to back markers, but he's flashing them like he's an angry driver on the motorway, and it's done the trick, because he's scared the black and red car of the erstwhile race leader, Dan Brown, out of the way. So it's now 2-1-1. Chris Southcott that leads, but I don't think Dan Brown likes that. He's closing back in on the run down towards Tower Corner. Braking a little bit earlier, though, so he's not going to make a move there at Tower, but he's not going to give this up easily, I don't think. So Southcott now leading, but Brown, I think, wants to fight back. They're into Bobbies for the 5th time in this race, so it's a 20-minute race, so they're coming up to about 1/3 race distance.
Now, if he's got any sense, Dan Brown, what he wants to do is ignore the actual fighting thing, is he just wants to latch onto the back of Chris Southcott. This is how he's going to pick up any kind of tips. Now, please don't take that the wrong way, Dan Brown and his supporters. And I have no doubt, and he's already shown that he's one heck of a racing driver, but there's nothing that can replace experience, especially as we've seen the confidence of how late you can brake in these wet conditions. Coming into camp in particular, that we've seen it, and I heard you mention it as well. If he can now just watch what Southcott's doing, he's going to pick this one up. And but I had to laugh at the cheekiness there of Southcott flashing his lights for him to get out of the way. That's not right. That's unfair.
Yeah, it's certainly a calculated, an aggressive move. Now, they've got a couple of back-market minis to contend with over the course of the next few corners. That's the 265 car of Gary Franks and the 78 car of Simon Fisher. And they'll get them at or around Tower Corner, I would think. Both, by the way, about 10 seconds clear of the 3rd place car, Sean Govard. Just a quick hello, I'm going to say, to Dave Vass, of course, who's regularly coordinated the hot hatches on race days here at Castle Combe. A bit like you, he's got problems with his eyes at the moment, I'm afraid. So he's there at home. Hopefully he's tuned in onto the live stream and listening to and watching us. So we all wish you for the very best, Dave.
Yeah, not like me. His is, proper.
Yeah.
Bless you,
indeed.
Dave. Wish you all the very, very best, and good to hear that they've got some crazy specs that seem to be helping them at the minute, and I hope that continues. We look forward to seeing you back very soon. Leader's gone through now with 11.5 minutes left to go, and thank you to all those. We're seeing more and more comments starting to come in as well, that they've loved this day and for putting it on and everything. And, this is almost like the perfect way to round this one off. There's some amazing racing, and there's still a bit more life in this yet, There's a few more fights starting to take shape.
There is. There's one for 17th, 18th and 19th. That's the Lewis Clark, Stephen Bracegirdle and Ben Perrott, isn't it? I think. Battle.
Adam, I think.
Adam, I should say, yes. They're having a good 3-way scrap. Well down the order, but nevertheless, it's no less intense. Chris Southcott goes past me again, and he now leads by just over 2 seconds from Brown. Govard 3rd, Nichols 4th, Higgins 5th, and Will Self in 6th position.
I don't know whether we had a moment for the number 9 car there of Mike Wyatt, because he suddenly got dropped down 3 places. Dorrington, Mizzen and Duffield have all got past them. That's a dodgy firm's list, as if ever I heard one. But he's dropped down through the order. Cooper's now trying to keep Dorrington behind him, so that 9th and 10th is an interesting fight at the moment as well. But leader's coming down towards us, diving up past the back marker there, making sure he gets through. So Southcott is not planning to slow down just yet. Adam Brown has not managed to stay latched in with him, but it's not a problem. He can still watch and try a few things. That said, Ian, it's probably not the conditions to try too much in, is it, if you're not fully confident? No. I think today is not the day to be sort of overly brave. I wouldn't have thought. As just looking at the class situation, so Govard leading Class C, Nichols Class B, Class F Class E Stephen Jensen, and Class F is Mike White. In spite of losing those places, he is still leading Class F at the moment, which is the new class for this season. Yeah, so it's all relative. There goes Stephen Jensen in that great livery car. It was orange, remember that livery last year, but the Jensen Racing car is a standout black and white zebra livery. Dorrington has now moved up into that 9th position and cleared away from Tony Cooper. Probably, I wonder whether, you said it earlier, you wondered whether there was an issue with Tony Cooper's car. I agree, because he sat there in 10th place, but more importantly for him, 3rd in Class B.
Yes, he's certainly well down the order. Now, we've had a spin at the Esses for 25, Nathan Nichols, and that has dropped him back one place. He's now behind Adam Higgins, and he's just ahead of Will Self in the Peugeot 205. And actually, the Peugeot 205 might get ahead. No, it doesn't quite get ahead, I don't think, down into Tower Corner. So that doesn't change the class situation, though. It's still Nathan Nichols leading Class B.
Yeah, because the next challenge for him at the moment is the MGZR number 39 of Blake. But James Blake in that iTech race and MGZR, yeah, not come into view just yet. Here comes Nathan Nichols. It hasn't slowed him up. He's trying to pick his way through these back markers, and he needs to, because he can see the red Peugeot 205 of number 34, Will Self, just behind him. And again, it might be that that's not for class, but they're still embroiled and enjoying this fighting. Incidentally, by the way, the number 9 car, I wonder if there is a problem for Mike Wyatt, because he's lost more places and he's no longer leading Class F.
There is. He's going slowly past me, so I think he might be for the pit lane. So does that change the Class F situation? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So it means now that 74, Michael Bland in the Peugeot 306 is ahead of the Graham Cox number 55 Clio.
Yeah, and there's quite a gap between those guys, so that is the order of those two as it stands quite comfortably as at the moment. Leaders coming down towards camp. We've still got 7.5 minutes left to go, so we reach half race distance. Oh no, it was a 20-minute race, wasn't it? Sorry, not 15. So no, we're well past that. But there goes our leader, the 7th place starting Chris Southcott into the lead comfortably. What's his gap up to now? 3.364, so he's got it under control now.
Yeah, looks like, doesn't it? With about a third of the race left to go, it looks like he's in pretty good shape here to round out a double victory in the opening 2 races for the Hot Hatch Challenge. Of course, it's not a championship, of course, with formal point scoring, but there's pride at stake with wins and podiums within each class, of course.
This 4th, 5th, 6th fight's going to get interesting, you know, with Adam Higgins in the KA and then Nathan Nichols and Will Self. That's getting a bit lively, you know.
Yeah, so that's heading up towards Quarry now, I think, isn't it? So I'll have a look at that. There's Higgins. There is Nichols, and there's Self. Yeah, so Nichols ought to be able to catch or re-catch Adam Higgins, you would think. What lap times have they been doing? Higgins has done a 1:26.4. Nichols has done a 1:24.9 early in the race, so it's about a second and a half faster, or has the potential to be. Does Nathan Nichols?
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about Adam Higgins with, what was he saying, about 90 to 100 brake horsepower down. And we said it earlier, is that it makes less of an impact in these kind of conditions, doesn't it? So, and he's showing that by fighting absolutely brilliantly with these guys. But I don't know, I get the impression it might be just slightly drying out there, although it's looking murky again, though, isn't it?
Less wet, maybe. Dry could be a bit optimistic, would suggest. So the 21 car, Joe Dorrington's just gone past me. He's 9th, so he's not really sort of shone too much in this race. I thought we might see a bit more from him after he had a strong run in the later part of the first race. But it wasn't to be. We've got the race leader just coming past me now, lapping I think that's the Graham Cox blue Clio. And yeah, it's still sort of a comfortable gap of about 4 seconds over Dan Brown. Down towards the right-hander at Tower they go. Looking into the distance, yeah. Oh, here comes Higgins now. And what's happened to the gap between Higgins and Nichols? It's come down a half a second, hasn't it, on the last lap? But it's not going to happen fast enough, I don't think.
No, and I think in reality, it's that Nichols is probably going to be under more pressure from Self behind him or before that, isn't it? I mean, it could be an interesting 3-way fight there before the end of this race. But our leader comes across the line again with just over 4.5 minutes left to go. Chris South got 2-1-1. There goes Dan Brown in the 45 Honda Civic in 2nd place. 4.2's the lead now as they pick their way through this traffic. Then we wait until the white and blue flashes is just coming down towards Camp Corner now is Sean Govard. And I know there's a lot of his fans have been watching this. and they'll be absolutely delighted with this because remember, not only is he third overall, he's actually sat leading Class C. It almost seems unfair, doesn't it, that the next car is going to be Adam Higgins, but although he's fourth on the road, he's also third because he's a Class A car.
Yeah.
It's not fair, is it?
It's not really. Southcott's gone past me again, so what is the 4 minutes? So if we get 3 more laps, actually, after this one, I would suggest, in the 20 minutes. And he's still clear of Dan Brown. Lewis Clark, he sort of shone a bit more in the first race. He's running 18th in this one. Where did he finish earlier on? He finished 10th last time, so perhaps a little bit of disappointment there for Lewis Clark that he's not replicated his race 1 performance.
I just want to pick out as well someone else who's standing out in 10th place, 119, Darren Duffield, in only his second race out there in the wet as well. He's running second in Class E for the minis. He's doing a fabulous job. Yeah,
behind Steve Jensen, who's obviously a lot more experienced in Formula Fords and minis around here at Combe. So that's a good effort. Well done to him. Talking of Jensen, he's coming past me now, down here at Old Paddock. And again, he's doing exactly what he set out to do this morning, which was win Class E. Now, there's a car that's off into the barriers at Tower, I can see. And just getting the binoculars on that. It is a Clio, I think, a white Clio. Who would that be? Is that Matthew Barrington, possibly? Would that make sense?
Could be. I'll keep an eye on the screen as well. It's a bit difficult to say. The good news is into the rectifier barrier. So it should be okay. Where's Nathan Nichols has been passed by Will Self, by the way, but Will Self in that red Peugeot 205 is the Class A car, up into 5th, but he's still 3rd, and Nathan Nichols still leading Class B. That's what he and Rock Valley Automotive Racing really want. I'm still trying to work out who this is. So you reckon it might be Barry?
I think it probably is. It's a 197, his car, and it is a more modern shape of Clio. So I think that's probably who it is.
It's a shame. So yeah, on Tower, that typically is a big raindrop in the way, isn't there? On the one heading into Tower that we can't see on that camera. So
yeah, it sort of obliterates exactly where his car is. I think. But fortunately, I can see it out the window.
And that means that we've gone with only about a minute and 40 left to go. We've gone checkered flag because, of course, that would have been a red flag if it wasn't. So Chris Southcott takes that victory by 5 3/4 seconds in the end. Second place goes to 45 Dan Brown. In third, it's Sean Govard, number 15, which gives him Class C honours, or it will do when he comes down. Here he comes towards us now. Great job for that Peugeot 106, a Class C victory and 3rd overall on the road. Here he comes. The next car is going to be just brilliant to see this thing, a 2-litre Ford KA, number 62. And he'll drive that home again as well, amazingly. Here he comes. Will Self was closing in on him, but he held on to 4th overall, 3rd in Class A. 5th, there goes Will Self. That gives him 4th in Class A, so he just misses out on a pot. There goes Nathan Nichols, 6th on the road, 1st in Class B. What a great comeback for him and Rock Valley Automotive Racing after the problems for the first race. Takes a class victory. There goes Stephen Jensen, another Class E win, 7th on the road and a great class victory. 21, Joe Dorrington in the black Peugeot 205 comes across the line in 8th place. 9th is James Blake in his MG ZR. That gives him 2nd in Class B. 119, Darren Duffield, awesome performance there. 10th place on the road, 2nd in Class E. Just following him across the line there was the 47 car, the silver Peugeot 106 GTI of Tony Cooper. He finished 11th and 3rd in Class B. Winner of Class F, 12th on the road, number 74, which is the Bland car, not Bland as in car. It's Michael Bland in his Peugeot 306, the bright green, so it's definitely not that. And he finishes 12th and winner of Class F. 13th is great to see him. Nick Mizzen, number 68, 2nd in Class C. 14th, number 55, Graham Cox, 2nd in Class F. In 15th, number 12, Lee Waterman. I know we had a few people shouting for him. Well, he came home in 15th place, just out of the podium for Class B, in 4th place in that class. 16th, number 84, and 3rd in Class E, Stephen Bracegirdle. 17th, number 4, Adam Perrett in his Renault Clio. That gives him 3rd in Class F. 18th, number 79, is the Class E car of James Campher. 117, Lewis Clark came home in 19th place. 20th is the Class C car of Sean Deacon. 21st, number 71, the Simon Hughes Class C Honda Civic. 22nd, number 78, which is another one of the Mini. Simon Fisher in his Mini. And the final finisher is going to be car number 23, which is 265. Gary Franks in another one of the Minis, but an R50. Wow, what a fantastic day, a great victory. And I can see that Clive is down there hoping to grab a few drivers. Let me bring him in.
Yeah,
And
thank you, Chris. That was the second EBC Brake sponsored Saloon Hot Hatch race. We're waiting for Chris Southcott, who won very convincingly and drove very well to come from 7th to actually win that race. Dan Brown, as virtually a novice, came 2nd again, which I think is a fantastic effort on his first time at Castle Combe to get 2 second places. And Sean Gover was an excellent 3rd. So the drivers waving as they go by. Cars are just coming by.
None of them wanting to stop for you, Clive.
Yeah, no, they are coming. There's Chris Southcott just come in now. Obviously, a very slow warming down lap. Probably waving to all those thousands of spectators watching live. We'll just go over. Just taking off his helmet. Looks quite warm. He's smiling, as every right to do. Chris, hello. Very well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Very good race. You're used to driving pretty fast around Castle Combe in a number of different vehicles.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was interesting actually. I ran wet tyres then, full wets, as opposed to the intermediates or our dry tyre, which is quite a good intermediate.
Yeah.
I think I preferred the other tyres. It was understeering quite a bit, but good fun. Yeah. It was quite nice starting
coming
from 7th.
through? Obviously, you started 7th, so it must
Yeah,
be very
made it more fun.
rewarding.
Yeah, it was
as well.
good. Yeah, I worked my way through and had a good race with the chap in the Civic and enjoyed it. Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, he's driven very well. He's a sort of
He has,
novice, actually. Yeah,
very well. I didn't think I was going to catch at one point, and then managed to chip away and get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
What about
many
his
years
flashing
ago,
lights?
many years ago, I owned a 1.9 GT, only a road car, but it was a fabulous little
They're
car.
good, they're great little cars.
Great
I've
little
got a road car. Rest day that I've done it, and yeah, I love it. Brilliant.
And what these must be like with all the power.
Oh god, they're pretty much double the horsepower as a standard one, and the standard ones are quite nippy, aren't they?
So great fun to drive.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, very well done.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Cheers.
I missed you. You didn't stop the first time. Unfortunately, we had a bit of muck up, but so
No
2
worries.
good wins today.
Yes. Yeah. Good day. Pole 2 wins.
Yeah. Excellent.
Thank you.
Very well done.
Cheers.
Second place, Dan Brown again. Second time. Well done, Dan. That's a pretty impressive rookie performance here at Combe.
Thank you. I sent it the best I could. I think I might have to invest in some proper wet tyres for next time so I can compete with things like that.
Yeah.
But no, I'm very happy with that.
And what was it like leading the race for all that time? Were you looking in your mirrors? Were you thinking about it?
I would like to have looked at my mirror, but it fell off while I was queuing up. So I only had exterior mirrors, so I could only see. The mirrors on the side are a bit rubbish, so I could only see him every now and again, closing. So I was just pushing as hard as I could to try and get a gap, but unfortunately with those tyres, I think it was inevitable.
Yeah, well, very well done. We look forward to seeing you again, hopefully the 1st of August.
Yeah, I hope it's a dry day.
Well done.
Thank you.
And 3rd place, Sean Govacher.
All right.
Well done.
Thank you
Nice
very much.
result for you.
Yeah, it was hard work.
Yeah,
thoroughly enjoyed it though.
And you're run by Will de Clouder, is that
That's right, yeah.
Well, he's got plenty of experience, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've been listening to him a little bit now and again. I don't say too much, but yeah, no, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Really good.
Is this your first podium?
I think it is, yeah. I think it's my first podium. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
You must be really chuffed.
Really chuffed, and the car was faultless as well. So I must say, well done, Will.
Yeah.
To get me where I am.
Well done, you.
So, yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
You got a drive thing.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, I think we're all on a sort of like a playing level field, when it comes to wet. So I mean, obviously these boys took off out front, but yeah, I think I was on my own for quite a bit. But yeah, concentrate.
And do you like driving in the wet? Or?
It doesn't worry me. I just just drive to the conditions. So yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Chris, a great 8 races. Lovely to be racing back at Castle Combe again. I hope everyone watching live enjoyed it. The few teething problems from our side initially, but it will only get better.
Absolutely.
So it's all a very pleasant evening.
Yeah, thank you, Clive. Thank you very much for all your work down there. Absolutely brilliant. It's been a pleasure. So thank you for that. I'll leave you to go and warm up, my friend.
Thanks very much. Yeah, take care.
Cheers, my friend. So let's pop those two out of there. And thank you also to Tom Davis, who was showing everything around there. Let's bring in, I don't need that on full. Let's pop this back round again because we got the filing, smiling Salmon as well. And it's, I mean, wow, what a day. Thank you so much to everybody. The comments are coming in from you all. Well done. Thank you to everyone at the circuit and everyone that has had a hand in making today happen. It's fair to say, as one of the first motorsport events of 2020 in the UK, Team Combe has paved the way to a fantastic season ahead that will be talked about for generations to come. You know, I hope you mean that. You know, we said all along is it wasn't going to be absolutely perfect what we were able to provide technically. We needed to bring you something was our attitude. We could have just left it the audio in, couldn't we? And it had gone out on TSL and everything, which we did work hard to get it even on TSL. But we wanted to do more. And I've got to say, I've loved it being able to see what's going on those little blind spots.
No, it certainly has helped from that point of view to sort of pick up things that we otherwise wouldn't have spotted. So that's definitely been very worthwhile doing, and I hope that everyone has enjoyed it at home or wherever they're watching. I think I've managed to add another country to the list. One of an old school friend actually was watching from his balcony in Bavaria, where it's cloudless skies and 25 degrees. We can add Germany to the list as well. So that's all good. But yeah, I can't say it's not been a strange day, but I think actually once the racing got underway, it felt surprisingly normal, didn't it? After sort of all of the sort of slightly strange of the quiet paddock and the social distancing and the no spectators, almost once the racing got going, certainly I didn't notice that quite as much. And you know, it was good to get all the interaction from people at home, whereas normally we'd have it from the spectator banks. You've gone quiet, Chris.
I flicked it on the table again. Sorry, mate. Enough of a norm for us to get back to what we were missing because we've missed it. I think maybe it'd be different if we'd started the season and then stopped and then had this. But the fact that we've had nothing, you know, it's been a pleasure to have it back. The Racing Club have done amazing to get this on. The team behind the scenes that just in race control beside me, starting to pack things up now. Steve Weston in particular, Richard Beard or Beardy, he's done some amazing job. The Orange Army out here that have been here. I mean, to have the whole fact that one of the concerns we had in our mind, Ian, when everything was getting set up at the beginning was that going, okay, are we going to actually have enough marshals? Because, you know, they could be socially distancing, they could be locked down, they might, you know, not be well, they might not feel safe enough to come and do it. We actually had more marshals than we can handle. And poor Richard Beard actually had to tell someone, I'm sorry, but you're not able to come this time. We'll have you on and he's got a waiting list that if they've done this one, they might not be here for the next one. How amazing.
It's a great position to be in. I'm sure Richard would have hated having to turn anyone away because, you know, the volunteers are the lifeblood of the sport. But yes, with the limitations that MSUK quite rightly put on it, and I know Richard worked hard to sort of try and get them to up the number that we could have as well, which, you know, but they've got marshals spread, you know, around the circuit, absolutely plenty of them. So I don't want anyone to think that there wasn't enough. It was just the right number, and I don't think that that caused us any problems today. So hopefully in the future we'll be able to welcome more of the marshals back here. Interestingly, you know, what I'm hearing from around the country actually is that although that is a fear, that we might not have enough marshals, especially let's whisper it a little bit quietly, some of them are a little bit more senior in years, aren't they? That maybe not everyone would want to come out, but I think across the country, I think the numbers are holding up reasonably well from what I can understand, which is good to hear.
No, absolutely. So thank you to the Orange Army. Thank you to the recovery crews, the maintenance crews, the medical crews, all of them, as you've seen when we've had to have delays, that have not just been able to get on and do their job. They've got to do it safely. They've got to do it from a suitable distance. They've then got to do a massive cleanup operation after every single little thing, just on the possibility. Now, imagine this, that you go and touch the handle of someone's car to open it to get them out. You are unaware that you're a carrier, and they reckon there's a high number of us that are actually asymptomatic carrying of this COVID-19, sadly. You'll have been the same as me and got in, and we had to clean all of this here. I've got to pack down. I've got to clean. I brought in a lot of my equipment that I've got to clean down and clean everything ready, let alone myself. Now do that after every single race because you are exposing yourself to multiple people. the work that everybody's put in to make it happen, to keep it going, has been beyond belief, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it really, really has. And, you know, the chances are that any one individual probably is going to be perfectly fine and free of the virus, but it's just that risk that cannot be taken. I think it's something like 1 in 2,500 people in the country have got it at the moment, which is, you know, you'd be unlucky to bump into someone in the street who's got it on that basis, especially as they should be isolating. But because of the people who are asymptomatic, you just don't know, and you've got to treat everyone as if they're contagious, basically, and that does mean procedures have to change quite a lot. And from what I've seen, that's worked pretty well this weekend.
And in fact, turn that around, is they say the advice is not just treat everyone as though they've got it, is you're actually supposed to treat yourself as though you've got it, therefore be keeping yourself away and just respecting everything you're touching or don't touch if you can help it. So it's just been such hard work. Kevin has been our hero today. Apologies, there was a few technical glitches. The new laptop worked wonders over there, Ian. You know, we had to learn live. I know we ran testing, but that was when we didn't have all these other people in trying to use Wi-Fi and 4G and everything else in the circuit. And so we were learning live on the job. Kevin has been flat out, and he looked a shadow of himself when I saw him a moment ago, because I think it's been a very difficult day, and he's got to pack it all down yet, bless him. He's been an absolute hero to us. Thank you to all the people that have made comments. My dad even made a lovely comment, not only sort of saying thanks to us, but saying that Castle Combe Racing Club should be driver of the day because of the work they put in. I thought that was a nice way of summing it up. You know, hopefully you enjoyed it for what it was. We never said it was going to be Motors TV reproduction, for goodness sake. It was just so you could see something rather than just having the audio and a timing screen. It's been a pleasure from my perspective. Tough at times, Ian, but it's been an honour to be part of it.
No, absolutely right. And, you know, we all hope very much that, you know, the next meeting or the meeting after, we can get back to something a little bit closer to the normal. I don't think it will be normal, will it? But we've got our fingers crossed that that will be happening. We'll be able to welcome spectators back here, of course, which is a big thing for Combe, because out of all the circuits around the country, it is, as you know, Chris, the one that gets the biggest and the best crowds for club racing events. So yeah, that's a major thing to get spectators back. Really hope that can happen. I'm not here at the next meeting, but I'm due to be here at the end of August, so fingers crossed by then it will be certainly on the road to recovery, and you know, motorsport will be getting back to how we normally like to enjoy it.
Yeah, I hope so. And by the way, put it in perspective, if anybody's sort of saying things about the glitches in the early stages, we are rapidly approaching 7 hours that we have been live streaming for this, and we're still going strong. I mean, that in itself has got to be, you know, an applaud to what Kevin's done, let alone us talking rubbish for that long. Although my wife says that's my profession, I talk rubbish for a living, but it's kind of probably sums it up. My eye is absolutely killing now. But listen, thank you all so much for joining in. Thank you for all the comments and the input and the updates and the information, the drivers that have made it here. The 1st of August, let's go bigger, better, badder, stronger. We have no idea. Watch this space, and please realize that any limitations that are put in are not Castle Combe forcing any limitations. Castle Combe are doing as much as they are allowed to, and they want that to be even more. So we'll watch this space. Let's see what happens. Thank you so much for joining us. Ian, final words from you?
Yeah, no, it's been different, but it has been fun. It's been good to see some racing again. You've got the thumbs up from Tom behind you as well. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Look forward to coming back again in August and continuing my journey around the circuits of the UK during the course of this season. But this has certainly been a very, very good start to the UK racing season.
No, absolutely. Well, thank you very much to Ian Salmon. Thank you to Tom Davis in the background. He's been a beautiful cameraman all day. My partner in crime. We'll let you know when we're going to do the next Combe TV.
Thank you to you, Chris. More importantly, big thank you. Everyone wants to say big thank you.
Thanks, mate. Thank you. Tom and I will be back on Combe TV. Remember, dilly dilly to the mighty Orange Army. We'll be back. Let Combe TV be gin. And I will be drinking gin on the next Combe TV show, which I would imagine will be probably Thursday. I would imagine there's a reasonable chance, and we'll do a review of today's activity. Stay watching. It's been great fun from all of us here. Ian Salmon, I shall give you one last wave goodbye. He's desperate to go, and I'm going to then pop him back out there so he can do what he needs to do. But from us, thank you so much. Anybody is interested in the diddly dilly and let Coombe TV begin paraphernalia. There you go, tshirtstudio.com/marketplace/Coombe-TV. tshirtstudio.com/marketplace/Coombe-TV, because the shows are going to carry on, I've been asked to do. But from myself, Chris Dawes, from Ian Salmon, from Clive Woodward, from the whole of the racing drivers, the whole fraternity, the Orange Army, from us, I'm ready to go and collapse. I bet you are too. Have a great evening. Good night.